One of them was the powerful Li Long. Most of the core disciples of the Xiaoyao Palace had died. Even if there were some 8th grade combat emperors left, they would be elders. Too ferocious. Those 3 died miserably. They were dignified 8th grade combat emperors, but they didn't even have the chance to escape. Have you all noticed? The tacit understanding between Jiang Chen and the others has reached a flawless stage. Jiang Chen and that De Huang dog are proficient in formations. They have set up a grand formation and a seal in the air, making it impossible for their opponents to escape. Finally, they joined hands to kill them. It is a terrifying combination. They are all peerless geniuses. It won't be long before Xuanyu will have their own territory. Everyone was shocked. After today, many people would remember this combination. They were such a ferocious combination. Xuanyu would become extremely restless because of their existence. On the other side, Yan Hui, who was fighting Imo Sang, noticed the result of the battle. His facial expression changed. Obviously, his mood was greatly affected. He was flustered when he fought Imo Sang. Let's attack together and kill him. Jiang Chen pointed his finger at Yan Hui and said coldly. As soon as his voice faded, Han Yan and Nangong Wendian rushed into the battlefield. They joined hands with Imo Sang and completely surrounded Yan Hui. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stood on the periphery. The battlefield was completely sealed off, not giving Yan Hui any chance to escape. Million Stars Ruler. Blood Devil Blade. Nangong Wendian and Han Yan struck out their powerful attacks at the same time. Dealing with Yan Hui was different from dealing with the other 3. They needed to go all out. Imo Sang was also very powerful. A sharp spear appeared in his hand. It was covered with dense devil qi. 3 combat weapons came from 3 different directions at the same time, trying to tear Yan Hui into pieces. Arg! Yan Hui yelled. He regretted that he shouldn't have attacked Jiang Chen. He shouldn't have chosen to leave this place when Li Long was killed until Imo Sang's appearance, which made him fall into an irredeemable situation. He didn't expect Han Yan and Nangong Wendian to be so powerful. 3 8th grade combat emperors were killed by them, especially Han Yan, who was at the peak of 7th grade combat emperor. With the addition of Gu Tianma's bloodline, his combat strength was almost suppressed by Yan Hui. Now that Yan Hui's state of mind was disturbed and his opponents had become 3, how could he resist? However, he had to resist even if he couldn't. Yan Hui waved the long sword in his hand. The whole battlefield was filled with sharp sword qi. Hong Long, all the attacks collided together. It had to be said that Yan Hui was really strong. However, his opponent was even stronger. The battlefield was directly hit into a frenzy. God knows how many times the void was broken. Yan Hui was beaten until he vomited blood. His aura was completely messed up. Kill him. Jiang Chen shouted coldly. His heroic spirit was like an invincible marshal. Even if he didn't participate in the battle, he could still control the whole situation. The 3 of them hugged Yan Hui again. Cold light flashed. Their attacks were destructive, enough to destroy a part of the world. The terrifying destructive force once again submerged Yan Hui. Imo Sang was very excited to kill this genius of Sky Mountain School who was on the sky ranking. After this wave of attacks, Yan Hui was completely covered in blood. Although he could still stand there, he had lost all of his combat strength. The long sword in his hand had fallen. His whole body was on the verge of collapsing. Now, even if the void wasn't sealed, he wouldn't be able to escape. It's over. Yan Hui is going to be finished. These people are too cruel. Ruthless. This time, Jiang Chen has offended both the Freedom Sect and the Sky Mountain School. However, He has the Nebula sect and the Moyin cult to back him up. He isn't afraid of them. It's a pity that a genius like Yan Hui will die in the Death Mountain. However, he can't blame anyone for this. Who asked him to provoke Jiang Chen first? Many people were sighing. Many of them were disciples of the Skyhill sect. When they saw that Yan Hui was going to be killed, all of their faces were filled with anger. But, even though they were angry, they didn't dare stand out, because they knew very well that standing out at this moment was meaningless. Even Yan Hui was going to die, how could they fight Jiang Chen? Until now, many of them had understood one thing. They were warning themselves that this Jiang Chen wasn't someone who could be provoked. Whoever provoked him wouldn't have a good ending. Although he was only a second-grade combat emperor, he could create miracles continuously. Even an 8th-grade combat emperor was killed by him. Yan Hui was finished. Jiang Chen strolled towards Yan Hui and said in an indifferent tone, "Yan Hui, I don't have any enmity with the Sky Mountain School. I have saved your disciples before. I don't know why you want to team up with Li Long to deal with me, but since you have chosen to do so, you will have to pay the price for your decision. Jiang Chen, you will die miserably. The Sky Mountain School and Xiaoyao Palace won't let you go." Yan Hui knew that he was going to die, but he didn't beg for mercy. Instead, he threatened Jiang Chen. Although he said so, he regretted it in his heart. Just like what Jiang Chen said, he didn't have any enmity with Jiang Chen. If he didn't team up with Li Long, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Even if he and Jiang Chen couldn't be friends, they wouldn't be enemies. However, it was too late now. Sometimes, one had to bear the consequences of his choice, even if the consequences were very serious. Do you think such a threat will work on me? I dared to offend Xiaoyao Palace. Do you think I will be afraid of the Sky Mountain School? Die now, and be a sensible person in your next life. Jiang Chen waved his arm and beheaded Yan Hui with the Heavenly Saint sword. He didn't like to be merciful to his enemies, and he didn't like to leave any chance for his enemies. Chapter 682. Li Long and Yan Hui were dead. All 5 8th-grade combat emperors had fallen. The disciples of Xiaoyao Palace and Skyhill School were on the verge of breaking down, but they didn't dare to say a word. They left the place quietly. The others did the same, shaking their heads and sighing. All the herbs in the herb garden had been picked clean. There was no point in staying any longer. It was better to go to other places to search for treasures. However, today's battle had completely established Jiang Chen's position in the younger generation of the mysterious domain. His name had spread far and wide, and there wasn't a single person who didn't know about him. He was a peerless madman who absolutely couldn't be offended. Those who went against him would certainly not have a good ending. It was imaginable that if the Skyhill School and Freedom Palace didn't get rid of Jiang Chen as soon as possible, Jiang Chen would sooner or later become a great threat to these two major powers. The disciples of Nebula sect and Moyin cult hadn't left. Compared to the other two sects, their faces were filled with excitement. It was exciting. The battle just now was too exciting. The two sects' chi had been unleashed, especially the disciples of Nebula sect. Each and every one of them looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. He was merely a second-grade combat emperor, but he had killed an 8th-grade combat emperor. No matter how he did it, he had done something that no one else could do. Many of the disciples of Nebula sect had a higher grade than Jiang Chen. Compared to Jiang Chen, they, who were geniuses, were just trash. Jiang Chen withdrew his chi and descended from the sky. He said to the disciples of Nebula sect, "You all continue to search for treasures. If anyone comes to find trouble with you, don't hesitate. No matter who they are, just kill them." "Yes, Brother Jiang." All the core disciples shouted out at the same time. Although Jiang Chen was still an inner circle disciple, in this world where strength was everything, even the core disciples had to address Jiang Qin as their senior disciple. With such an amazing senior disciple, they all felt like they had become much more superior than before. Damn it, let's see who dares to cause trouble in the future. Senior brother Jiang said to kill them directly. The people of Nebula sect also left one after another. Han Yan casually said a few words to the Moyin cult disciples and the Moyin cult disciples also left. Only Jiang Qin and his gang stayed behind. Jiang Qin approached Mose and clasped his fists. Thank you for your help today, Brother Mo. Brother Jiang is too polite. Since Brother Jiang is the young master's friend, you are naturally my friend as well. Furthermore, I, Mo Sang, am very happy to be friends with a genius like Brother Jiang. Mose said with a smile. The people of the devil cult did not like to be bashful. Most of them were straightforward and decisive in killing. Jiang Chen liked this kind of people, except for those who were too deeply involved in the devil cult and were extremely vicious. Jiang Chen preferred to make friends with the people of the devil cult. Ah Nan, take out the elixir and divide it among everyone. Jiang Chen looked at Nan Gong Wendian. Alright, I'll give it all to you, I don't need it. Nan Gong Wendian was extremely forthright, he took out all the spirit herbs he had. Looking at these ancient spirit herbs, everyone's eyes shone brightly. Only Nan Gong Wendian wasn't interested at all. This fellow's entire body was filled with medicinal herbs, he would never be interested in spirit herbs in this lifetime. Furthermore, even if he continued to eat spirit herbs, it wouldn't have any effect. Damn, these are all rare treasures, too extravagant. Mose couldn't help but say. Brother Mo, you can take whatever elixir you like. Jiang Qin smiled. He had a very good impression of Mose. Furthermore, if it wasn't for Mose's help, he would have to use the broken pot to kill Yan Hui. That would be too wasteful, and he would have to reveal all his trump cards. Now, everyone thought that he could only use the broken pot once, and the next time someone came looking for trouble, they would underestimate their enemy. This? I don't think it's a good idea. Mose was startled. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to be so straightforward. Such rare and precious elixirs, if they were to be placed outside, they would be priceless existences. They might even be priceless, but now, Jiang Qin was asking him to take whatever he wanted. This was simply too exciting. Mose, if you don't take it, we'll divide it all, said Han Yan with a smile. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards one of the blood lotuses. I'll take it, it would be a waste not to take it. Mose didn't try to be polite. This was such a great opportunity, if he didn't get anything in the end because he was being polite, he would slap himself in the face. Very quickly, the elixirs that were piled up like a mountain were all divided by the few of them. The Huang dog took the most, but he had already eaten too many elixirs. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to digest all of them. He would only eat these elixirs after he had consumed all his elixirs. At that time, his cultivation base would rise to another level. Little Chenzi, Ah Yen, you haven't told me what this place is. You seem to be doing very well now, especially Ah Yen, he has become a young master. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Nan Gong Wendian couldn't hold it in any longer. He had too many questions in his heart. He knew nothing about the divine continent. After he came out from the spatial crack, he went straight to the herb garden. He had only seen the sun today. Not to mention the divine continent, he didn't even know where the herb garden he was in was. Ha! Jiang Qin, Han Yan and De Huang Dog laughed. They were speechless when they thought about what happened to Nan Gong Wendian. They had to admit that Nan Gong Wendian had the greatest encounter in his life. Otherwise, his cultivation base wouldn't have reached such a terrifying level. Jiang Qin cultivated the dragon transformation art, Han Yan had the bloodline of Gu Tianma, De Huang Dog had the bloodline of the dragon horse, Yan Qinyu had the 9 yin meridians, Wu Ningzhu had inherited the bloodline of her mother. Compared to this group of people, Nangong Wentian had the least advantage, but he had reached the 7th grade combat emperor. It was all because of this herb garden. His current body was like a treasure, it wasn't inferior to any bloodline. After that, Jiang Chen and Han Yan told Nangong Wentian about what they had experienced in the Divine Continent, as well as the current situation of the Nebula sect and the Moine cult. When he thought about how he wasn't involved in those soul-stirring events, Nangong Wentian was so angry that he wanted to knock his head on the ground. He felt that he had lived his life in vain. Ah, Nan, you are actually very lucky. The place you are in is called the Death Mountain. It is the forbidden land of Xuanyu, one of the 8 forbidden lands of the Divine Continent. It only opens once every 30 years. Today is the time limit of 30 years, that's why we are able to enter this place. Think about it, it's fortunate that the time limit of 30 years is almost here. Otherwise, I don't know how long you would have been trapped here. Han Yan said. Hearing this, Nangong Wentian's face was covered with cold sweat. If he had to stay in this herb garden for 30 years, he would definitely go crazy. Both of you are doing very well now. One is the young master of the Moine cult, and the other is doing very well in the Nebula sect. Wait until I get out of this place, I want to show off and do something big. Nangong Wentian said solemnly. Alright, the herb garden here has already been cleaned up. However, this Death Mountain is extremely huge and has a lot of spatial zones. This is a rare opportunity for each of us, so we have to grasp it well. If we really get the opportunity, we'll leave this Death Mountain a month later. At that time, some of you will experience earth-shattering changes. I hope that all of you will be able to undergo a huge transformation. Therefore, we'll part ways here and each of you will go look for your own opportunities. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and said, opportunities usually represent one's luck. If we stay together, it will represent one's luck and one's opportunity. If you are separated, you will have to rely on your own luck to find your own opportunities. All of you have your own luck. If you stay by my side, you will be affected by my luck. Plus, we won't be able to go to many places even if we are separated. Many people nodded in agreement to Jiang Chen's suggestion. Everyone here was a genius, and each of them was able to take charge of an area. Geniuses like Tyrant and Zwillinger were blessed with luck. If they went to look for their own luck, they might find their own opportunity. But if they followed Jiang Chen's luck would be too strong, and it would overshadow everyone else's luck. Little Chenzi is right. This place opens once every 30 years. There are a lot of opportunities here. We should go and find our own opportunities. Han Yan said. Soon after, everyone didn't delay any longer. They went in different directions, leaving only Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog behind. There was no day and night in this place, so they didn't know what time it was. However, it should have been a day since they'd entered the Death Mountain. There were still people coming in and out of the spatial zone, but they left after they didn't see any treasures. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog came to the herb garden again. They looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Can you sense the location of the Pure Land? Jiang Chen asked. De Huang Dog's innate sensing ability was even more powerful than him, the greatest saint in the world. Don't worry. Follow me. De Huang Dog said. With a swoosh, he disappeared and went underground. Jiang Chen followed closely behind him. They were both proficient in the earth escaping technique. Traveling underground wasn't a problem at all. A man and a dog continued to swim downwards. In the blink of an eye, they had already gone more than 10 feet deep. At this place, the surrounding soil had already become incomparably hard. It looked like gold. Even a little bit of soil was emitting oppressing spiritual energy. It must be the pure land below. The soil here is almost like a spirit. It's filled with pure yuan qi. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The deeper they went, the more soil essence there was. There must be a pure land below. Jiang Chen didn't doubt that as long as he absorbed the essence of the soil, it would greatly affect his earth dragon seal. We have to go deeper. The pure land is at the bottom. De Huang Dog smiled. He had always been interested in searching for treasures. Chapter 683. The deeper they went, the harder the soil was to move. The soil here had been affected by the pure land for many years, so it was no longer ordinary soil. It was as hard as diamond. Moreover, the earth qi was very dense. Otherwise, the spiritual herbs in the herb garden wouldn't have grown so thick. Even the dragon ginseng had turned into a spirit, and there wouldn't be such a beautiful space in the Death Mountain that was filled with earth qi. Although the soil was very hard, it didn't affect Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog at all. One man and one dog moved at an extremely fast speed. In a very short period of time, they had already penetrated 100 zhang underground. This was already very deep, almost reaching the deepest part of the earth. The soil had become indestructible. Golden light could be seen everywhere below. It was like a strange world. It seems like this pure land is really a rare treasure. Even though it is so deep underground, it can still affect the soil above. However, this depth is too deep. We're going to reach the netherworld soon. De Huang Dog couldn't help but say. The netherworld is an independent world. It's impossible to drill into it directly. The pure land is just below us. Jiang Chen said. He and De Huang Dog were like two golden light drills, drilling into the hard soil. Very quickly, they descended another 100 zhang. There was an independent space in front of them on the left. This space only had a circumference of 1 zhang. There wasn't a single bit of soil inside. It was completely hollow. In this small space, the golden light had condensed into a substance, interweaving into a dense spider web. The terrifying earth qi made it difficult for people to breathe. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's gazes fell upon that space at the same time. They saw a golden solid floating in the middle of the small space. That solid was only the size of a fist. It was emitting golden light and was rotating automatically. It was extremely mystical. Pure land. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exclaimed at the same time. De Huang Dog said excitedly, so this is the legendary Pure Land. It's really not an ordinary item. This is a supreme treasure, a true sacred item in the world. It's too rare. The Earth's spiritual energy released by such a small piece of pure land is actually able to cause such a huge change in the entire space and create so many spirit herbs. How extraordinary! Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. De Huang Dog licked his lips, looking as though he was itching to devour this pure land. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly pulled De Huang Dog's tail. Why are you pulling me? This Lord Dog knows that this thing is more useful to you than to me. I'm not going to eat it. You can take it and refine it. De Huang Dog glared at Jiang Chen, but his mouth was still drooling. This touched Jiang Chen's heart. All along, most of the treasures found by De Huang Dog had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. Earth is the origin of the 5 elements, and also the foundation of a cultivator. Earth is the foundation of the 5 elements, it is also the foundation of a cultivator. This pure land is the spirit of heaven and earth. Anyone who obtains this pure land will obtain endless benefits. If I refine this pure land, my earth dragon seal will reach grand completion. Among the 5 elements, I have already obtained the spirit of fire, water, and earth. I am still missing the spirit of metal and wood. However, I only need half of the Pure Land to cultivate the Earth Dragon seal. We will each take half of this Pure Land. Let's start refining it in this small underground space. Jiang Qin said. The power of the Pure Land was very great. He did not need this much. Half of the Earth's spiritual energy contained in the Pure Land was enough for him to cultivate the Earth Dragon seal. The remaining half was just right for De Huang. It could be said that the Pure Land today was all thanks to De Huang Dog. If it was not for De Huang Dog's terrifying perception towards treasures, he would not have been able to find this Pure Land. Swoosh! Hearing this, both of De Huang Dog's ears stood up. He turned into a golden light and ran into the underground space. He opened his mouth and bit off half of the Pure Land, then swallowed it into his stomach. Seeing this, Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. This damn dog was not polite at all. However, he admired De Huang Dog's teeth even more. The Pure Land was extremely hard, at least 10 times harder than ordinary demon beasts. However, De Huang Dog still bit it off in one bite. After De Huang Dog ate the Pure Land, he immediately moved to the side to refine it. The power of the Pure Land was too great. He had to refine it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the terrifying energy contained in it would be enough to make his body explode. Jiang Qin smiled. The stronger De Huang Dog was, the better it would be for him. Now that there were so many enemies, the most important thing was to improve his cultivation. De Huang Dog possessed the Dragon Horse bloodline, which gave him a profound foundation. His cultivation would be extremely terrifying when he improved. It was conceivable that this half of the Pure Land was enough for De Huang Dog's cultivation to reach the 5th grade Demon Emperor realm. Jiang Qin took a step forward and arrived at the small underground space. He grabbed the remaining half of the Pure Land and suddenly felt that it weighed 1,000 pounds. Jiang Qin sat cross-legged and adjusted his condition to the best. The Pure Land was controlled between his palms and he started to refine it bit by bit. His current cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd grade Combat Emperor. After refining this Pure Land, he would at least reach the peak of the 3rd grade Combat Emperor. With the help of the Earth Dragon Seal's transformation, Jiang Qin was confident that he could advance to the 4th grade Combat Emperor. Xuanyu, Xiaoyao Palace. The huge mountain gate of Xiaoyao Palace wasn't inferior to the Nebula sect in terms of qi or scale. At the center of Xiaoyao Palace, there was a golden pagoda that reached the clouds. This golden pagoda was the most important place in Xiaoyao Palace. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter it. The top of the golden pagoda was the most important place among all the important places. There was a palace at the top of the pagoda that formed a spatial zone. In the entire Xiaoyao Palace, there was only one person who had the right to enter. That person was Freedom King. Even those honorable supreme elders and minor saint experts in Xiaoyao Palace weren't qualified to enter this place. However, at this moment, there was a young man squatting in the palace. He was wearing a long golden robe. His face was resolute and his eyebrows were filled with a domineering aura. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His body was filled with a strong emperor's qi. He was like an emperor who walked in the world, making people respect and fear him at the same time. Above the young man's head, there was a ball of white mist. It was like the immortal qi lingering around him. It was a substantial qi of fate. He was the favored child of the heavens. Every move he made was filled with immortal light. If Jiang Qin was here, he would be able to recognize that these people were from the northern and southern dynasties. At this moment, beside the northern and southern dynasties, there was an incomparably majestic white tiger squatting. The white tiger's body was almost comparable to the De Huang dog. The white tiger's body didn't have a single strand of hair. It was all white, but it was emitting a faint golden light. On the white tiger's forehead, there was a majestic king character that was very eye-catching. Its eyes were devoid of any emotion. It raised its head, showing an incomparable arrogance. It was the arrogance that came from its bones. This was the divine beast White Tiger. The divine beast that only existed in the legends had actually appeared. It squatted beside the northern and southern dynasties, looking very docile. It didn't have any ferocious look on its face. The one who defeated Nebula Kid was this White Tiger, a third-grade minor demon saint. However, the northern and southern dynasties in front of them weren't the first-grade combat emperors that Nebula Kid had mentioned. They were terrifying 6th-grade combat emperors, and they were at the peak of the 6th grade. The northern and southern dynasties were sitting cross-legged on a golden futon in the center of the main hall with their eyes closed. Their chi was rising all the time. Above the main hall, there was a floating golden throne. The throne was very spacious and carried a majestic chi. A light flashed and a man appeared on the throne. He was wearing a purple battle robe and looked to be in his 40s. His body was filled with Saint's chi and he was high and mighty. He was none other than Freedom King. Humph! Preposterous! A little kid actually dares to be disrespectful to this seat. Freedom King looked incomparably angry. He slapped on the armrest of the throne, causing the throne to produce a caw-caw sound. Who is it that has made the master so angry? The northern and southern dynasties slowly opened his eyes. His back was facing Freedom King and he spoke indifferently. His tone didn't show any respect to Freedom King. In the entire Xiaoyao palace, there wasn't anyone who dared to speak to Freedom King with his back facing him. However, Freedom King wasn't angry. The Nebula sect has a rare genius that can't be seen in 10,000 years. He can trigger the heavenly tribulation and kill 2 of my elders. He also dared to speak rudely to me. He's courting death. Although the Xiaoyao palace was infuriated, he had to admit that Jiang Qin was a genius. He even felt that if this person wasn't eliminated as soon as possible, he would become a great threat to Xiaoyao Palace, even if Jiang Qin was only a 2nd-grade combat emperor. What? He can trigger the heavenly tribulation. Xuanyu actually has such a person. I would like to meet him. The northern and southern dynasties were slightly moved. He slowly stood up and turned around to look at Freedom King. Of course, although this person can trigger the heavenly tribulation, there is still a huge gap between him and young Master Nan. Young Master Nan has the true immortal soul physique and inherited the will of the immortals. How can a mere mortal like Jiang Qin be compared to him? Freedom King said with a smile. He was very clear about Nanbei Chao's identity. Nanbei Chao had the body of an immortal soul. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to show any neglect. Even the divine beast White Tiger was following him. Such a character would sooner or later become the monarch of the world. What? Did you say that person's name is Jiang Qin? The northern and southern dynasties exclaimed. This time, it wasn't as simple as being moved. When the name Jiang Qin was mentioned, his eyes were filled with deep hatred and murderous intent. This name was the biggest scar in his life. The white-clothed figure was the existence that he wanted to eliminate even in his dreams. Jiang Qin was the shame of his life that couldn't be washed away. Why? Young Master Nan knows that Jiang Qin. Freedom King was stunned. Looking at the looks of the northern and southern dynasties, they had actually heard of Jiang Qin. I have some relationship with this person. I didn't expect that he would also be in the Xian region. Very good, truly very good. Seems like I won't be too lonely in the Xian region. This time, I'll let him know that I'm the true son of heaven. I have the body of an emperor, and I can't be violated. The northern and southern dynasties exuded a strong murderous intent. He didn't need to guess that the Jiang Qin of Xuanyu must be the Jiang Qin of the eastern continent. In this world, there wouldn't be a second person who had the ability to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Prepare well for October. 3 updates every day. Also, the main website's red envelope is online. Reward 100 red envelopes and 1 update. Work hard to update in October. Look, brothers. Chapter 684. The golden robes of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered. Their eyes were like 2 blazing suns that were filled with raging flames. I'm going to the Death Mountain to meet my old friend. Young Master North and South, don't be impulsive. There are many people named Jiang Qin in this world. It might not be just one person. Xiaoyao King didn't expect that the northern and southern dynasties would be so excited after hearing the name Jiang Qin. He had known the northern and southern dynasties for a long time. They had always been an extremely calm person. They were the kind of people who wouldn't change their expressions even if the mountain collapsed in front of them. Even in front of him, they had never shown any abnormal expression. But today, because of the name Jiang Qin, they had such a huge reaction. It seemed that the northern and southern dynasties must have suffered losses in the hands of Jiang Qin. It must be him. The northern and southern dynasties said with certainty. Sometimes, it wasn't necessarily a friend who understood a person the most, but an opponent. Just like when Jiang Qin knew that the northern and southern dynasties were in Xuanyu, he could guess the purpose of the northern and southern dynasties and knew that Xuanyu would be in chaos. The northern and southern dynasties also knew that with Jiang Qin around, their hegemony would definitely be hindered. If there was one person in this world who could stop their path to becoming an emperor, it must be Jiang Qin. However, it was because of their existence that they had more passion for each other. The road of cultivation wouldn't be too lonely. As the saying goes, heroes cherish heroes, even if they were mortal enemies. However, the passage to the Death Mountain has been closed. I'm afraid that young Master North and South can't enter. Xiaoyao King frowned. If the northern and southern dynasties wanted to enter the Death Mountain, they must go alone. They couldn't bring the White Tiger with them. The White Tiger was a powerful minor demon saint. If he were to enter the Death Mountain, it would cause an unimaginable disaster to the people inside. It's okay. I have the body of an immortal. I carry the will of an immortal. I can go anywhere. I have my own way to enter. As the northern and southern dynasties spoke, their bodies flashed and completely disappeared. They went to the Death Mountain alone and left the White Tiger in the Xiaoyao Palace. Seeing that the northern and southern dynasties had left, the White Tiger took a look at the void and continued to lie there, pretending to be asleep. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at the Freedom King. The White Tiger was a very proud race. He would not take anyone seriously, except for the northern and southern dynasties that he approved of. In the narrow underground space of the Death Mountain, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were still in closed-door cultivation. The surface of their bodies was covered with golden light, which looked very mystical. Their aura was constantly changing. The power of the Pure Land was too strong. Earth was the foundation of the 5 elements. After Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog refined the Pure Land, not only could they improve their cultivation, but they could also consolidate their foundation. The benefits were great. There were still people appearing in the space. All of them were shocked by such a space filled with spiritual qi. Unfortunately, they searched the entire space and didn't find any good treasures. There was only an empty herb garden, and the air was filled with the smell of battle and blood. There must have been a great battle here. Look at that herb garden. It must be full of spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, we were late and they were all robbed. What a pity. The spiritual herbs here must be very precious. Our luck is too bad. The people who appeared left after circling around the place. They didn't find anything unusual. As for the great battle that happened before, they naturally didn't know what happened. The corpses of Li Long and the others had been taken away by the disciples of the two great sections. Caw! Caw! Two clear and melodious sounds came out from Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's body at the same time. It was the sound of advancement. At this moment, Jiang Qin had successfully condensed 1,000 dragon marks, advancing to the 3rd grade combat emperor, while De Huang Dog had advanced to the 4th grade demon emperor. Both of them had advanced a grade, but their chi didn't stop because of this. They didn't wake up either. The benefits that the Pure Land could bring them were far more than that. De Huang Dog's dragon horse bloodline was getting more and more vigorous. His speed of refining the treasures had reached its peak. Judging from his current situation, he would be able to refine the Pure Land completely in another 2 hours. At that time, he wouldn't have any problem breaking through to the 5th grade demon emperor. When Jiang Qin was refining the Pure Land, the Earth Dragon Seal and the 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal was circulating automatically. An enormous amount of Earth Chi passed through Jiang Qin's 7 meridians and 8 meridians, and finally converged in his Chi Sea. New dragon marks were continuously forming. 100, 200, 300, 1,000, an hour later, Jiang Qin had finally refined the Pure Land completely. The Earth Dragon Seal was completed. Under the impact of the Earth Dragon Seal, the dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body had reached 46,000. With 46,000 dragon marks, Jiang Qin's cultivation had successfully advanced to the 4th grade combat emperor. This time, he had advanced 2 grades, from the 2nd grade combat emperor to the 4th grade combat emperor. The increase in his strength was unimaginable. Wing the chi waves that rushed out from Jiang Qin's body had caused the soil below to crumble. The movement from below had caused the whole area above to shake. The earth was shaking, as if a great earthquake was going to happen. Hong Long. Suddenly, another rumbling sound was heard. Cracks appeared on the ground. De Huang Dog had awakened. He had successfully advanced to the 5th grade demon emperor. His originally huge and majestic body had doubled in size. His whole body was covered with golden fur without any impurities. The dragon horn on top of his head had also grown longer. Electric sparks were flickering on it. The chi of a divine beast was incomparably dense. Behind De Huang Dog, there was an extremely mystical shadow of a dragon horse flickering constantly. The shadow of the dragon horse was golden in color. There were 2 dragon horns on its head. If one took a closer look, there was a bulge in the middle of the dragon horse's forehead. It was the 3rd horn. If the ancestors of the dragon horse race were to see this, they would definitely jump up in excitement. A dragon horse with a 3rd horn was a rare breed that only appeared once every 10,000 years. It was the king of the dragon horses. However, the moment De Huang Dog opened his eyes, the shadow of the dragon horse disappeared. De Huang Dog still looked like a dog. There wasn't any difference from before. The only difference was that his cultivation had increased. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin and saw an incomparably majestic earth dragon hovering around Jiang Qin's body. The body of the earth dragon was constantly enlarging. An incomparably terrifying aura was overflowing from it. The moment the earth dragon appeared, Jiang Qin seemed to have become the king of the underground world. All the earth's spiritual chi was gushing towards him. However, the truly terrifying thing was the destructive power that came from the body of the earth dragon. It was a combat skill that was born for combat. Its destructive power was extremely terrifying. For God's sake, this guy is going to go crazy. With a sway of his body, De Huang Dog hurriedly escaped from the space and flew towards the ground. He could already see that Jiang Qin was subconsciously operating the Earth Dragon seal that had just been completed. When the Earth Dragon was completely condensed, the entire herb garden would be completely destroyed. De Huang Dog didn't want to be a fish in a pond. Leaving this place immediately was the right thing to do. Swoosh! The Huang dog drilled out from the ground. The moment he came out, an earth-shattering roar came from the ground. After that, the soil of the herb garden was directly lifted up. An earth dragon that was dozens of feet long drilled out from the ground. After circling in the sky for a while, it suddenly exploded. The indescribable destructive energy completely destroyed the entire herb garden. Smoke was rustling and flames were surging. After that, a white-clothed silhouette flew out from the ground. His eyes were glowing and his black hair was fluttering in the wind. He was like a peerless king, looking down on all living beings. Just by standing there, he emitted a strong aura of a ruler. He was like a natural king, and the destiny above his head formed a whirlpool that was hundreds of meters wide. Around his body, blood-colored dragon shadows danced. His hands were covered in dragon scales, and they shone with a bright light. This guy is getting more and more terrifying. His cultivation method is too abnormal. The Huang dog couldn't help but sigh. After advancing to the 4th grade combat emperor, Jiang Chen's combat strength had increased tremendously. The Earth Dragon Seal had reached the grand completion stage. With his current combat strength, he could directly kill a 7th grade combat emperor. He could even fight an 8th grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's advancement had created a huge commotion. Fortunately, there weren't any other cultivators here. Otherwise, it would have caused a huge commotion. This spatial zone was like a springboard. Most of the cultivators who came here had already left. It was very quiet now. In the entire spatial zone, there were only 2 people, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. "Kid, how do you feel?" De Huang Dog approached Jiang Chen and asked. "I can't feel any better. I think I can kill a 7th grade combat emperor with a single punch. I can also fight an 8th grade combat emperor." There was a smile on Jiang Chen's face. He felt pretty good about his current condition. It's a pity that after my epiphany was interrupted, I couldn't find it again. However, I have a feeling that as long as I cultivate all of the 5 elements combat dragon seals to mastery, the dragon transformation skill will transform again, bringing me endless benefits and surprises. Regarding that enlightenment, Jiang Chen still felt that it was a pity, but following the transformation of the Earth Dragon Seal, Jiang Chen had a feeling that as long as he completed the transformation of the Golden Dragon Seal and the Wood Dragon Seal, the Dragon Transformation Art would undergo a new transformation and Jiang Chen would obtain the power of the Dragon Transformation Art. However, it was an extremely difficult task to complete the 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. The 5 elemental spirits were too rare. Jiang Chen was already very lucky to find the pure land and the pure water. Now, he was still lacking the metal and wood dragon seals. However, he couldn't force himself to obtain these treasures. Everything still depended on his luck. "Let's go. This place is already ruined. After we take the Pure Land, this place will soon be like the other spatial zones in the Death Mountain, completely ruined. We will go to other places and continue to search for treasures." "You are just a defeated opponent. How dare you boast so shamelessly? If I were you, I would hide in a remote corner and not come out, to avoid embarrassing myself." The Huang Dog never spoke politely, especially to his enemies. "Humph. It is a miracle that your dog hasn't been stewed by someone yet." The northern and southern dynasties let out a cold humph. He had a deep impression of Jiang Chen and this dog. He wasn't in a hurry to attack, but continued to look at Jiang Chen, like an old friend who wanted to talk about the past. "Jiang Chen, I knew that with your ability, you would come to the Divine Continent, but you came earlier than I expected. I initially planned to make you kneel in front of me like a slave and repent after I have conquered the entire Divine Continent and received the respect of all living beings. I didn't expect you to appear in front of me so soon." The words of the northern and southern dynasties were extremely arrogant. Conquering the entire divine continent and receiving the respect of all living beings. Perhaps only the northern and southern dynasties dared to say such words. Even the greatest saint, Jiang Qin, didn't dare to say such words. The northern and southern dynasties cultivated the emperor's heaven skill and walked the path of an emperor. He was a naturally arrogant person. You have surrendered to Xiaoyao Palace. Jiang Qin didn't pay attention to the arrogant words of the northern and southern dynasties, but frowned. Just now, the northern and southern dynasties mentioned King Xiaoyao, which showed that the northern and southern dynasties had joined hands with Xiaoyao Palace. If he guessed right, the northern and southern dynasties must want to use Xiaoyao Palace to rule the whole Xuanyu and achieve their goal of conquering the whole divine continent. This situation was just like when the northern and southern dynasties attached themselves to the Fengtian Pavilion and wanted to rule Qizhou. Of course, the vast Xuanyu was not comparable to a small Qizhou. But Jiang Qin knew that the ambition of the northern and southern dynasties was definitely not just limited to Xuanyu. Now, the northern and southern dynasties had their own general trend. Just as they said, their goal was to dominate the whole divine continent. The northern and southern dynasties had the bodies of immortals, and now even the white tiger was willing to follow them. Jiang Qin felt that the northern and southern dynasties could have such rapid progress probably because they had encountered some great opportunities. Surrender. It's ruling. King Xiaoyao can only have a great future if he attaches himself to me. Xuanyu will be mine sooner or later. This time, you are no longer qualified to stop me. The northern and southern dynasties said. Back in Qi province, if it wasn't for the existence of Jiang Qin, they would have completely dominated the whole Qi province. Back in Qi province, Jiang Qin had beaten the northern and southern dynasties until they only had half of their bodies left. If it was any other ordinary person, that person's cultivation base would be crippled even if he didn't die. However, not only were the northern and southern dynasties fine, they had also reached a terrifying level in such a short period of time. All right. De Huang Dog agreed. He knew that Jiang Qin had a backup plan. Today, when he encountered the northern and southern dynasties again, it was destined to be a battle of life and death. Previously in Qi province, he had already witnessed the ability of the northern and southern dynasties to escape. If he wanted to kill Jiang Qin today, he would have to be fully prepared. Roar! The skull transformed from the cold flame of the netherworld was like the king of the netherworld. It let out a terrifying roar and opened its horrifying mouth, pouncing towards Jiang Qin. Water Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin wasn't afraid at all. He suddenly shouted, and a huge water dragon shot out from his body. The water dragon was dozens of feet long, and its aura wasn't any weaker than the cold flame of the netherworld. The water dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. The moment the water dragon appeared, an extremely cold aura overflowed, causing the temperature of the entire battlefield to suddenly drop. The cold flame of the netherworld, which was originally arrogant and domineering, actually stopped charging forward after sensing the terrifying aura overflowing from the water dragon. The huge skull clearly showed a trace of fear, as if it had met its natural enemy. Roar! The water dragon didn't care about that. Its huge body directly rushed towards the cold flame of the netherworld. Boom! The two extreme attacks collided with each other. The void was annihilated once again. Under the impact of the pure water of heaven and earth, even the terrifying cold flame of the netherworld was directly extinguished. Not only that, after the cold flame of the netherworld was extinguished, the water dragon condensed again and rushed towards the northern and southern dynasties. What? The northern and southern dynasties exclaimed. Their expressions finally changed. No one knew the terror of the cold flame of the netherworld better than them. This flame was enough to burn an 8th-grade combat emperor into ashes, but they didn't expect that it would be extinguished by Jiang Qin so easily. They could feel the bone-chilling coldness from the water dragon. That kind of coldness was like the coldest existence in the heavens and earth. It could even freeze a person's soul. However, the coldness alone wasn't enough to make the northern and southern dynasties retreat. Just as the water dragon was about to reach the northern and southern dynasties, the northern and southern dynasties waved their hands to summon a scorching sun, colliding with the water dragon and destroying it. What kind of water is this? Golden rays of light shot out from it, carrying a faint saint's might. Mysterious 9 solar finger. Jiang Qin roared. He suddenly struck out with the mysterious 9 solar finger. This was not just a simple finger. This finger carried the power of the Saint Bone. The power of the mysterious 9 solar finger was limitlessly stimulated. Rumble, the sky was shattered once again. 9 giant golden fingers that were like pillars supporting the sky rushed out. Each of the giant fingers seemed to be real, and they were covered with rare patterns. Then, the 9 suns fused into one, and the 9 giant fingers fused into one giant finger in the blink of an eye. The size of the giant finger did not change, but the aura contained within it increased several times. This was the power of the Saint Bone. It was unstoppable. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the mysterious 9 solar finger and the Emperor Fist collided. Hong! The entire world was engulfed in a thunderous roar. Everyone's ears went deaf and many people's faces turned incomparably pale. The two of them were fighting high up in the sky. If they were fighting on the ground, none of them would be able to survive. They would all be dragged into the battlefield and become cannon fodder. This was also the reason why combat emperors fought in the sky. They had to open up a new battlefield. Combat emperors were too powerful. The destructive power they could create wasn't something that ordinary people could imagine or bear. Quick, retreat, stay away from the battlefield. Someone exclaimed. Both of them had unleashed their ultimate attack. It was too terrifying. Even an ordinary 8th-grade combat emperor wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. Whether it was the 9 solar finger that was triggered by the Saint Bone or Nanbei Chao's Monarch Fist, both of them were combat skills of the purest yang, representing the pinnacle of firmness and ferocity. When these two attacks collided, it represented destruction. Deng deng deng, the northern and southern dynasties suffered a great impact. They took 3 steps back before they could stabilize their bodies. Jiang Qin's body shook. The power of the Saint Bone was too great. After colliding with the Emperor Fist, the Saint Bone gained the upper hand. The northern and southern dynasties couldn't believe this reality. Their eyes were about to bleed. They couldn't accept this scene no matter what. It was as if the scene of the past had replayed itself. Was he going to be defeated by Jiang Qin again? His cultivation grade was 2 grades higher than his opponent's. No, it was absolutely impossible. He wouldn't be defeated again. There was no reason for him to be defeated by Jiang Qin. The northern and southern dynasties weren't willing to accept the fact that they were in a disadvantageous position. Jiang Qin was also shocked. The techniques of the northern and southern dynasties were getting stronger and stronger. With his current 4th-grade combat emperor cultivation, it was impossible for him to kill the northern and southern dynasties with his own combat strength. Northern and southern dynasties, you will stay here today. Jiang Qin said coldly. He knew that although the Saint Bone could suppress the northern and southern dynasties, it couldn't kill them. He took out the broken pot again. This broken pot could kill anyone below the minor saint realm. He still had 2 chances to use it. If he could use it to kill the northern and southern dynasties, it would be worth it even if he had to use it twice. It's that broken pot. My God, could it be that the broken pot can still be used? It's over. That golden-haired youth is finished. Once the broken pot is taken out, it will shake the heaven and earth. The golden-haired youth will die for sure. The moment Jiang Qin took out the broken pot, many people's facial expression changed. As the people who had witnessed the power of the broken pot, no one knew better than them how scary it was. Li Long, who was a peak 8th grade combat emperor, didn't have the slightest ability to resist the broken pot. He was instantly killed. The northern and southern dynasties were infuriated. Both of their eyes were about to shoot out fire. They had spent a lot of effort to condense the immortal armor to this state. They didn't expect that Jiang Chen's broken pot would be so terrifying that it could destroy their armor. This was a great loss. What? This bastard isn't dead yet. What kind of armor is that? Its defense is so strong. The expression of De Huang Dog, who was initially excited, changed. He didn't expect the northern and southern dynasties to be so difficult to deal with. Not even the broken pot could kill him. Jiang Chen, I will personally kill you sooner or later. Just you wait and see Xuanyu tremble beneath my feet. Let's see how you plan on stopping me then. The northern and southern dynasties said ruthlessly before turning to leave. He had come here today to kill Jiang Qin. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen's terror had exceeded his imagination. Given the current situation, it was already impossible for him to kill Jiang Qin. Since that was the case, he would leave first and fight it out in the future. Northern and southern dynasties, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape today. A ruthless glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He raised the broken pot once again and aimed it at the northern and southern dynasties. However, the northern and southern dynasties ignored him and directly left. However, when the northern and southern dynasties came into contact with the grand formation laid out by De Huang Dog, the immortal armor on his body suddenly flashed with a brilliant light, forcibly tearing a hole in the formation. In the next instant, the northern and southern dynasties had already disappeared. The northern and southern dynasties left very decisively, not even giving Jiang Qin a second chance to use the broken pot. What? De Huang Dog's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Seeing the formation he laid out was actually broken by the northern and southern dynasties so easily, De Huang Dog was extremely angry. This was the first time something like this had happened. Damn it, he actually broke Lord Dog's formation so easily. What method did this brat use? De Huang Dog flew into a rage. Big Yellow, it's not that your formation is weak, it's not broken at all. After Nanbei Chao left, your formation is still intact. It's because of the immortal armor on his body. That man has the body of an immortal soul, which allows him to use a higher power that is beyond this world. With the help of the immortal armor, he was able to pass through your formation. Unfortunately, he managed to escape today. Jiang Chen also sighed. He had seen the methods and strength of the northern and southern dynasties. With such people existing in Xuanyu, chaos would descend sooner or later, and it wouldn't be long before that happened. This bastard, his ability to escape isn't bad. De Huang Dog bared his teeth. He managed to escape this time, but it doesn't mean that he will be able to escape the next time. Our days in the future will be more interesting. De Huang, it seems like we still have to improve our grade as soon as possible. Jiang Chen smiled and kept the broken pot. The rapid growth of the northern and southern dynasties had given him a sense of pressure. Although he was already a 4th grade combat emperor, it was still far from enough for the entire Xuanyu. This battle had once again pushed Jiang Chen's reputation to a new peak. Many people had witnessed the battle with their own eyes, and their fear towards Jiang Chen had increased. For the next 7 days, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had been wandering in different spatial zones, looking for all kinds of treasures, but they were disappointed most of the time. The things that existed in these spatial zones had been destroyed, and nothing was left. Occasionally, a few dark souls would appear to block their way. During these 7 days, all the cultivators were approaching the deeper regions of the Death Mountain, hoping to find an opportunity. Although Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog didn't obtain any great benefits, they could use these 7 days to comprehend what they had learned and strengthen their foundation. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had obtained great benefits, and their progress was very fast, especially De Huang Dog. He had advanced a few grades. Even though he had the dragon horse bloodline, he still needed some time to digest the benefits. These 7 days were the perfect time for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog to digest the benefits that they had obtained. We have been in the Death Mountain for 8 days. This time, the Death Mountain will open for a month. There are still more than 20 days left. I wonder what other benefits we can obtain. De Huang Dog licked his lips. He was very excited about this forbidden area. De Huang, look, there are 2 forks in front of us. These 2 forks lead to different spatial zones. Choose one. Jiang Chen looked at the forks on the left and right and said with a smile. De Huang Dog took a step forward and saw that one of the 2 forks was very ordinary. It wasn't any different from the one they had passed before. On the other hand, the aura of dark souls would overflow from time to time, as if there was a dangerous existence inside. That was a dangerous aura that made people's soul tremble. That fork is very ordinary. It's definitely the same as the one we entered before. We won't get anything. The other one looks extremely dangerous. Of course, it's very possible that there's danger inside, but I feel that we can get some good things from it. De Huang Dog's eyes were very bright. His gaze was locked on that eerie passage. All right, I'll listen to you. Jiang Chen nodded. He and De Huang weren't afraid of danger. They always believed that danger and opportunity coexisted. Therefore, a man and a dog walked into the eerie passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When they reappeared, they had entered a new spatial zone. This spatial zone was much bigger than any of the spatial zones they had seen before. There were many pavilions and some huge ancient palaces that were dozens of feet tall. However, when they entered this spatial zone, they couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. All the palaces here were ruined. Many of them had collapsed and turned into ruins. Hafnium, the void was filled with the roars of dark souls. It was imaginable that the number of dark souls here was definitely not small. This place is like a land of death. It's so fucking uncomfortable. De Huang Dog couldn't help but shiver. Let's go and have a look at those palaces. Jiang Chen strode forward. Since they had entered, they had to find out what was going on. He and De Huang Dog weren't moving very fast. They were already moving very cautiously. As soon as they approached a building, 2 terrifying dark souls rushed out from the void. They stretched out their sharp claws that were covered with green fur and tried to grab Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog respectively. Humph! Jiang Chen snorted coldly. He waved his hand and a ball of flame shot out, burning the dark souls completely. De Huang Dog was even more ferocious. His hard dog head emitted a golden luster. His huge body was like an arrow that was shot out from a bow, directly colliding with the sharp claws. A cracking sound was heard. Not only did the indestructible sharp claws not leave any trace on De Huang Dog's head, but they were directly smashed by De Huang Dog's head. This collision forced the dark souls to reveal themselves. De Huang Dog pounced on them and smashed them into pieces again. Chapter 689. The dark souls in the Death Mountain were extremely terrifying. They were silent, they came and went without a trace. Their attacks were hidden in the dark, just like the assassins of the Dark Shadow. It was impossible to guard against them, but this kind of terror was only for ordinary cultivators. To abnormal beings like Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, they weren't much of a threat because they were much scarier than these creatures. Ji Hao, after the two dark souls were killed, more dark souls jumped out. These dark souls were incomparably powerful. Each of them had the strength to kill a combat emperor. They were intelligent, but they only knew how to kill. In other words, they were killing machines. As long as any living being appeared in their domain, they would kill them at all costs. Damn it! Why are there so many dark souls here? The Huang dog was a little depressed. The number of dark souls here was more than the total number of dark souls that they had encountered before. No matter how many there are, we have to eliminate them, or else they will keep pestering us. Jiang Chen's tone was cold. A flaming dragon was held in his hand, and he waved it at the dark souls that were charging at them. Huala Jiang Chen's flame was the nemesis of these dark souls. In addition to his 4th grade combat emperor, he could even kill a 7th grade combat emperor. These dark souls were no match for him. Basically, wherever the flame passed, all the dark souls were destroyed and turned into ashes. The flaming dragon waved again, another group of dark souls were incinerated. Seeing this, the Huang dog stood at a distance and stopped attacking. He kept murmuring, "What an abnormal guy. These dark souls are really unlucky to have met him." With Jiang Chen's flame, the Huang dog was too lazy to attack them. Before he could do anything, all the dark souls had been killed. It was better for him to stay here and save his energy. He could deal with other dangers later. Ji Hao, there were a lot of Yin spirits in all directions, and there seemed to be more than 100 of them. Jiang Chen was like a god of fire, rushing into the group of Yin spirits, burning a large number of ferocious Yin spirits to death. In a few breaths, the number of Yin spirits was directly reduced by half, and the remaining Yin spirits actually fled in all directions, not daring to come forward again. If Jiang Chen was just an ordinary cultivator, no matter how powerful he would not be able to make them retreat. What they were afraid of was not Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen's flames. Due to the nature of the Yin spirits, when they were dealing with Jiang Chen's flames, they felt as if they had met their natural enemy. Anything in the world would instinctively choose to flee when encountering their own world. Just like cats and mice, no matter how big a mouse was, when it saw a cat, it would feel fear in its heart. Fleeing was just an instinctive reaction. "Brat, you're really ruthless." The Huang dog wagged its tail and approached Jiang Chen. "If I'm not ruthless, they will dig out my heart and eat it." Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. He had no other choice but to kill these Yin spirits. The number of Yin spirits here is surprisingly high, and there are also many buildings. It seems that this should be the place where the disciples of that ancient super sect gather. "Come, let's go and have a look at the palace in front," said Jiang Chen. A man and a dog strode forward, heading towards the palace not far away. The palace looked dilapidated, and the walls were mottled with the traces of time. After the Yin spirits left, the place was dead silent. The air was filled with death qi. Walking in such a place, one's soul and nerves would involuntarily tense. Caw! As soon as Jiang Chen entered the inner part of the palace, a cracking sound was heard under his feet. A skeleton was crushed by Jiang Chen's foot. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog rushed out from the palace with a swoosh, heading towards the source of the fluctuation of the battle. At this moment, in the center of this spatial zone, in the center of a few ruined buildings, a gigantic creature was raging. It was a giant skeleton that was a few hundred meters tall. It was a huge monster. Just like those humans, it had become a dark soul after passing through time. Because this monster was only a skeleton, it was impossible to tell what kind of species it was. However, its scariness was terrifying. In between the monster's eyebrows, there was a golden object that was the size of a fist. It was emitting rays of light and ancient qi. Wah! In front of the monster, a man in blue clothes spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his head and looked at the monster that was closing in on him. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes. A large part of his chest had already caved in. He had suffered a serious injury. Motherfucker, why are there so many demon souls in this broken place? This monster is so scary. Even a 9th grade combat emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. This is so sad. I didn't expect that Gua Xiaofei, would die here. The blue-clothed man revealed a bitter smile. He wasn't someone else, he was Gua Xiaofei, the leader of the Nebula sect. He had entered this spatial zone by mistake when he was searching for treasures and had been besieged by the Dark Souls. However, he was strong and his combat strength was terrifying. He had killed many of the Dark Souls. He didn't expect to encounter a monstrous Dark Soul here. Its combat strength was terrifying to the extreme, especially the golden object in between the monster's eyebrows. He didn't know what it was, but it could provide the monster with an enormous amount of energy. Dong dong dong. Gua Xiaofei wasn't an exception. The blue-clothed man revealed a bitter smile. He wasn't a stranger, he was Gua Xiaofei, the leader of the Nebula sect. He had mistakenly entered the spatial zone when he was searching for treasures and had been besieged by the Dark Souls. However, he was strong and his combat strength was terrifying. He had killed many of the Dark Souls. He didn't expect to encounter a monstrous Dark Soul here. Its combat strength was terrifying to the extreme, especially the golden object in between its eyebrows. It was unknown what it was, but it could provide an enormous amount of energy to the monster. Come on. The monster took a step forward, leaving only its bones. Step by step, it approached Gua Xiaofei. Every step it took caused the ground to shake. Gua Xiaofei kept retreating. He knew that he wasn't a match for this monster. All his chi had been locked by the monster. He couldn't run away even if he wanted to. If there were no accidents, he would die here today. Come on. Gua Xiaofei raised the long sword in his hand. His murderous intent rippled out like ripples. Even if he was going to die, he would fight to the death. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. Roar! The monster let out another hoarse roar. It stretched out its sharp claws and clawed at Gua Xiaofei. This attack was fast and powerful. It reached Gua Xiaofei in a blink of an eye. This monster was different from the other Dark Souls. Due to the existence of the golden object in between its eyebrows, its attack carried light waves of energy. Layers of golden halos appeared, making the monster's attack even more terrifying. Gua Xiaofei was in despair. He was seriously injured. He couldn't even exert a third of his usual combat strength. He couldn't resist the monster's fatal attack. He would certainly die under this attack. Hung at this critical moment of life and death, a long dragon that was completely formed by flames suddenly descended from the sky. It was accompanied by crackling lightning, blocking the path between Gua Xiaofei and the monster. The sudden appearance of this flaming dragon carried an incomparably terrifying attack and destructive force. It caused the temperature of this spatial zone to rise. The monster actually retreated when it saw this flame. Hong. Chapter 690. The monster was roaring in pain and raging at the same time. If it was an ordinary Dark Soul, it would be burned to ashes immediately after being touched by the flame, but this monster didn't. Its bones seemed to be extremely hard. Jiang Chen's flame couldn't burn it in an instant. Moreover, a golden light rushed out from the golden object in between the monster's eyebrows, repelling Jiang Chen's flame. Gua Xiaofei was still in a state of shock. He was prepared to fight the monster to the death, but he didn't expect that a fire dragon would appear at the last moment to repel the monster and save him. Gua Xiaofei turned his head and saw two silhouettes appearing beside him like a stream of light. They were two familiar figures, a man and a dog. Guo Xiaofei's eyes were filled with surprise when he saw the newcomers. "Brother Jiang, it's you." Guo Xiaofei saw Jiang Qin as if he had seen his family member. He was really happy that Jiang Qin could appear at this time. "Senior brother Guo, you look like you're injured quite badly. Take this pill." Jiang Qin flipped his palm and threw a pill to Guo Xiaofei. This pill was obtained by him before. It was a holy healing pill which had great effects on Guo Xiaofei. Guo Xiaofei didn't hesitate. He took the pill and swallowed it without even looking at it. He dared to swallow the pill given by Jiang Qin. He believed that Jiang Qin wouldn't harm him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved him just now. After swallowing the pill, Guo Xiaofei carefully observed Jiang Qin's cultivation. His facial expression changed immediately. "Brother Jiang, it has only been a few days and you have already reached the 4th grade combat emperor. This is too scary." "Oh right, I heard that you have killed Li Long and Yan Hui. Is it true?" Guo Xiaofei's gaze towards Jiang Qin had completely changed. There were many complicated emotions in his eyes, but most of them were disbelief. They were both geniuses of the younger generation. Although Guo Xiaofei was a powerful 8th grade combat emperor, he felt that he wasn't as good as Jiang Qin. "That's right. They wanted to kill me, but I killed them in the end. They only have themselves to blame," Jiang Qin said. The news of him killing Li Long and Yan Hui had already spread throughout the Death Mountain. Very few people didn't know about it. It was normal for Guo Xiaofei to know about it. Roar! As they spoke, the monstrous Yin spirit slowly regained its senses. Its hollow eyes looked at Jiang Qin and the others. A monstrous aura of death and killing intent mixed together, overflowing from the monster's body and drifting in the void. "Brother Jiang, this monster is very hard to deal with. It isn't an ordinary dark soul. I don't know what that thing on its glabella is, but it can provide it with an endless supply of energy, allowing it to attack with energy. Even a 9th grade combat emperor may not be its match," Guo Xiaofei said. There was a trace of horror in his eyes. Recalling the scene just now, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin's timely rescue, he would probably be a dead man now. Even his corpse wouldn't be left intact, he would become the monster's food. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's eyes fell on the monster's body at the same time. Suddenly, they felt a powerful desolate qi from the monster. Then, their eyes fell on the golden object on the monster's glabella. Such a powerful qi. This is an ancient desolate beast. I can't tell what kind of beast it is, but its demon soul is still intact. No wonder it is so powerful. Jiang Qin was shocked. It's definitely a primordial remnant species. It's a pity that it has become a Yin spirit and its bloodline has already disappeared. However, that demon spirit is a rare treasure. I can feel a trace of sacred might from that demon spirit. When this primordial remnant species was alive, it was actually a minor sacred beast. De Huang Dog was even more shocked than Jiang Qin. As a divine beast, he was more sensitive to the bloodline of a beast than any ordinary human. The giant skeleton monster in front of him was an ancient desolate beast that had existed for a long time. Although its bloodline had disappeared, its demon soul was a rare treasure. What surprised him even more was that this demon soul contained saint might. This beast must have been a minor saint demon when it was alive. Being able to preserve its demon soul in perfect condition, it's enough to show how terrifying this beast is. Jiang Qin nodded his head. He originally thought that entering this space was a waste. Now, it seems that there were indeed great benefits. Not to mention other things, just this minor saint demon soul alone was a priceless existence. He could already see the passion in De Huang Dog's eyes. De Huang, if I give you this demon soul, how much benefit can you get? Jiang Qin looked at the Huang dog. He didn't intend to take this demon's soul. A demon's soul left behind by an ancient desolate beast like this was much more beneficial to the Huang dog than to himself. Although Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill could absorb the innate ability within it, this demon's soul had existed for a long time. The bloodline of this demon's soul might have already disappeared. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's powerful divine abilities were sufficient for him to use. Ordinary innate abilities were nothing to him. However, the Huang dog was different. The Huang dog had the dragon horse divine beast's bloodline. This demon's soul of the ancient desolate beast would undoubtedly be of great help to him. The Huang dog licked his lips. His eyes shone brightly. Breaking through to the 7th grade demon emperor is not a problem. The Huang dog was very confident. Although this demon's soul had existed for a long time, it was still a minor saint demon soul. The Huang dog was now a 5th grade combat emperor with a strong foundation. Moreover, it would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person to refine a powerful demon's soul like a minor saint demon soul, but the Huang dog could refine it easily. At that time, not only would he be able to break through to the 7th grade combat emperor, it would also greatly impact his bloodline. After listening to the conversation between Jiang Qin and the Huang dog, Guo Xiaofei rolled his eyes. Listening to the tone of these two, it was as if the monster in front of them was already in their bag. Motherfucker, the opponent was a powerful demon soul. Even an 8th grade combat emperor like him wasn't a match for it. Why were these two so confident? Weren't they clearly trying to attack him? Brother Jiang, this monster isn't easy to deal with. Guo Xiaofei reminded Jiang Qin solemnly. He wanted to let Jiang Qin see the situation clearly. The most important thing now was to run away. Otherwise, even if the three of them joined hands, they wouldn't be a match for the monster. Chapter 691. The whole area had been destroyed. Jiang Qin held the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand and continuously attacked the monster. Other than the sharp sword qi, his attacks also contained strong flames. Flames were the real nemesis of the monster. Naturally, Jiang Qin would use it when he attacked. Clang! The sharp Heavenly Saint sword slashed on the monster's sharp claws, producing a clanging sound. The monster's sharp claws were covered in golden light, easily blocking the sword. The edge of the sword didn't even leave a mark on the monster's claws. Ha! On the other side, Guo Xiaofei had also exerted his full strength. However, his injuries hadn't recovered yet, so his attack power wasn't very strong. His long sword stabbed into the monster's back, but it was bounced off by the monster's bones. He only managed to stabilize his body after retreating a few hundred meters. This monster is really powerful. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Guo Xiaofei's mouth. He had fought with the monster before and knew how terrifying it was. Even though it was suppressed by Jiang Chen's flames, it was still hard to deal with. Roar! The monster went berserk and kept roaring. Its whole body was filled with majestic power. Its hard bones hadn't decayed for tens of thousands of years. Every part of its body could be used as a weapon. It was even more terrifying than an emperor weapon. Facing such a powerful existence, even Jiang Qin had a feeling that he didn't know how to deal with it. Motherfucker! We can't go on like this. Jiang Qin couldn't help but curse. This monster was after all a minor saint when it was alive. Its powerful demon soul was preserved even after a long time. Now that it had turned into a dark soul, although it couldn't exert the combat strength of a minor saint, it wasn't something an ordinary combat emperor could deal with. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen's flames suppressing the dark soul of the monster, they wouldn't even be able to get close to the monster. They could only run away. However, even with the suppression of the flames, it seemed to be extremely difficult to get rid of this dark soul unless Jiang Qin took out the broken pot and burned the monster into nothingness. That broken pot was one of Jiang Chen's trump cards. Last time, he failed to kill the northern and southern dynasties. Now, he still had one last chance. He wouldn't use it easily. Big Yellow was surprisingly quiet at the side, but the dragon horn on his forehead was still emitting sparks. He was preparing for his ultimate attack. Up until now, Big Yellow had awakened a total of 3 innate abilities. One was the soul-crunching tune, the second was the invincible tornado fart, and the last one was the dragon horn he was using right now. He had never used this innate ability before, and even Jiang Qin had no idea how powerful it was. The soul-crunching tune and invincible whirlwind fart were useless in the current situation. This dark soul was just a skeleton without a soul or a nose. In that case, he could only use the most powerful attack. Little Chinzi, I have sensed it just now. This monster's demon soul is always emitting a scorching chi. This means that although this ancient species doesn't have a fire attribute, its attribute is inclined towards scorching and yang. When you use the fire dragon seal to suppress its dark soul chi, use the water dragon seal at the same time to suppress the power of its demon soul. As long as the demon soul is suppressed, I will be able to kill it. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Qin. All right. Without saying another word, Jiang Qin immediately used the water dragon seal. A huge chi of innate water spread out, and the battlefield instantly became cold and gloomy. 2 extreme chi of opposite attributes actually existed at the same time. Such a scene was undoubtedly very shocking. This dragon ginseng was very potent and would be a great help to Guo Xiaofei's injuries. Moreover, Guo Xiaofei might be able to benefit from today's misfortune and advance to the 9th grade combat emperor with the help of the dragon ginseng. This is a rare dragon ginseng. It has already turned into a spirit. Senior brother Jiang, this is too precious. Guo Xiaofei's facial expression changed. With his eyesight, it was impossible for him to not see the preciousness of this dragon ginseng. A spirit of a dragon ginseng would be priceless in the outside world. Recovering from your injuries is the most important thing now. We still have a long way to go in this death mountain. So, I have suppressed my cultivation grade and will advance to the 9th grade combat emperor when I get out of the death mountain. Guo Xiaofei's face was filled with excitement. This trip to the death mountain had given him a great harvest. Advancing to the 9th grade combat emperor was his biggest dream. Once he reached the 9th grade combat emperor, his position in the sky ranking of Nebula sect would probably be in the top 3. However, Guo Xiaofei resisted the temptation of advancing to the 9th grade combat emperor because he knew that this was the death mountain. The appearance of a 9th grade combat emperor would bring about a disaster. Jiang Qin nodded silently. From this aspect, Guo Xiaofei's temperament wasn't bad. If it was any other ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of the 9th grade combat emperor. Wang Wang at this time, a sound was heard from De Huang Dog's side. This dog's body was huge. He was lying there like a majestic elephant. At this moment, De Huang Dog's eyes were closed. After a day's time, his chi had almost recovered. The demon's soul had begun to take effect. A layer of golden light screen appeared on the surface of De Huang Dog's body, encircling De Huang Dog, forming a big golden cocoon. It could be seen that the dragon horn on De Huang Dog's forehead was emitting sparks again. The talisman marks on it were densely packed, more than before, like a spider web. De Huang is undergoing a transformation. Guo Xiaofei was a little shocked. I don't know how powerful he will be after the transformation. The innate ability that he used to deal with the monster was too terrifying. Recalling the innate ability of De Huang Dog, Guo Xiaofei couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Now, the Huang dog was undergoing another transformation. God knows how powerful he would be after the transformation was completed. In the following period of time, the golden cocoon on the surface of the Huang dog's body became bigger and bigger, turning into a substantial golden cover. There were mystical talisman marks rippling on the surface. Half an hour later, the golden light screen suddenly emitted a caw-caw sound, and cracks appeared on it. All of a sudden, a powerful force burst out from the Huang dog's body, shattering the golden light screen. The Huang dog's silhouette was revealed once again. The current De Huang dog was extremely courageous. The bloodline of a divine beast was flowing unceasingly, turning into talisman marks on the surface of his body. De Huang dog raised his head and let out a roar. It sounded like the roar of a dragon or the neighing of a horse. The sound wave pierced through the sky, lasting for a long time and was deafening. The current De Huang dog's chi was many times stronger than before. After refining the demon soul of a minor demon saint, his cultivation grade had advanced to the 7th grade demon emperor. The benefits he received were far more than that. The chi of the demon soul of a minor demon saint filled every part of his body, tempering his body constantly. It seemed like it wouldn't take long for De Huang dog to advance to the 8th grade combat emperor. Kaka, this feels good, really good. De Huang dog laughed heartily. As his cultivation grade continued to rise, the feeling of power made him more and more excited. With his current cultivation grade, if he were to encounter someone like Li Long or Yan Hui, he would be able to deal with them himself without the help of Han Yan and Nangong Wendian. Very good. You have the bloodline of a divine beast. You are born with great luck. The demon's soul you obtained this time is your luck. Let's go, we will continue to go deeper into the Death Mountain. Jiang Chen said. De Huang dog's luck was very strong. It was his luck that he was able to advance to the 7th grade combat emperor. Now that they had spent a lot of time here, they had to go deeper into the Death Mountain as soon as possible. There were too many spatial zones in the Death Mountain. Most of the places were empty and it was easy to delay their time. It was imaginable that many people had already gone deeper into the Death Mountain. Naturally, they couldn't delay any longer. Now, Jiang Chen and De Huang dog's cultivation grade had improved a lot. It was totally different from when they first entered the mountain. Such combat strength was enough for them to walk unhindered in the Death Mountain. As long as they didn't encounter any special danger in the Death Mountain, no one could pose a threat to them. 2 men and a dog continued to go deeper into the Death Mountain. It had been 9 days since the opening of the Death Mountain. There were still 21 days left until the end. In the following day, Jiang Qin, De Huang dog, and Guo Xiaofei went through 3 different spatial zones. They didn't get any substantial treasures, but they were already used to this situation, so there was nothing to be disappointed about. A day later, which was also the 10th day in the Death Mountain, they finally arrived at a bustling spatial zone. This spatial zone was filled with human silhouettes. Many cultivators had entered this place. There were at least 1,000 of them. These people were gathered in front of an ancient and dilapidated tower. This ancient tower seemed to have existed for a very long time. There were mottled marks on the surface of the tower. When they saw Jiang Qin and Guo Xiaofei, 2 silhouettes came to greet them. They were Nangong Wendian and Imo Sang. Han Yan and Zhuoling Air weren't here. It seemed like they hadn't found this spatial zone yet. Little Chenzi, you guys are here. And this is... Nangong Wendian looked at Guo Xiaofei and asked. This is Brother Guo Xiaofei of the Nebula sect. He is the leader of the Nebula sect. This is Nangong Wendian, my long-lost brother. I didn't expect to see him again in the Death Mountain. Jiang Qin said and introduced the 2 to each other. Hearing that Nangong Wendian was Jiang Qin's brother, Guo Xiaofei didn't dare to be negligent and greeted them warmly. As for Mo Sang, there was no need to introduce him. He and Mo Sang were both outstanding geniuses of the Nebula sect and the Moine cult. Naturally, they knew each other. Because the relationship between the devil cult and the other forces wasn't good, there were some conflicts between the two. But now, everyone was Jiang Chen's friend. Brother Mo, Nan, what's going on with this ancient tower? Jiang Chen asked. This seems to be a martial depository left behind. The ancient tower has a total of 9 floors. It seems like there must be some good stuff inside. However, there's a layer of seal outside the ancient tower. The seal is gradually weakening, just like back in the herb garden. Everyone is waiting for the seal to disappear before they can enter the ancient tower. Nangong Wendian said. That's right. This should be a martial depository left behind by a super sect. There must be a lot of martial skills left inside. These things are priceless. If we can obtain them, we will definitely be able to revitalize our sect. Mo Sang said. So that's how it is. It seems like we've made it. Jiang Chen smiled. He raised his head and looked at the ancient tower in front of him. This ancient tower looked extremely old. But just like what Nangong Wendian said, there was a total of 9 floors. Since it was a martial depository left behind, there must be some good stuff inside. Chapter 693. The 9-floored ancient pagoda seemed to be very old. This was the remnant of the martial pavilion, but there wasn't a single dark soul in the surroundings. It could be imagined that this was an important place of the super sect in the past. Ordinary people weren't allowed to enter this place. The appearance of Jiang Chen had once again caused a commotion. Today, Jiang Chen was already a celebrity in the entire Death Mountain. He was like a star. The scene of him killing Li Long and Yan Hui and fighting with the unknown golden-haired young man had already been spread to everyone's ears. Almost everyone here knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. In the eyes of many people, Jiang Chen was a malefic existence. Now that Jiang Chen appeared here again, it made many people nervous. Of course, the people who were nervous were the people from Xiaoyao Palace and Tianshan sect. When the disciples of the Nebula sect saw Jiang Chen and Guo Xiaofei together, they quickly welcomed them and saluted them. Nowadays, the disciples of the Nebula sect were basically walking sideways. The great things that Jiang Chen had done in the Death Mountain not only raised Jiang Chen's prestige, but also raised the prestige of the entire Nebula sect. This made the disciples of the Nebula sect feel incomparable glory. In the distance, at the place closest to the ancient pagoda, a white-clothed young man holding a folding fan was also there. This person was Tan Ji Bai, the leader of the Tan village. He took a glance at Jiang Chen Leng, but he didn't take the initiative to provoke Jiang Chen. Everyone in the Tan village knew that Jiang Chen had killed the people of the Tan village. It could be said that they were quite angry. As the leader of the Tan village, Tan Ji Bai was even angrier. When he heard the news, he even swore to eliminate Jiang Chen in the Death Mountain to avenge the death of his clansmen. However, under the current situation, staying silent was the best choice. Not to mention how powerful Jiang Chen was accompanied by Guo Xiaofei and Mo Sang, 2 people who had the same name as him. He should be thankful that they didn't find trouble with him. The restriction is already very weak. It seems that the ancient pagoda will open soon. The Huang dog wagged his big tail and said in a relaxed tone. Regarding the combat skills and cultivation methods left behind in the ancient pagoda, the Huang dog wasn't interested at all. He relied on his bloodline to cultivate and awaken his innate ability. He didn't need other combat skills and cultivation methods. He wasn't interested in cultivation methods, but he still wanted to join in the fun. Little Chenzi, De Huang, the 2 of you are abnormal. Isn't your improvement too fast? Nangong Wendian noticed the chi of Jiang Qin and De Huang dog. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. That day in the herb garden, he remembered clearly that Jiang Qin was merely a second-grade combat emperor and De Huang dog was merely a third-grade demon emperor. It had only been a few days, but one of them was a fourth-grade combat emperor while the other was a seventh-grade demon emperor. This improvement was simply heaven-defying. After being reminded by Nangong Wendian, Mo Sang reacted. He couldn't help but shake his head helplessly when he saw Jiang Chen's cultivation. Perhaps this was what a true genius should be like. Compared to Jiang Qin, Mo Sang felt that he was still far behind. Amitabha, I'm here. At this time, a ray of golden light came from afar. A monk wearing a golden robe appeared beside Jiang Qin in a split second. He was Tyrant. The current Tyrant had undergone a huge change compared to a few days ago. He was now a peak third-grade combat emperor, only a step away from the fourth-grade combat emperor. That day when Tyrant obtained the monument, Jiang Qin guessed that there might be something related to the Buddhist sect in the Death Mountain. Jiang Qin, this ancient pagoda was discovered by everyone at the same time. We should all go in together. Everyone will get the benefits. Am I right? Tan Ji-bai said. Based on his previous personality, he wouldn't have said such a thing. He wouldn't allow anyone other than himself to enter the 9th floor. But now, the other party's strength was above his, so he had no choice but to compromise. However, there was someone who didn't want to compromise. What a joke. What does the 9th level have to do with you? Tan Ji-bai, the 9th level has already been occupied by us. You should go to the 8th level to have a look. Mo Sang said without any trace of politeness. He and Tan Ji-bai were enemies. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite with his words. Plus, he had understood Jiang Chen's character. Jiang Chen wouldn't allow Tan Ji-bai to enter the 9th level. Mo Sang, what does the treasures here have to do with your devil religion? Do you think there is a devil art in here? Tan Ji-bai was infuriated. I don't know if there is a devil art, but I don't want you to go in. Mo Sang crossed his arms in front of his chest. Judging from his posture, he might just hit Jiang Qin. Tan Ji-bai, you better leave now. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Before he came to the Death Mountain, he thought that he and the Tan family would become good friends. Now, he didn't have a good impression of the Tan family. Jiang Qin, don't go overboard. You have killed 2 of my disciples. I haven't settled this debt with you yet. Tan Ji-bai said loudly. He had been in this ancient pagoda for a period of time. He had been waiting for the seal to disappear. His purpose was to find the treasures in the 9th level. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin and the others would come out at the last moment and chase him away. How could he swallow this anger? Is that so? Then let's forget about it. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. He struck out the true dragon palm at Tan Ji-bai. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Tan Ji-bai. Since Tan Ji-bai was courting death, there was nothing more to say. Anyway, the relationship between him and the Tan family had already deteriorated. It didn't matter how many of them he killed. In Jiang Chen's eyes, Tan Ji-bai was no different from any ordinary disciple of the Tan family. Tan Ji-bai was infuriated. He raised his head and struck out a punch, destroying Jiang Chen's dragon claw. Brother Gua, Brother Mo, Nan, De Huang, let's attack together and get rid of him for me. Jiang Chen's chi was unparalleled. He was like a wise general, commanding the whole situation with his gestures. If Tan Ji-bai wanted to stop him, he could only kill him. All right. Guo Xiaofei naturally wouldn't be stubborn towards Jiang Chen's words. He immediately rushed towards Tan Ji-bai. The current Guo Xiaofei wasn't someone that Tan Ji-bai could deal with. He could advance to the 9th grade combat emperor at any time. Even if he was suppressing his strength, his combat strength was still higher than Tan Ji Bai's. Mo Sang, Nangong Wendian, and the powerful De Huang dog attacked at the same time, surrounding Tan Ji Bai. Any one of them wasn't weaker than Tan Ji Bai. Moreover, the four of them had joined hands. Jiang Chen and Tyrant were watching the show from afar. Tan Ji Bai would surely die if he was besieged by the four of them, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Arg! A blood-curdling scream was heard. The battle had just begun, but the disciple of the Tan family who followed Tan Ji Bai had died tragically. His body was smashed into pieces by Big Yellow's head. His death could be said to be very tragic. Bastard, how dare you kill the people of my Tan family? Tan Ji Bai was enraged. Go to your Tan family. If you dare to offend us, we will kill you all the same. Nangong Wendian was holding the million-star ruler in his hand. He didn't care about the identity of his opponent. Chapter 694. The combination of the four was too powerful. Guo Xiaofei and De Huang Dog's combat power had already surpassed Tan Ji Bai's. In addition to their combination, they weren't on the same level at all. Even if Tan Ji Bai was the leader of Tan family and an unparalleled genius, he still couldn't withstand it. He was almost killed in just one move. Many people looked at the battlefield and the sky and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat, especially those disciples of Tan family. Their faces were getting uglier and uglier. However, they could only watch. In such a battle, they couldn't help even if they wanted to. It was no different from courting death. The ancient pagoda has just opened and they are already fighting. This Jiang Chen is really ruthless. He has already killed Li Long of Xiaoyao Palace and Yan Hui of Tianshan sect. Now, he wants to kill Tan Ji Hao of Tan family. Tan Ji Hao is also an idiot. Jiang Chen didn't want to find trouble with him in the beginning. However, Tan Ji Hao insisted on competing with Jiang Chen for the treasures in the 9th level of the ancient pagoda. Isn't he seeking his own death? That's right. Even an idiot would know that the 9th level of the ancient pagoda has good treasures. However, no one took the initiative to go up. This shows that everyone is aware of their own limitations. They know that it's impossible for them to touch the 9th level with their own abilities. It's already good enough to be able to get some benefits in the first 8 levels. Jiang Chen's group is too strong. Now, even Guo Xiaofei and Mo Sang are following him. If Tan Ji Hao went to compete with them, he's just looking for trouble. The prestige of Tan family is useful to us, but it's useless against Jiang Chen. Many people were discussing. Most of them thought that Tan Ji Hao was seeking his own death. Jiang Chen didn't intend to provoke him from the beginning, but he insisted on competing with Jiang Chen for the 9th level of the ancient pagoda. If this wasn't seeking his own death, then what was? Now that he was about to be beaten to death, he deserved it. Guo Xiaofei, you dare to kill me. I'm the leader of Tan family. Tan Ji Bai covered his chest that was caved in and shouted at Guo Xiaofei and the others. He had already developed fear in his heart. He knew that if this continued, his ending wouldn't be good. Screw you, leader of the immortals. De Huang Dog couldn't care less. With his head raised, he charged towards Tan Ji Bai. His body was as huge as a barbaric elephant, and his speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Tan Ji Bai. Tan Ji Bai was shocked. He had just experienced the terror of this dog. Immediately, he didn't dare to be careless. He waved his hand and struck out a giant palm print, slapping towards the dog's head. Bang! Under the impact of De Huang Dog's attack, the big palm print simply couldn't withstand a single blow, and was instantly smashed into pieces. The Huang dog's speed didn't decrease, and with a bang, it hit Tan Ji-bai's body. Ah! Tan Ji-bai let out a blood-curdling scream. His whole body was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. One of his arms was smashed by the Huang dog. With his injured state just now, the fact that he didn't die on the spot after being hit by the Huang dog showed how strong Tan Ji-bai was. Guo Xiaofei and Mose looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This dog was too ferocious. That dog's head was so strong that it was comparable to a divine weapon. Swoosh! The Huang dog and Nangong Wentian weren't going to let Tan Ji-bai off easily. With extremely fast speed, they surrounded Tan Ji-bai once again. Seeing this, Tan Ji-bai's eyes finally revealed a strong sense of fear. He immediately shouted at Jiang Qin, who was watching the show from afar, "Jiang Qin, I won't fight for the 9th floor anymore. From now on, you and I will mind our own business. What do you think?" Tan Ji-bai could already see that although the people who attacked him were ferocious, they all listened to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was the real leader. As long as Jiang Qin said a word, he would be able to live. In fact, Tan Ji-bai had already started to regret. He regretted fighting with Jiang Qin just now. Kill him. However, Jiang Qin didn't even look at Tan Ji-bai and said indifferently. His words were like a judge from hell, directly sentencing Tan Ji-bai to death. In Jiang Qin's eyes, a person like Tan Ji-bai was no different from a dead person. The grudge between him and the Tan clan was already irreconcilable. Thus, there was nothing more to say. Kill him. What? Tan Ji-bai exclaimed. Only now did he truly understand what kind of character Jiang Qin was. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The Huang dog and Nangong Wentian attacked at the same time. Tan Ji-bai could already smell the scent of death. It was an unprecedented scent. He didn't want to die, but he had no choice but to die. No, Tan Ji-bai let out the last syllable of his life. After that, his voice stopped abruptly. He died under the joint attack of the Huang dog and Nangong Wentian. Oh my God, Tan Ji-bai is also dead. In the future, no one will dare to go against Jiang Qin in the Death Mountain anymore. That's right. That Jiang Qin is too ruthless. He killed without hesitation, not showing any mercy. He is a ruthless man. He is cruel and ruthless. Whoever dares to stand in his way, he will kill them. We must stay away from him in the future. Even if we can't be friends with him, we must not offend him. Everyone was shocked. Tan Ji-bai's death had once again alerted everyone. Jiang Qin's ferocious name had reached its peak. This handsome young man in white, once he became ruthless, he would become an unparalleled god of death. The people of Tan clan were wailing in grief. Each and every one of them hated Jiang Qin, but they couldn't do anything. The disciples of Nebula sect and Moyin cult were all arrogant. They would walk with their heads held high wherever they went, especially when they saw the disciples of the other 3 major powers in Xiaoyao Palace. If they didn't like them, they would go up and scold them. They were simply too arrogant. After killing Tan Ji-bai, the Huang dog and Nangong Wentian returned to Jiang Qin's side. The Huang dog's face was filled with pride. Did you see that? This kind of trash, Master Dog can take care of them all by myself. Good, I will remember your merit. Let's go to the 9th floor and see what's inside. After saying that, Jiang Qin went to the door of the 9th floor. The restrictive spell had already disappeared. Jiang Qin gently pushed the door and it opened. Perhaps because the ancient door had existed for too long, it let out a cracking sound, which was incomparably ear-piercing. A rotten smell rushed out from the inside. It was a little unpleasant, which made people frown. Jiang Chen and the others entered the tower and found that the space inside was not small. Although it was a little dark and damp, it didn't affect them much. Jiang Chen and the group looked around, but they didn't find any valuable treasures here. There was only a huge bookshelf placed in the center of the room, and there were at least a dozen scrolls placed on top of it. Due to the passage of time, these scrolls were covered with dust, and their original appearance could no longer be seen. This is indeed a martial depository. Other than martial arts and combat skills, there are no other treasures here. The Huang dog seemed to be bored to death. He hoped that there would be some benefits in the 9th floor, at least a box of godly medicines. Now, it seemed that this place was really a martial depository. Different from the Huang dog's mood, Guo Xiaofei's face was filled with ecstasy. He knew very well that these scrolls were truly priceless. To be able to be placed on the 9th floor, and there were only a dozen of them, they must be the treasures of the treasures. Let's see what's recorded on these scrolls. Guo Xiaofei was the first to step forward. With a wave of his hand, he blew away the dust on one of the scrolls. He took the scroll in his hand and opened it with a hua la sound. Buzz countless rays of golden light flowed out from the scroll, illuminating the originally dark space. After the scroll was opened, it let out a buzzing sound and slightly trembled. Just from this situation, it could be seen that what was recorded on the scroll was definitely something good. Guo Xiaofei's eyes fell on the scroll and saw 4 big words engraved on the top of the scroll: vast sword skill. Guo Xiaofei's eyes continued to read. The more he read, the more excited he became. In the end, his body was trembling as if he had obtained a treasure that he had never seen before in his life. Vast sword skill, this is a saint-level swordsmanship. Even our Nebula sect doesn't have such a mysterious swordsmanship. I'm afraid that only those big families in the pure land of the divine continent would have such a level of combat skill. If this sword skill is taken out, it will certainly cause a great uproar. Compared to the swordsmanship that I'm practicing, it's many times more exquisite. If I practice this vast sword skill, I'm confident that I can break through to the minor saint realm within 3 years. Guo Xiaofei couldn't help but be excited. What he practiced was swordsmanship, but compared to this vast sword skill, the swordsmanship that he practiced was simply rubbish. They weren't on the same level at all. This is the heritage of those super sections. If I'm not wrong, all these scrolls are saint-level cultivation techniques and combat skills. Jiang Chen said. However, he wasn't interested in these things. As the greatest saint in the world, he didn't lack saint-level cultivation techniques and combat skills. However, he was practicing the dragon transformation skill, which was countless times more terrifying than saint-level cultivation techniques. Mo Sang also stepped forward and opened a scroll. Just like what Jiang Chen said, it was another saint-level cultivation technique. Unfortunately, these weren't advanced devil techniques. They weren't very useful to the people of the evil cult. Mo Sang wasn't very interested in them. Let me see if there's anything suitable for me. Nangong Wendian smiled and casually opened a scroll. The 10,000 everlasting elephants that he practiced was already very terrifying. He didn't need any other cultivation technique. However, if he could get his hands on a saint-level combat skill, it would be very beneficial to his combat strength. The moment Nangong Wendian opened the scroll, the words of limitless star transformation were reflected in his eyes. He recognized the Sanskrit rune on the top of the Buddha statue. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen could also recognize Sanskrit. Tyrant was slightly surprised, but he soon felt relieved. He and Jiang Chen had known each other for a long time. This guy seemed to know everything. He was already used to it. That's right. That's the Sanskrit of Buddha sect. However, there's a word fairy engraved here. I don't know what it means. Tyrant frowned. He and Jiang Chen both recognized the meaning of the Sanskrit rune, but they didn't know what it represented. At this time, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and a wave of air was released. The thick layer of dust covering the Buddha statue was blown away. The Buddha statue was densely covered with Sanskrit runes. There are so many Sanskrit runes. What do they mean? Nangong Wendian was shocked. This is the remnant of the martial pavilion. This Buddha statue was placed on the 9th floor. It must be a treasure. These Sanskrit runes must be of great value. They might even be a powerful dharma. I felt pressured just by looking at them. Mo Sang said seriously. As a member of the devil sect, he cultivated the devil arts. His body carried a trace of devil nature. The Supreme Heart Sutra of Buddha sect was their greatest enemy. Mo Sang felt pressured just by looking at the Sanskrit runes. He could imagine that these Sanskrit runes were not simple. Tyrant's eyes shone like the sun. He stared at the Sanskrit runes on the Buddha statue. There were 3 largest Sanskrit runes below the Buddha statue. They represented the 3 runes fairy, light and light, respectively. When these 3 runes were connected with the runes in front of them, they formed the edifying light. The edifying light. Oh my God! This is the supreme existence of Buddha sect. The edifying light is the nemesis of all evil in the world. It's the light that can deliver all living beings from suffering. Rumor has it that in the history of Buddha sect, there was a powerful Buddha who cultivated the edifying light. He was able to purify all living beings and all evil spirits. I never thought that the edifying light would be recorded here. Tyrant was incomparably excited. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. Tyrant, don't be too excited. Take a look. What's recorded on the Buddha statue is only the source of the edifying light. There's no cultivation method. Jiang Chen reminded him. These Sanskrit runes are densely packed. I can't understand them at all. Tyrant, what does it say? The Huang dog asked curiously. The edifying light originated from the Supreme Heart Sutra of Buddha sect, the Great Compassion Mantra. It's also known as the Great Compassion Dharani Sutra. This ancient sutra has long disappeared from the history of Buddha sect. The cultivation method of the edifying light has also disappeared. This only introduces the origin of the edifying light and how terrifying it would be after mastering it. There's no record of the cultivation method. Tyrant frowned. What's the use of that? You already know these records. It's all nonsense if you can't cultivate it. The Huang dog was speechless. Jiang Chen took a step forward. This was the martial depository, a place that was placed on the 9th level. How could it be just a basic introduction? Jiang Chen definitely wouldn't believe that it was so simple. He took 2 steps forward and approached the Buddha statue. He looked down and saw a line of Sanskrit runes at the bottom of the Buddha statue. The Sanskrit runes were very small. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. Those who are lucky will be able to obtain the cultivation method of the edifying light. Jiang Chen said faintly as he translated the Sanskrit runes. What does this mean? There's still no cultivation method. Nangong Wendian was speechless. What difference was there between saying it and not saying it at all? An existence like the edifying light could only be cultivated by those who were lucky. The cultivation method of the edifying light must be related to this Buddha statue. If I'm not wrong, it should be inside this Buddha statue. However, the edifying light is a supreme existence of the Buddha sect. Only those with great luck and fortune can cultivate it. Monk, let's comprehend this Buddha statue together and see who's the real fortune. Jiang Chen smiled at Tyrant. All right. Tyrant nodded his head. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. A dazzling Buddha light overflowed from his body and wrapped the golden Buddha statue tightly. On the other side, Jiang Qin also sat cross-legged. He immediately activated the Great Soul Derivation technique. A wave of soul power covered the Buddha statue like a tidal wave and penetrated into the interior of the Buddha statue. As for Guo Xiaofei and the others, they could only stand aside. They didn't even know Sanskrit, and they had never had any relationship with Buddhism since they were young. It was even more impossible for them to have such a great opportunity. They still had this bit of self-awareness. Which one of them will obtain the cultivation method of the edifying light? Mose asked curiously. I think it's possible. Let's not talk about little Chenzi. Nothing is impossible for him. Tyrant is a genius of Buddhism. He even uprooted the stone tablet. He might really obtain the cultivation method of the edifying light. De Huang Dog said. He had been in contact with Tyrant for a long time. Even though he was arrogant, he had to admit that Tyrant was a true genius of Buddhism. The edifying light originated from the Supreme Heart Sutra of Buddhism. If Tyrant couldn't cultivate it, no one else could. As for Jiang Qin, he was a weirdo. Nothing was impossible for him, even if he wasn't a member of Buddhism. Buzz, Jiang Qin's soul power and Overlord's Buddha light enveloped the Buddha statue tightly. They were both smart people. They wanted to find an entrance from the Buddha statue. Since the cultivation method wasn't on the outside, it might be on the inside. The Sanskrit on the statue said that only those with great opportunities could obtain the cultivation method of the edifying light. It depended on whether the two of them could penetrate into the interior of the Buddha statue. Whoever could enter the interior would be able to obtain the cultivation method of the edifying light. Jiang Qin's Great Soul Derivation technique was unparalleled in the world. The reason why Jiang Qin had such great achievements in his previous life was largely related to this powerful soul derivation technique. The sensing ability of the Great Soul Derivation technique was too strong. He could even see the slightest crack on the Buddha statue. However, to obtain the cultivation method of the edifying light and penetrate the interior of the Buddha statue with his soul power was undoubtedly not an easy task. Chapter 696. One day later, most of the cultivators from the first to the 8th floor of the ancient pagoda had already left. Most of them had obtained enormous benefits, especially some of the small and medium-sized powers of the Xian domain. They had obtained some powerful cultivation techniques and battle skills. After returning, they could strengthen their foundation and quickly become stronger. A day had passed. In the 9th level of the ancient tower, Jiang Qin and Tyrant still hadn't found the entrance to the interior of the Buddha statue. The Huang Dog was bored to death. He was lying on the ground and was about to fall asleep. Nangong Wentian was studying the limitless star's transformation while Guo Xiaofei was focusing on the boundless sword art. Both of them didn't feel that time was passing slowly, but Mo Sang was different. The cultivation techniques and combat skills here weren't beneficial to him. The Sanskrit on the Buddha statue gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. De Huang, you stay here and protect them. I will take my leave first. After saying that, Mo Sang left the ancient tower and headed towards another spatial zone. With De Huang Dog's presence, even if Jiang Qin and the other three were in seclusion, they wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed by others. The tragic death of the two 8th-grade combat emperors of the Tan family had shown them the terror of this group of people. Who would dare to cause trouble for them? That was no different from courting death. Wingwing Jiang Chen's soul force and Tyrant's Buddha light were intertwined. They were trying to find their own way to break the barrier and obtain the cultivation method of the edifying light. Ordinary cultivation techniques and combat skills weren't attractive to Jiang Qin anymore, but the attraction of the edifying light was extremely great. If he had the chance to cultivate it successfully, it would bring him great benefits. At that time, he would be able to use the edifying light to subdue all kinds of evil devils. It was undoubtedly a very difficult task to obtain the cultivation method of the edifying light, but Jiang Qin and Tyrant didn't give up. They firmly believed that the reason why the Buddha statue was placed in the 9th level of the ancient tower wasn't that simple. There must be a cultivation method for it. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. At this time, the entire ancient tower was empty. Nangong Wendian and Guo Fei had completely immersed themselves in the cultivation of their combat skills. De Huang Dog was walking back and forth in boredom. He would turn around to check on Jiang Qin and Tyrant from time to time, but he was disappointed every time. The two of them were sitting there as if they were petrified. There was no sign of them waking up. It seemed like they hadn't found the cultivation method of the edifying light. Jiang Chen's soul energy had condensed into a solid form, and he had scanned through all the patterns on the Buddha statue countless times. Suddenly, his soul energy started trembling violently, and a crack suddenly appeared on the Buddha statue. It was right between the statue's eyebrows. Buzz. An intense buzzing sound could be heard. Jiang Chen didn't know whether Tyrant had found the cultivation method of the edifying light or not, but his soul force drilled into the statue like a tidal wave. The interior of the Buddha statue turned out to be a space of nothingness. This space seemed to be illusory and didn't seem to exist in reality. Jiang Chen had cultivated the Illusion Heart Sutra before, so he could tell at a glance that this space was an illusion. Jiang Chen's soul force and divine sense permeated the illusion. When Jiang Chen first entered the illusory realm, it was very peaceful. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. But suddenly, the chilly wind whistled and an ear-piercing roar was heard. A strong wind was blowing, black fog was rustling, and endless black waves covered the sky and the sun, covering the entire space. It was like the end of the world had arrived. Roar! Roar! Roars and laughter could be heard. In an instant, the entire space was filled with demons and ghosts. Terrifying faces appeared, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Countless demons and ghosts began to wreak havoc on the land. In just a few breaths of time, everything here was destroyed and the ground was shrouded by the aura of demons and ghosts. There was an ancient giant that was hundreds of feet tall roaring. The giant that had been demonized was more than 10 feet tall. He was not wearing a single piece of clothing as he roared towards the sky. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. If an ordinary person saw such a scene, his mind would be completely destroyed in an instant and he would be scared to death. This scene was too realistic, as if this space was real. Only people like Jiang Qin, who had cultivated the great illusion realm, could tell at a glance that this was an illusion. Only a monstrous existence like him, who was the reincarnation of the world's greatest sage, could remain calm after seeing such a horrifying scene. Namo Abhiya. At this moment, an ancient chant resounded from beyond the heavens. Countless golden rays of Buddha's light suddenly appeared in the sky. Mysterious Sanskrit characters appeared. The monsters that were roaring and wreaking havoc below hurriedly raised their heads when they saw the golden rays of Buddha's light and heard the ancient chant. Their eyes were filled with fear. They gritted their teeth and their roars became even more intense. Suddenly, an unparalleled Buddha appeared in the sky. It was a Buddha. His entire body was covered in golden radiance. He wore a Sanskrit kasaya and his face couldn't be seen clearly. That was the heaven-shaking Buddha, a paragon existence of the Buddhist sect. After he appeared, he waved his hand, sending out boundless divine light. The divine light transformed into light screens that landed on the bodies of the demons and ghosts. In an instant, all the demonic chi was suppressed, and the world seemed to return to how it was before. The demons and ghosts let out pained howls as though they had met their nemesis. Their eyes were filled with terror. Jiang Chen's divine sense and spiritual energy turned into a shadow, floating quietly at the corner of the spatial zone. His eyes were unblinkingly staring at the Buddha. Now, he had already understood that the cultivation method of the edifying light was a visualization technique. He had to engrave every movement of the Buddha into his mind and visualize it. Jiang Chen's divine sense and spiritual energy had already formed a silhouette of the Buddha in his mind. The Buddha moved again. He chanted in a loud voice, Namo Jaluana, Duoluo Yi. The Buddha chanted in Sanskrit characters that were hard to understand. Jiang Chen could clearly see a dazzling light at the tip of the Buddha's finger. It was as bright as lightning and wriggled like a spiritual snake. This light seemed to be the supreme existence in the world. It represented light and holiness. No one dared to have any blasphemous thoughts towards it. The edifying light. Jiang Chen almost exclaimed. He knew that this holy light was the edifying light. He didn't dare to be careless. Jiang Chen's eyes were completely formed by soul power and divine will. He stared at the edifying light. After casting the edifying light, the Buddha ancestor turned his head and gave Jiang Chen a glance. Then, the Buddha ancestor waved his hand and the edifying light flew out. The light grew bigger and bigger until it was like a dazzling sword. The speed of the edifying light was extremely fast. In a blink, it had pierced through the bodies of countless demons and devils. After a few breaths, the edifying light disappeared. All the demons and ghosts were no longer violent. All of them became extremely docile. Large groups of demons and ghosts knelt on the ground and worshipped the Buddha. In the end, even the giant demon and giant knelt on the ground. Their faces were filled with sincerity and their eyes were filled with remorse. This scene shocked Jiang Chen. He was deeply shocked by the power of the edifying light. These demons and ghosts were actually edified by the edifying light. After being edified, these demons and ghosts started to feel that what they had done in the past was evil and unforgivable. It was the Buddha who saved them. From now on, they would follow the Buddha's orders and listen to him completely. This was too terrifying. If Jiang Chen could control the edifying light, he could even use the edifying light to edify the powerful demons and ghosts. He could make these powerful demons and ghosts listen to his commands and be completely loyal to him. Just thinking about it made Jiang Chen feel extremely satisfied and horrified. All the demons and ghosts knelt on the ground in worship. That Buddha was high up in the sky. He was truly a Buddha who saved the world. He was the legendary Sakyamuni, the savior of the world. The space that was about to be destroyed restored its previous clarity. Jiang Chen was completely immersed in the edifying light. Before he could react, the Buddha ancestor and all the demonic creatures vanished with a voila, as if they had never appeared. The entire spatial zone returned to its original state. Even the parts that were destroyed by the demonic creatures had been restored, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Chen knew that the scene just now was the cultivation method of the edifying light. Whether he could visualize it or not would depend on himself. Jiang Chen's shadow that was condensed by his soul power and divine will didn't leave the space. Instead, he sat down with his legs crossed and combined with his real body outside the Buddha statue. He started to comprehend the edifying light. In Jiang Chen's mind, the Buddha ancestor's every move was flowing. The Huang dog saw Jiang Chen's movement and his eyes lit up. This guy seems to have found the cultivation method. The light on Tyrant's body is getting more and more exuberant. It seems that he has also obtained it. These two freaks. The Huang dog could see the changes in Jiang Chen and Tyrant. This was the first time such a change had occurred in 2 days. The Huang dog had reason to believe that they had obtained the cultivation method of the edifying light. This was undoubtedly a joyous thing. At least after they succeeded, the Huang dog wouldn't have to stay here to guard them anymore. However, the truth wasn't as simple as the Huang dog thought. Even though Jiang Qin and Tyrant had found the cultivation method, they still couldn't wake up. Both of them were still petrified. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Chapter 697. Inside the illusion of the Buddha statue, the figure formed by Jiang Chen's soul power and divine sense was exactly the same as his real body outside. He was sitting in the air and his body was glowing with golden light. That was the pure Buddha light. At this moment, Jiang Qin looked like a living Buddha. His temperament had completely changed, becoming incomparably sacred. More importantly, there was a ray of light on Jiang Chen's fingertip. That was the edifying light that he had comprehended. However, compared to the edifying light of the Buddha in the illusory realm, there was still a huge gap. Jiang Chen's edifying light was still an illusory image that was slowly solidifying. Because of the transformation of Jiang Qin, the entire 9th floor of the ancient pagoda was covered in golden light and emitted a buzzing sound. Nangong Wendian and Guo Fei were startled and woke up from their cultivation state. They followed the Huang dog and came to Jiang Qin. What a strong Buddha light! I have never felt the aura of Buddha from little Chinzi. It seems like he has mastered the edifying light and is going to transform himself into a Buddha. Nangong Wendian was incomparably shocked. Junior brother Jiang is indeed a rare genius. There is nothing he isn't proficient in. Tyrant is a true genius of Buddha's sect, but he has yet to condense the edifying light, yet he is one step ahead of him. This really makes me speechless. Guo Fei couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. As a core disciple of the Nebula sect and a famous figure on the sky list, he had a noble status. Although he had heard that Jiang Qin had appeared in the Nebula sect and turned the inner sect upside down, he didn't put it in his heart. After all, the gap between them was too big. However, after meeting Jiang Qin in the Death Mountain, Guo Fei had witnessed how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Furthermore, he was sure that with Jiang Qin, the Nebula sect would become a super sect sooner or later. Look at his finger. It seems like it's the edifying light. It really looks divine. The Huang dog said. His and Nangong Wendian's gazes fell on the light on Jiang Chen's fingertip. That was the edifying light that Jiang Qin had condensed. It was still as weak as a spiritual snake, but as the Buddha light on Jiang Chen's body became denser, the edifying light became brighter and brighter. It was a very bright light. After looking at it for a long time, one would feel a sharp pain. This was the supreme light of Buddha's sect, the light of salvation. However, Big Yellow and the other two only felt that this light was very mystical. They didn't feel a tremendous pressure like Mo sang. In other words, this edifying light only had an effect on the evil and crooked path. It didn't have any effect on Big Yellow and the other three. This was the meaning and essence of the edifying light. There's also some movement on Tyrant's body, but it's not as big as Little Chinzi's. It seems like he has also obtained the cultivation method of the edifying light. However, he hasn't condensed it yet. Big Yellow looked at Tyrant, who was meditating with his legs crossed. He had to admit that when Tyrant was meditating, he looked like an eminent monk. Those who didn't know him well would be confused by his mysterious appearance, but if they really treated him as an eminent monk, they would definitely be fooled by him. Big Yellow looked at Tyrant and said, "Big Yellow, Big Yellow." In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. The edifying light on Jiang Chen's finger had finally fully manifested. In the illusory realm inside the Buddha statue, Jiang Chen's shadow slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, Jiang Qin, who was on the 9th floor of the ancient pagoda, also opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. After such a long period of comprehension, he had finally comprehended the edifying light and could condense it completely. Swoosh! Jiang Chen retracted the soul power and divine sense that he had sent into the Buddha statue. The Buddha light on the surface of his body also disappeared and entered Jiang Chen's body. Ah, little Chenzi, you're really amazing. You've actually comprehended the edifying light. De Huang Dog laughed out loud and his face was filled with excitement. Although he didn't know the power of the edifying light, it must be something good since it appeared on the 9th floor of the ancient pagoda and was highly valued by Jiang Chen and Tyrant. This edifying light, as soon as Jiang Chen started to speak, his expression changed abruptly. A dazzling light shot out from the Buddha statue. The speed of the light was so fast that Jiang Chen didn't even have the chance to react. He was instantly enveloped by the light. In the next moment, the light disappeared with a swoosh. Jiang Chen disappeared along with the light. Little Chenzi. Junior brother Jiang. Nangong Wendian and Guo Fei exclaimed at the same time. They looked flustered as they didn't know what had happened. The change was too sudden. Even they didn't have the chance to react. Damn it! What's going on? What happened just now? That light seemed to have come from the Buddha statue. Little Chenzi was taken away by that light. De Huang Dog also didn't know why. The change just now was too sudden and they weren't prepared at all. Who would have thought that such an accident would happen to the Buddha statue? They spread their divine sense and enveloped the Buddha statue, but they still couldn't find anything. What should we do now? Will junior brother Jiang be in danger? Guo Fei said worriedly. The Death Mountain is filled with dangers everywhere. It's hard to say. However, little Chenzi is different from ordinary people. He's a person with great luck. He should be able to overcome all kinds of dangers. There shouldn't be any problem. Nangong Wendian nodded. Although he said that, he was still a little worried. This was the Death Mountain after all, it was full of uncertainties. For example, when he entered the herb garden, if it wasn't for the fact that the Death Mountain only opened once every 30 years, he might have been trapped in there for the rest of his life. Don't worry. I'm guessing that since the Death Mountain only opens once every 30 years, it will be the least dangerous during this month. Most of the dangers inside are the ancient formations and nether spirits. The formations shouldn't be a problem for little Chenzi. As for those nether spirits, you've seen them before. His flames are the nemesis of these nether spirits. Moreover, he has already condensed the edifying light. This edifying light is the nemesis of all evil spirits. De Huang Dog said. He had incomparable confidence in Jiang Chen. All along, he had the most confidence in Jiang Chen because he had been by Jiang Chen's side for the longest time. He deeply understood how abnormal a person like Jiang Chen, who possessed great luck, was. If it was so easy to die, Jiang Chen would have died hundreds of times already. Then what do we do now? Nangong Wendian asked. There's still half a month before the Death Mountain opens again. Naturally, we have to continue advancing deeper into the Death Mountain. De Huang Dog said. That's right. Moreover, the exit will be in the inner part of the Death Mountain after it opens for a month. If we can't reach the inner part, we won't be able to get out. Guo Fei said. He was originally one of Xuanyu's men, so he knew more about the legend of the Death Mountain than the others. Then let's wait for Tyrant to wake up and set off together. We can't leave him alone. He's completely immersed in the state of comprehending the edifying light. If we leave now, he won't even have a protector. If someone forcefully interrupts him, it'll be a great loss. De Huang Dog said. When Jiang Chen wasn't here, De Huang Dog would definitely be the backbone. Although this dog was extremely shameless, he was a meticulous fellow. Nangong Wendian and Guo Fei nodded. They took a look at Tyrant's state. Indeed, they couldn't leave now. If they left Tyrant here alone, they would definitely be worried. On the other side, Jiang Qin was taken away by a beam of light. That light didn't harm him, but brought him to another spatial zone. Jiang Qin was thrown out from the spatial zone. He stabilized his body and started to look around. He saw black mountain peaks everywhere in this spatial zone. Every mountain peak seemed to have existed for a very long time. Some of the mountain peaks were extremely dilapidated. The air here was filled with yin qi and death qi, which matched the aura of the Death Mountain. It seems like this is another spatial zone in the Death Mountain. I wonder what that beam of light is and why it brought me here. Maybe it's related to the edifying light that I have comprehended. Jiang Qin guessed. All of this was very strange. There was nothing in this empty spatial zone except for one person. However, his face didn't show any signs of panic. As the greatest saint in the world, his temperament was very tenacious. Ordinary people couldn't be compared to him. Jiang Qin didn't discover anything in this spatial zone. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He had to think of a way to get out of here. With a leap, Jiang Qin jumped 100 miles into the spatial zone and entered the mountain range. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. Jiang Qin wasn't afraid of the yin qi and death qi at all. He directly entered the mountain range. Hafnium, as expected, a hoarse voice was heard. This voice wasn't unfamiliar to Jiang Qin. It was the voice of a yin spirit. He raised his head and saw 3 terrifying yin spirits appearing not far away from him. Their hollow eyes were filled with ghost flames. Those ghost flames were completely formed by the death qi. Those ghost flames were like the eyes of the yin spirits, completely locking onto Jiang Qin. These yin spirits are all of the yin attribute. The edifying light is a light that can purify all living beings. It can purify all kinds of demons and ghosts. The yin qi and death qi in this spatial zone have reached a certain level. There must be a lot of yin spirits here. Could it be that the beam of light brought me here to edify these yin spirits and test the power of the edifying light? Jiang Qin guessed. Roar! The 3 yin spirits roared. Their speed was extremely fast as they pounced towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't have time to think too much. He didn't care why he entered the spatial zone. Since he had successfully cultivated the edifying light, he had to test it on these yin spirits. Chapter 698. When the 3 powerful apparitions saw the intruder, they immediately launched their most ferocious attacks. They cooperated with the environment and were almost untraceable like ghosts. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Jiang Qin. However, these apparitions were far from being able to deal with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was not in a hurry. When the 3 apparitions arrived in front of him, a dazzling light appeared on his fingertip. It was the edifying light. Go! Jiang Qin shouted and the edifying light was thrown out. It pierced through the glabella of one of the apparitions with lightning speed. Then, it rushed out of its body and entered the glabella of another apparition. The edifying light was too fast. It pierced through all 3 apparitions in the blink of an eye. After being pierced by the edifying light, the 3 tyrannical apparitions suddenly stopped moving. They were petrified on the spot. At the next moment, the ferocious light in their eyes gradually disappeared. The green willow, the wisp in their eyes blinked twice. The 3 apparitions looked at Jiang Qin at the same time. Then, the 3 apparitions knelt on the ground and trembled in submission. Seeing this situation, even with Jiang Qin's temperament, he almost jumped in excitement. The edifying light was a treasure. The 3 ferocious apparitions were subdued by him in an instant. From now on, they had to listen to his commands and be used by him. This ability was simply heaven-defying. The edifying light was the nemesis of all evil spirits in the world. The ability of the edifying light wasn't to kill evil spirits, but to edify evil spirits, to make them turn over a new leaf and obey the person who cast the edifying light. Even if Jiang Qin ordered the 3 apparitions to commit suicide on the spot, the 3 apparitions would immediately follow his order without any stubbornness or resistance. The edifying light evolved from the Supreme Heart Sutra of the Buddhist sect is indeed mysterious and has supreme power. It's not just a saying. I wonder if the monk has comprehended the edifying light. Now that I've entered this space, I'm going to test the power of the edifying light with the help of the yin spirits here. With a smile on his face, Jiang Qin glanced at the 3 kneeling spirits and said, "Stand up." After the 3 yin spirits were purified, they could actually understand Jiang Qin's words. They didn't dare to resist at all. They quickly got up from the ground and stood respectfully. Jiang Qin's body shook again, and he continued to fly into the space. Hafnium. The eerie cries of the apparitions were heard again. This time, more than 10 powerful apparitions appeared and blocked Jiang Qin's path. Each of these apparitions had an extremely tyrannical aura, and they let out extremely unpleasant cries that made one's scalp go numb. Seeing this, Jiang Qin sent out a spiritual will, and the 3 apparitions behind him immediately roared and charged at the apparitions in front of them. They were fighting with no regard for their lives. Seeing that their companions had actually attacked them, the dozen or so yin spirits were stunned for a moment. However, the 3 yin spirits that had been purified did not stop at all. They exploded the other 3 yin spirits on the spot before turning to attack the other yin spirits. Hafnium. The remaining apparitions finally reacted. They didn't know what was happening, and they didn't know why their companions would attack them. However, the apparitions didn't hesitate at all. The remaining apparitions surrounded the 3 apparitions that were purified. Edifying light. Jiang Qin shouted again. The edifying light was once again cast out by him, and it charged at the apparitions in front of him. The edifying light gradually grew stronger as the number of apparitions that were purified increased. Swoosh swoosh, the edifying light was like a meteor, and it constantly passed through the apparitions' bodies. All the apparitions were purified in an instant, and they completely obeyed his command and knelt on the ground. This situation made Jiang Qin extremely happy. Every one of these apparitions had the combat strength of a combat emperor. When they joined forces, it would be very terrifying. However, after Jiang Qin cast the edifying light, he had gained a deeper understanding of the edifying light. This edifying light couldn't purify any kind of evil spirit, it was related to his cultivation grade. The edifying light could only purify those who were weaker than him. If he encountered those who were stronger than him, it would be extremely difficult to edify them. Just like the current Jiang Qin, he could kill a 7th grade combat emperor with his 4th grade combat emperor cultivation grade and 8th grade combat emperor. If he encountered an 8th grade combat emperor devil, the edifying light could easily purify it, but if he encountered a 9th grade combat emperor devil, it wouldn't be that easy. He needed to find the right time to do it. It was simply impossible to edify a minor saint devil, unless his luck was heaven-defying and the devil wasn't on guard. Only then could he succeed. Oh how, the apparitions roared. In the next half an hour, Jiang Qin had used the edifying light to edify more than 100 apparitions. These apparitions all obeyed his command. However, at this time, Jiang Qin was surprised to find that his edifying light had reached its limit. He couldn't edify another apparition anymore. This made him understand that due to his strength, the number of devils that the edifying light could purify was limited. It was impossible for him to edify all the devils like the Buddha ancestor in the illusion. Moreover, the number of devils would change according to the cultivation grade of the devils. The more powerful the devil, the lesser the number of devils that could be purified. It seems like I have to increase my cultivation grade as soon as possible. Unfortunately, this edifying light is a light that can purify all living beings. Because I am not a Buddhist sect disciple, even if I successfully cultivate it, it won't be of any help to my cultivation grade. Jiang Qin sighed. Initially, he thought that he could use the edifying light to advance his cultivation base to the next level, but it seemed to be impossible now. If only he had comprehended the edifying light. If Tyrant could successfully cultivate it, he might obtain the blessing of the edifying light and increase his cultivation grade. As a matter of fact, if the people outside knew that Jiang Qin had edified more than 100 apparitions and made them obey his command, they would probably faint from the shock. How could this bastard not be satisfied? He really deserved to be scolded. 100 apparitions was naturally very terrifying. Jiang Qin could lead this army of apparitions to sweep across this spatial zone. In the remaining time, Jiang Qin needed to find a way to exit this spatial zone. He had tested the power of the edifying light. He was very satisfied with it. The reason why he was brought to this spatial zone was to test the power of the edifying light. In that case, there was no need for him to continue staying here. Hong Long. The shock waves of battle could be felt everywhere. The apparitions that appeared later were defeated by Jiang Qin's apparitions army. Many of them were torn into pieces on the spot. The scene was extremely tragic. Jiang Qin crossed his arms and followed behind Tyrant. He was overjoyed to see such a scene. The edifying light was an unparalleled treasure. Roar! At this moment, a roar suddenly resounded from the inside of the spatial zone. It was just a roar, but the entire spatial zone began to tremble violently. The apparitions that were fighting fiercely fell to the ground. Jiang Qin's soul was quivering. He felt that his ears were going deaf. If he didn't use the great soul derivation technique to block a part of the sound wave, he would have fallen to the ground like those apparitions. A minor saint apparition. Jiang Qin's facial expression turned incomparably ugly. He had never thought that there would be a minor saint dark soul in this spatial zone that the light beam had brought him to. Jiang Qin had the urge to curse out loud. With his current strength, he would certainly die if he fought against a minor saint apparition. He couldn't even use the broken pot unless he used the source of combat strength talisman that was given to him by Great Master Ran Feng. However, the talisman was very precious. Unless it was a critical moment, Jiang Qin wouldn't use it. It would be a waste if he used it in this Death Mountain. Moreover, the highest grade of the people who entered the Death Mountain was only an 8th grade combat emperor. Guo Xiaofei refrained from breaking through to the 9th grade combat emperor in order not to cause any accidents in the Death Mountain. If Jiang Qin used the source of combat strength talisman, it would immediately trigger the restriction of the Death Mountain. But this apparition was different. Although it was a minor saint apparition, it was a creature of the Death Mountain. It wouldn't cause any backlash from the Death Mountain. Long after the roar ended, a giant creature suddenly appeared. It was a giant skeleton man that was about 100 meters tall. His entire body was covered with death qi. It was incomparably gloomy. There were 2 balls of ghost fire in his eye sockets, scaring people to death. This giant apparition stomped on a mountain peak, crushing it into pieces. It has the combat strength of a 1st grade minor saint. Jiang Qin's eyes were about to bleed. He could already tell that this giant apparition had the combat strength of a 1st grade minor saint. It was unimaginably powerful. A minor saint was already a saint. This step was a huge leap. Those who had reached the minor saint realm had already comprehended their own domain. The power of their domain was incomparably strong. Within the domain, they were invincible. The minor saint dark soul in front of him was just a dark soul. The only thing it could release was death chi and yin chi. Its domain had already disappeared, but it still had the combat strength of a first-grade minor saint. If they were to fight, the domain wouldn't be able to control it. Roar! The minor saint apparition roared again. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out death chi that was as sharp as swords. These death chi instantly covered all the apparitions on the ground. Caw-caw! Like a violent storm, all the apparitions were crushed into pieces. The death chi turned into a strong wind, rolling all the shattered apparitions into the mouth of the minor saint apparition. They were all swallowed in one gulp. The scene was too scary, it made people shudder. Chapter 699. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed completely. He had the urge to curse. Even if the edifying light was to test him, there was no need to create such a big guy. With his current strength, how was it possible for him to edify a minor saint like Jiang Chen with the edifying light? It was simply a dream. The true dragon fire, true thunder fire, and even the dragon transformation art could restrain all kinds of evil things, but in the face of the absolute gap in strength, all these restraints were just bullshit. Jiang Chen had no doubt that even if he used all of his skills, the dragon transformation art and the two types of flames to their maximum, he still wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from this big guy. The gap between a fourth-grade combat emperor and a first-grade minor saint was like the difference between heaven and earth. What was a saint? Once you comprehend the Tao, you will become a saint immediately. Even if you were just a minor saint, you would still be a saint. The gap between a combat emperor and a minor saint was no doubt like the gap between the earth and the sky. The gap between the two was indescribable. Even a peak 9th-grade combat emperor would be slapped to death by a true first-grade minor saint. In this space that was filled with death chi and yin chi, there was a powerful first-grade minor saint dark soul. Jiang Chen had a feeling that unless he used the source of combat strength talisman of Great Master Ran Feng, he wouldn't have any way to resist this dark soul. If he used the talisman, he could kill the dark soul, but it would bring about other disasters. It wouldn't only be a disaster for him, but also for everyone in the Death Mountain. Therefore, he still couldn't use the source of combat strength talisman. Then, Jiang Chen could only use other methods to deal with this gigantic existence. Run. That's right, the most important thing to do was to run. Since he couldn't win the battle, he could only run away. With a sway of his body, he casted the 9 phantom wolves and the spatial shift to the extreme, turning into a green smoke and disappearing in a blink. Jiang Chen had traveled at least 200 miles in an instant, but what terrified him was that the chi of death was still shrouding him. He turned his head and found that the terrifying dark soul was still standing not far behind him. He had run 200 miles in an instant, but the distance between him and the dark soul didn't increase at all. Jiang Chen circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique and found out that the entire spatial zone was sealed by an invisible force. It was sealed by the dark spirit using the dense yin chi and death chi. In other words, the spatial zone had become a cage. Even with his ability, there was no way for him to escape from this place. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Damn it! Jiang Chen cursed. The edifying light had really screwed him over this time. He had encountered an opponent that he couldn't deal with at all. Roar! The huge yin spirit roared again and walked towards Jiang Chen step by step. The ghostly fire in its eyes flickered, and it didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen understood the meaning of the yin spirit's eyes and almost vomited blood on the spot. This big guy actually regarded him as a prey. That kind of gaze represented a kind of teasing and toying with him. If the yin spirit wanted to kill Jiang Chen, he could easily crush Jiang Chen like an ant. However, the yin spirit didn't make a move. It was obvious that it was toying with Jiang Qin. Go to hell. You even dare to play a trick on me. Jiang Qin was furious. He suddenly struck out the fire dragon seal. The huge fire dragon dragged its long tail and rushed towards the Yin spirit. Feeling the strong impact of the fire dragon, the Yin spirit was obviously stunned. It seemed that it didn't expect that the outsider in front of it could actually use such a fire. It made it feel a trace of pressure. It was the feeling of a natural enemy and nemesis. However, the Yin spirit didn't care. It raised its fan-like hand and grabbed lightly. It completely crushed Jiang Chen's fire dragon, and the fire dissipated in the void. This result was within Jiang Chen's expectations. Jiang Chen didn't want to be entangled with the Yin spirit because he knew that the gap between them was too big. He wasn't a match for the Yin spirit at all. Therefore, he turned and ran. Rumble, Jiang Chen kept striking out the fire dragon seal as he ran. Unfortunately, the powerful fire dragon seal had no effect on the Yin spirit. Every time he struck out a fire dragon, it would be directly destroyed by the Yin spirit. What was even more infuriating was that no matter how fast Jiang Chen ran, he couldn't increase the distance between him and the Yin spirit. The Yin spirit would always appear not far away from him. The Yin spirit also didn't attack. He just continuously destroyed Jiang Chen's fire dragon. This situation made Jiang Chen feel like he was about to vomit blood. He felt like he was being teased. The Yin spirit could obviously kill him easily, but it didn't do anything. It seemed like it wanted to play with him enough before killing him. This can't go on. I can't escape from the Yin spirit's palm. It seems like I have to fight. A ruthless look appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Facing such a situation, it was almost certain that he would die. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already panicked or even felt despair. However, Jiang Chen was the greatest saint in the world. No matter how dangerous the situation was, he could still stay calm and keep a clear head. Because only a clear head would be able to deal with everything. Swoosh! Jiang Chen suddenly stopped moving. He turned around and looked at the Yin spirit. He pointed his finger at the Yin spirit and said loudly, "Big guy, attack me if you have the guts. Fight me for a few moves." Jiang Chen knew that the Yin spirit could understand his words. An existence that had reached the minor saint realm, even if it was just a dead body, would still have spirituality. In other words, the Yin spirit was also a kind of living creature. It was a special form of existence. The Yin spirit in front of him was just a skeleton, but it had a high level of spirituality. Otherwise, it wouldn't be teasing Jiang Chen. The Yin spirit didn't expect that the human in front of it would suddenly stop and provoke it. In its opinion, the human should be running for his life at this moment. But now, it seemed like the human had given up because he knew that he was going to die for sure. Hafnium. The Yin spirit let out a deep roar. The playful look in its eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by a murderous look. Since the human dared to provoke it, it would be better to fulfill its wish. There was no point in playing with it any longer. A cold force burst out from the Yin spirit's body. It instantly locked onto Jiang Chen, leaving no chance for Jiang Chen to escape. In the next moment, the Yin spirit raised its huge palm and slapped at Jiang Chen. Humph! Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. He could feel a mountain-like force pressing down on him, but he still fought back with all his might, because he knew that if he didn't fight back, he would be killed by the force. Moreover, Jiang Chen could feel that the Yin spirit didn't use its full strength in this slap. Perhaps, in the Yin spirit's opinion, it didn't need to use its full strength to kill a person like Jiang Chen. In this case, it had given Jiang Chen a chance. Jiang Chen exerted all his strength. He circulated the dragon transformation skill to the extreme and struck out the true dragon palm. A huge blood-red dragon claw rushed out and blocked the Yin spirit's sharp claw. Hong Long. The earth trembled. Jiang Chen's true dragon palm was destroyed. The huge palm pressed down on Jiang Chen. He let out a blood-curdling scream as he was slapped to the ground. A large crater appeared on the hard ground, and Jiang was lying in the crater. His entire body was covered in blood, and many parts of his body had been torn apart. He had suffered extremely serious injuries. If it was anyone else, they would have been smashed into meat paste and died on the spot. However, Jiang Chen's body was very strong. Not to mention the fact that he often refined his dragon transformation skill, he had experienced the heavenly tribulation 3 times. Each time, his body was tempered to a higher level. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen dared to fight with the Yin spirit. To put it bluntly, Jiang Chen was risking his life. At this moment, Jiang Chen was enduring the pain in his body. He was lying on the ground motionlessly. He had concealed all his aura. From the outside, he looked no different from a dead man. However, under his body, a dazzling light was faintly discernible on his index finger. This was Jiang Chen's last attack. If the Yin spirit didn't fall for it, he would have to use the source of combat strength talisman. No matter what, he couldn't die here. Hafnium. The Yin spirit let out a carefree sound. He came to the edge of the crater. After seeing Jiang Chen's condition, he didn't have any doubts. He opened his skeletal mouth, obviously laughing. From the Yin spirit's point of view, Jiang Chen was already dead. He didn't have any doubts about this because the gap between them was too big. He was very confident in his slap. Although he didn't use his full strength, it was enough to slap a 4th-grade combat emperor to death. While the Yin spirit absorbed all the death qi and Yin qi into his body. Just like what Jiang Chen had expected, the Yin spirit didn't have any defense at all. He bent his body and stretched out his huge palm, trying to grab Jiang Chen's back. He wanted to eat Jiang Chen's heart. Just as the Yin spirit's sharp claw was about to touch Jiang Chen, the dead Jiang Chen moved again. Jiang Chen endured the pain in his body and turned around with lightning speed. His finger was like a sword and the edifying light was shot out like a meteor. This sudden change was something the Yin spirit didn't expect. While he was stunned, Jiang Chen succeeded. The edifying light went straight into the Yin spirit's glabella and drilled into his body like a snake. Roar then, the Yin spirit roared crazily. He held his head with both of his hands and hammered it continuously, trying to squeeze the edifying light out of his head. He felt that the edifying light was an incomparably terrifying thing that wanted to change his entire body. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and jumped out of the crater. Without saying a word, he took out a large amount of healing pills from his Qi Si and some divine pills that he got from the herb garden. He swallowed them all at once and circulated the dragon transformation art to heal his injuries. The injuries he suffered just now were too serious. All his internal organs were shaken. Fortunately, his dragon transformation art was very powerful. It was able to heal his injuries at all times. In addition, he had a lot of spiritual pills with him. His recovery speed was very fast. Roar, the Yin spirit roared. It was having an intense battle with the edifying light, trying to squeeze the edifying light out of its body. Chapter 700. During the process of dealing with the dark soul, Jiang Chen's wisdom and courage were fully displayed. Jiang Chen's grasp of the situation was truly amazing. He had already figured out that the only way to deal with the dark soul was to use the source of combat strength talisman or the edifying light. The source of combat strength talisman was undoubtedly the worst choice. It could only be used in a life and death situation. Therefore, Jiang Qin targeted the edifying light. First, he provoked the dark soul to attack him. Then, he struck out the true dragon palm to block a part of the dark soul's attack while he bore the rest of the attack. He had measured the dark soul's strength and determined that his body could withstand the attack. He was sure that the dark soul would think that he was already dead and would be careless when it dug out his heart. Jiang Chen was betting on this point. Then, he struck out the edifying light into the dark soul's body at lightning speed. If the dark soul was on guard, it would be impossible for him to cast the edifying light into the dark soul's body. The fact proved that everything was going according to Jiang Chen's plan. The dark soul had underestimated Jiang Chen and was attacked by Jiang Chen at the last moment. The edifying light was the nemesis of all evil things. Even if the dark soul was a minor saint, it would be hard for him to escape from the fate of being controlled by the edifying light. However, the dark soul in front of him was too strong, or it could be said that Jiang Chen's cultivation was too weak. The edifying light that he cast out was also very weak. Even when the edifying light entered the dark soul's body, it still wasn't edified like the other dark souls. Roar! Roar! The dark soul roared crazily, destroying the entire area. It held its head with both of its hands and kept tearing it. The ghost fire in its eyes had turned blood red, making it look extremely ferocious. Currently, the dark soul was in a very painful stage. It was enduring an unprecedented torture. It didn't dare to relax even a little bit because once it relaxed, it would be edified. Jiang Chen stood at a distance and healed himself. At the same time, he was observing the dark soul's reaction without blinking. He didn't dare to be careless. Hafnium. The yin spirit was getting more and more agitated. It used its sharp claws to hit its head continuously, making sounds of metal being hammered. Every time it hit, there would be a lot of sparks. As it hammered, the edifying light actually appeared between its brows. It seemed like it would be forced out at any time. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression changed again. This big guy is too terrifying. It's hard to deal with. I can't let it force the edifying light out. Once it's out, it'll be impossible to edify it again. I'll be done for. Let's see who's stronger. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. He didn't dare to relax at this moment. He couldn't care less about the injuries on his body. He had to edify the dark soul completely. Putting aside the benefits it would bring him after edifying the dark soul, he could at least guarantee his life. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore. Once the dark soul was forced out of the edifying light, the consequences would be unimaginable. He immediately sat cross-legged not far away from the dark soul and activated the Great Soul Derivation technique. A terrifying soul power spread out like a tide and enveloped the dark soul completely. He wanted to use the soul power to affect the mind of the dark soul so that it wouldn't be able to fully focus on forcing out the edifying light. True dragon fire, true thunderbolt fire, come out. Jiang Chen roared and a sea of fire was shot out from him. It instantly covered the dark soul, causing it to be completely engulfed in the sea of fire. Roar, affected by the soul power and the flames, the yin spirit screams became louder and louder. Its scream sounded like it was enduring endless pain. It was heart-wrenching. The edifying light that it had hammered out entered the yin spirit's body once again. Jiang Chen activated the soul power and the flames while controlling the edifying light. He wanted to use the edifying light to destroy the last direction of the dark soul's mind and edify it completely for his own use. However, the difference between them was too great. This wasn't going to be an easy task. Jiang Chen and the dark soul were in a stalemate. It seemed like there wouldn't be a winner in a short period of time. Given the current situation, Jiang Chen and the dark soul had no way out. The dark soul didn't have the mood to deal with Jiang Qin at all. It had to focus on dealing with the edifying light. Once the light destroyed its last line of defense, it would be finished. Jiang Qin was the same. He also had no way out. He had to use the edifying light to edify the dark soul. If he failed, he could only use the source of combat strength talisman to resolve the Tao querying issue. However, by then, it might cause a bigger problem. Roar, roar, the dark soul continued to roar. There was blood at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He controlled the raging flames and dealt with the dark soul while refining the medicinal power in his body. He circulated the dragon transformation art to heal his injuries. He and the dark soul were in a stalemate. It would be difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. At the same time, in the 9th level of the ancient pagoda, the Huang dog and the other two were still guarding the monk. They were worried about Jiang Qin. However, they understood that Jiang Qin had been taken away by a ray of light and entered the Buddha statue. He wouldn't be able to come back. At least, he wouldn't be able to come out from the Buddha statue. We don't know where little Chinzi went. We don't know what kind of danger he encountered. The monk hasn't woken up yet. Nangong went inside. Jiang Chen's disappearance made him lose the mood to cultivate the unbounded star's transformation. Buzz, as soon as Nangong Wentian's voice faded, a golden wave suddenly shot out from Tyrant's body. Pure Buddha light engulfed him like a tidal wave. Tyrant let out a soft cry and suddenly opened his eyes. There was also a dazzling light circulating at the tip of his finger. However, this light seemed weaker than Jiang Chen's. Ha! The edifying light. I finally comprehended it. Tyrant laughed excitedly. He couldn't help but be excited. As a member of the Buddhist sect, no one knew better than him what the edifying light represented. Tyrant was indeed a rare genius of the Buddhist sect. He actually managed to condense the edifying light. Tyrant, you finally woke up. However, I'm really happy for you to successfully condense the edifying light. The Huang dog said. Tyrant turned his head and realized that Jiang Qin wasn't around. He looked at the spatial zone of the 9th level and didn't see Jiang Chen's figure. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. He kept the edifying light and stood up from the ground. He asked, "Where's little Chinzi?" He stood up from the ground, which stunned the Huang dog and the others. Nangong Wendian looked at the Buddha statue and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you fine? What's wrong with me? I can sense the edifying light. I'm about to break through to the 4th grade combat emperor. I'm fine." Tyrant spread his hands. Damn it. How could this happen? Little Chinzi had also condensed the edifying light, but it was taken away by a mysterious light that rushed out from the Buddha statue. It disappeared, but you are fine. Chapter 701. What? You're saying that little Chinzi has also comprehended the edifying light? Tyrant couldn't help but be shocked. He then started to roll his eyes, thinking that Jiang Qin was really a monster. He wasn't a Buddhist, but he was able to comprehend the edifying light. This was simply a miracle. What made Tyrant feel even more unbearable was that this guy actually comprehended the edifying light before him. This was too much of a blow to him. However, after thinking about it, Tyrant felt relieved. He had known Jiang Qin for a long time. Jiang Qin had created countless miracles. But why would the Buddha statue shoot out a beam of light and take little Chinzi away? Where is he being taken to? Could it be related to the edifying light? Tyrant also thought of something unusual. Logically speaking, even if there was a change, it should have happened to both of them at the same time. After all, both of them had comprehended the edifying light. However, that mysterious beam of light only took away Jiang Qin. Now that he had comprehended the edifying light, the Buddha statue didn't have any reaction at all. Wasn't this too strange? The edifying light is the supreme existence of Buddhism. Could it be that junior brother Jiang is not a Buddhist and cultivated the edifying light? Could that beam of light be used to punish junior brother Jiang? Guo Xiaofei said with a frown. For a moment, De Huang Dog and Nangong Wendian were silent. Guo Xiaofei's words made sense. After all, Jiang Qin wasn't a Buddhist and Tyrant was a Buddhist. He was fine after cultivating the edifying light. Only Jiang Qin had disappeared. Don't worry, that kid won't die. Even if he encounters a big problem, he will be able to handle it. We don't have to worry about him blindly. It's useless even if we do. We don't even know where he went, let alone help him. De Huang Dog shook his head. Although he was also worried about Jiang Qin, he trusted Jiang Qin more. He had been by Jiang Qin's side for the longest time, so he naturally knew what Jiang Qin was capable of. Along the way, he had gone through countless life and death situations, but he still managed to survive. That's right, little Chenzi can't even be killed by the heavenly tribulation. He is a heaven-defying existence and won't die easily. We don't need to worry, we should just take care of ourselves. We have already stayed in this ancient pagoda for more than 3 days and half of the Death Mountain's opening time has passed. We should continue to move deeper into the pagoda. Otherwise, when the Death Mountain opens, we will be finished if we don't reach the exit. I don't want to stay here for more than 30 years, little Chenzi will meet us there. Nangong Wendian said. He had already stayed in this broken place for a long time, and was about to go crazy. He couldn't wait to go out and see the scenery of the divine continent. If he had to stay here for another 30 years, he would rather die. Wait a moment, let me advance my grade. Tyrant sat down on the ground again. The qi in his body started to surge. The scene made De Huang Dog, Nangong Wendian and Guo Xiaofei want to beat him up. However, Tyrant was indeed abnormal. His body was filled with Buddhist light, and he quickly advanced to the 4th grade Combat Emperor. Even after reaching the 4th grade Combat Emperor, his qi didn't stop, it continued to rise until he reached the peak of the 4th grade Combat Emperor. The reason why Tyrant could advance his grade was because of the edifying light. This edifying light came from the great compassion mantra of Buddha sect. It was extremely beneficial to any disciple of Buddha sect. Tyrant was different from Jiang Qin. He was a true disciple of Buddha sect. His body was filled with Buddha nature, and there wasn't a single impurity in him. Naturally, he could obtain great benefits from the edifying light. Xiaoyao Palace, at the top of the tower, Freedom King was sitting on the throne. His eyes were slightly closed. Between his brows, traces of golden light were constantly floating. With him as the center, a powerful qi field was formed around him. This invisible qi field was the domain of a minor saint. Anyone who stepped into this domain could only be at the mercy of Freedom King. Below the main hall, the majestic white tiger was still lying on the ground, as if it didn't care about anything. However, even Freedom King didn't dare to underestimate this white tiger. If the white tiger went berserk, he wouldn't be its opponent, even if he was 1 grade higher than the white tiger. At this moment, the void in the main hall trembled. Then, a golden light rushed out and turned into a person. It was the leader of the Northern and Southern dynasties. At this moment, the leader of the Northern and Southern dynasties had a scheming face. His qi was a little chaotic and his eyes were filled with evil. Northern and Southern princes, how was it? Did you manage to kill that Jiang Qin? Freedom King asked when he saw the leader of the Northern and Southern dynasties had returned. Humph. That bastard has already advanced to the 4th grade Combat Emperor. His combat strength is on par with mine. Plus, he has a terrifying treasure in his hand that can release terrifying magma. If it wasn't for my superior technique, I would have been burned to death. The leader of the northern and southern dynasties harumphed coldly. Thinking about this trip to the Death Mountain made him feel extremely gloomy and sullen. He was defeated by Jiang Chen for the second time. He wouldn't let such a thing happen a third time. What? Fourth grade combat emperor. When we entered the Death Mountain, he was just a second grade combat emperor. How long has it been since then? This Jiang Chen is too terrifying. We have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Freedom King's expression changed slightly. The speed of Jiang Chen's advancement was too terrifying. He initially thought that the northern and southern dynasties would definitely kill Jiang Chen. He didn't expect that the northern and southern dynasties would be the one to suffer. The northern and southern dynasties had a true immortal physique. Such a peerless genius was one of a kind. However, compared to the northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Chen seemed to be even more terrifying. He was only a fourth-grade combat emperor, but he was able to fight the sixth-grade combat emperor of the northern and southern dynasties to a draw. It doesn't matter. This man will die in my hands sooner or later. Tomorrow, I will go to the immortal possessive mountain and obtain the inheritance of the great immortal. At that time, my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. A mere Jiang Chen is nothing in my eyes. The leader of the northern and southern dynasties said. Good. If the northern and southern princes obtain the inheritance of the great immortal, they will be even more terrifying. Our plan to rule over Xuanyu can be carried out in advance. Freedom King's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He knew that the northern and southern dynasties had entered the immortal possessive mountain before and obtained great benefits from it. The immortal possessive mountain was one of the 8 forbidden areas in the divine continent. It was rumored that there was an immortal treasure inside, but those who entered to search for the immortal treasure all died in the end. Those who walked out of the mountain went insane. Therefore, the immortal possessive mountain became another forbidden area. However, the leader of the northern and southern dynasties was the reincarnation of an immortal. He could enter the immortal possessive mountain as he wished. Not only Xuanyu, the other big domains are also under my rule. We are now going to carry out the first step of our plan to rule over Xuanyu, which is to destroy the geniuses of the other 4 major powers. The leader of the northern and southern dynasties revealed a cold smile. Freedom King was stunned. He didn't understand what the leader of the northern and southern dynasties meant. Currently, most of the geniuses of Xuanyu are in the Death Mountain. The opening of the Death Mountain only allows those who are below the 8th grade to enter. If we secretly send a 9th grade combat emperor into the mountain and release his power, it is very likely that it will stir up the Death Mountain and bring disaster to everyone. The leader of the northern and southern dynasties, Leng Leng, said. Hiss. Chapter 702. They wanted to kill everyone in the Death Mountain. This was a sinister plan. Once it was spread out, the whole of Xuanyu would be shaken. This time, the people who entered Xuanyu Mountain weren't only the people from the 5 major powers, there were also a lot of small and medium-sized powers in Xuanyu, and a large number of rogue cultivators. If a 9th grade combat emperor entered the 3rd layer, it might not cause any harm to the combat soul and combat king warriors, but to the combat emperors in the 3rd layer, it would be a real disaster. These combat emperors were the true trump cards of the major powers. If all of them were killed, it would be an unimaginable blow to any major power. Even if he, Freedom King, desired to conquer Xuanyu, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Putting aside the fact that there were people from Xiaoyao Palace, if this matter was known by others, Xiaoyao Palace would immediately become the target of public criticism. Prince Nanbei, I don't think this is appropriate. The geniuses of Xiaoyao Palace are still in there. Freedom King frowned. No matter how cruel he was, it was impossible for him to abandon his own people. From this incident, Freedom King could see the ruthlessness of the northern and southern dynasties. This was a man who would do anything to achieve his goal. He knew that the northern and southern dynasties were walking on the path of an emperor, a path of domination. In order to achieve his goal, all living beings were like ants in his eyes. Such a man was the scariest. Don't worry. I can enter and exit the Death Mountain at will. I can build a new passage to allow the people of Xiaoyao Palace to come out earlier. Even if there are ninth-grade combat emperors, there won't be any accidents. Palace Master doesn't have to worry about this. The northern and southern dynasties said with a smile. He knew very well that if he couldn't guarantee the safety of the people of Xiaoyao Palace, Freedom King wouldn't agree to his request. But, when the time comes, only the people of Xiaoyao Palace can come out, wouldn't it be too suspicious? King Xiaoyao frowned. It doesn't matter. When the time comes, even if the people of Xiaoyao Palace find another exit, they can instantly bring some of the other major powers and rogue cultivators out. At that time, they will naturally testify for us. If necessary, we can keep some of the disciples of Xiaoyao Palace in there. Those who want to achieve great things don't bother about trifles. This is a good opportunity to attack the four major powers. Palace Lord, you must not miss it. When I come out of the Immortal Depository Mountain, it will be the time to dominate Xuanyu. The northern and southern dynasties all exuded the aura of a high and mighty emperor. That aura was so oppressive that no one dared to look at it directly. King Xiaoyao sat back on his throne with a grave expression on his face. If this matter was not handled properly, there would be a lot of trouble. However, as long as this matter was carried out, Xuanyu would be plunged into an unprecedented shock. He had to consider it carefully. The northern and southern dynasties stood beside the white tiger, caressing the head of the white tiger. They didn't urge King Xiaoyao to make a decision hastily. They believed that King Xiaoyao would know what to do. The grand hall was filled with silence. This silence lasted for more than 10 minutes. King Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He exerted force with both of his hands, causing the armrests of the throne to make a cracking sound. All right, those who want to achieve great things don't bother about trifles. If the four major powers lose so many of their elites, it will be an unimaginable blow to them. When you come out of the Immortal Depository Mountain, we will take action against the four major powers. Don't worry, Palace Lord. Xuanyu will be yours sooner or later. The northern and southern dynasties smiled. After that, King Xiaoyao sent out his divine sense. Not long after that, a young man with an imposing appearance walked in. The young man was very handsome. His messy hair showed that he was a very flamboyant person. He looked very young, but what caught people's attention was his cultivation grade. He was at the peak of 9th grade combat emperor. He was only one step away from the minor saint realm. Shui Yifeng, the #1 genius of Xiaoyao Palace. He was ranked first in the sky ranking among the core disciples. Palace Lord. Shui Yifeng bowed to King Xiaoyao, then shifted his gaze to the northern and southern dynasties. When he sensed the cultivation grade of the northern and southern dynasties, he couldn't help but frown. What was this place? This was the most honorable place in Xiaoyao Palace. Without King Xiaoyao's permission, not even the Supreme Elder was allowed to enter. Today was Shui Yifeng's second time here, but this young man who was only a 6th grade combat emperor was actually standing in front of him. Yifeng, this is young Master Nan Bei. Don't neglect him. King Xiaoyao said. Yes. Shui Yifeng nodded. He instantly put away his contempt towards the northern and southern dynasties. Someone who was valued by King Xiaoyao was certainly not an ordinary person. Yifeng, I have asked you to come here to give you a big mission. Are you willing to accept it? King Xiaoyao looked at Shui Yifeng and said in a serious tone. There were many ninth-grade combat emperor elders and core disciples in Xiaoyao Palace, but King Xiaoyao only asked Shui Yifeng to come here. It wasn't only because Shui Yifeng was ranked first in the Sky ranking and had a strong cultivation grade. It was also because Shui Yifeng was picked up by King Xiaoyao when he was young. Shui Yifeng was loyal to King Xiaoyao. This mission was of great importance and required a very loyal person to complete it. I am willing to go through fire and water. Shui Yifeng clasped his fists and said. From King Xiaoyao's tone, he could tell that this mission wasn't simple. I want you to sneak into the Death Mountain to carry out a very important mission. King Xiaoyao said. Shui Yifeng was stunned. Palace Lord, the Death Mountain doesn't allow ninth-grade combat emperors to enter. Also, the passageway to the Death Mountain has disappeared. I have no way to enter. Young Master Nanbei has a way to send you in. What you need to do is, King Xiaoyao told Shui Yifeng about the plan that he had discussed with the northern and southern dynasties. After listening to him, Shui Yifeng's facial expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that the mission that he was going to carry out would be like this. It was imaginable that once this happened, the whole of Xuanyu would be plunged into chaos. Yifeng, our Xiaoyao Palace is going to achieve hegemony. It won't take long before we rule over Xuanyu. If you do this well, I will give you a great reward later. You will enter the mountain in advance and hide your identity. Remember, you cannot expose yourself. You have to find a way to lure most of the disciples of Xiaoyao Palace into the passageway that young Master Nanbei has opened up. At the same time, bring out some people from other powers and rogue cultivators. At the very last moment, release your energy and cause a turbulence in the Death Mountain. You have to remember, when you are in the Death Mountain, you are not allowed to expose your identity and you are not allowed to kill anyone. Even the people of Xiaoyao Palace must not know of your existence. King Xiaoyao instructed solemnly. He wanted this matter to be carried out without anyone knowing. He wanted to cause a huge turbulence at the last moment of the Death Mountain's opening, and make everyone stay in the Death Mountain. I promise to complete the mission. Shui Yifeng bowed to King Xiaoyao once again. He was a smart person and knew the pros and cons of this matter. More importantly, he would definitely complete the mission that King Xiaoyao had assigned to him. Even if King Xiaoyao asked him to die, he would not even frown. In his heart, King Xiaoyao was like his father and master. If it wasn't for King Xiaoyao back then, he would have died a long time ago. Hence, Shui Yifeng was willing to use his life to complete everything that King Xiaoyao had entrusted to him. He was willing to use his life to help King Xiaoyao achieve hegemony. Let's go. The northern and southern dynasties said this and took the lead to leave the palace. Shui Yifeng followed behind the northern and southern dynasties and flew in the direction of the Death Mountain. The northern and southern dynasties had the body of an immortal. There were traces of the immortal world in their bodies and they had the inheritance of the immortal realm. They could do many things that others could not. Death-forbidden lands like the Death Mountain and the Immortal Depository Mountain could not stop them at all. In the Death Mountain, countless people were still searching for treasures everywhere. However, the treasures here were really hard to find. There were many overlapping spaces here, but most of them were empty. In addition, there were too many people who had entered. At this time, the scene of people fighting for treasures had already started to appear. People walked through many spaces. The deeper they went into the Death Mountain, the less space there was. Everyone knew that if they wanted to get out of this place, they had to enter the deepest space before the deadline. That was the exit. Countless cultivators were advancing towards the depths of the Death Mountain. No one noticed that in the Death Mountain, there was already an additional man in black. He was like a ghost in black. The day of the opening of the Death Mountain was getting closer and closer. The number of spaces in front of them was also getting lesser. People from various forces had also gathered together. The number of people in different spaces was also increasing. There were also more and more fights. Everyone was working hard for the treasures. No one noticed that the number of disciples in Xiaoyao Palace was decreasing. The more they walked, the less they walked, the faster they disappeared. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before the opening of the Death Mountain. At this time, most of the people had walked into the last space. This space was very big, but it was very empty. The void above the space was constantly twisting. This was the last node of the Death Mountain. 3 days later would be the 1-month deadline. At that time, the Death Mountain would open again, and this would be their only way out. And the closer it was to the last moment, the more nervous everyone was. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut. They didn't dare to relax at all. Many people had obtained their own benefits, and there were even more people whose cultivation had greatly improved. At this time, it was very easy for fights to happen. It was the easiest for battles to happen. No one dared to be negligent. Chapter 703. Seeing this group of people, they couldn't help but keep a distance from them. They had been in the Death Mountain for such a long time. Everyone knew what they had done. Out of the 5 leaders of the 5 major powers, they had killed 3 of them. The remaining 2 were their friends. This was the last moment. If this group of people wanted to plunder and rob them of their belongings, they would be in big trouble. Moreover, nothing was impossible for this group of people. However, their worries were unnecessary. Tyrant and the others didn't have the intention to rob others. They themselves had obtained great benefits. The treasures in the hands of others were nothing to them. At this time, Han Yan and Zhuoling Er appeared. Mo Sang was also coming from afar. There were only 3 days left before the opening of the Death Mountain. Basically, everyone would come to this place. At this time, there was nothing more to search for treasures. There were too many spatial zones in this place and many of them were filled with strange things. If they were to enter a spatial zone and couldn't get out after 3 days, they would miss the opening time of the Death Mountain. If they couldn't get out, they would have to stay here for 30 years. If something unexpected happened, they would be finished. Han Yan and the others flew over when they saw De Huang Dog and the others. They didn't know what kind of fortune Han Yan had obtained, but he had already become an 8th grade combat emperor. Little Ling Er was indeed a rare genius. In just a month's time, she had advanced from 2nd grade combat emperor to 5th grade combat emperor. Just like what Jiang Qin had said, these people were people with great luck. They could only get their own benefits when they were separated. Today, Han Yan and Zhuoling Er had obtained their own fortune. Their progress was astonishing. Both parties were naturally happy to meet each other, especially when they saw each other's growth. They felt incomparably gratified. Everyone here was on the same side. It was Jiang Qin who had brought them together. In the future, they would definitely fight together. The stronger their cultivation, the better it would be for them. Where's Big Brother? Zhuoling Er looked around and didn't see Jiang Qin. She was puzzled. Yeah, De Huang, why didn't little Chenzi show up? If De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin weren't here at the same time, he wouldn't be surprised at all. After all, he knew that De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin were inseparable. Now that De Huang Dog was here, but Jiang Qin wasn't here, this wasn't normal. Damn it, I can't find that guy. There are only 3 days left. This is really worrying. De Huang Dog could not help but ask. Then, he told them everything that had happened in the ancient pagoda. What do you mean? Ever since little Chenzi was taken away by that ray of light, he hasn't been seen since. Han Yen frowned and looked a little worried. That's right. I don't know where that beam of light took him. Nangong Wentian said. Will Big Brother be in danger? Zhuo Ling Er's face was filled with worry. Don't worry. Even if he encounters any danger, I believe he will be able to handle it. Let's just wait here. There are still 3 days left. I believe he will be here on time. Although Tyrant was also a little worried, he could only comfort everyone. Moreover, Jiang Chen wouldn't get into trouble so easily. At this moment, Jiang Chen was still in the death space, having a life and death battle with the dark spirit. Roar! Roar! The dark spirit was still in a frenzied state. Jiang Chen was sitting cross-legged not far away from the dark spirit, controlling his soul force and flames. This battle had been going on for more than 10 days. Jiang Chen wanted to edify the dark spirit with the edifying light and disturb it with his soul force and flames, but the dark spirit only wanted to force the edifying light out of its body. This kind of stalemate had already reached the climax. This was a test of patience and willpower. It had been more than 10 days. If it was a normal person, his willpower would have collapsed by now. However, Jiang Chen was as calm as before because he knew very well that he had no way out. Only by edifying the dark spirit would he have a chance to live. What made Jiang Chen happy was that his injuries had fully recovered in these 10 days. Under the situation where his potential was stimulated, his strength had increased tremendously. He had condensed 1,500 dragon marks. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached 47,500. He was at the peak of the 4th grade combat emperor. As long as he could condense another 500 dragon marks, he would advance to the 5th grade combat emperor. On the other hand, the dark spirit's energy was constantly being depleted. One could imagine the result of this battle. Due to the advancement of Jiang Chen's cultivation, the power of the edifying light had also increased. His flame and soul force had also become stronger. As a result, the suppression of all aspects on the dark spirit had become stronger. It was impossible for the dark spirit to force the edifying light out. As a matter of fact, even Jiang Chen didn't expect that the battle would develop to such an extent. More than 10 days had passed and there was still no winner. However, this made Jiang Chen understand that it was impossible for him to edify a minor saint dark spirit with his current cultivation. He felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. If it wasn't because he pretended to be dead and sent the edifying light into the dark spirit's body, he wouldn't be able to deal with this giant dark spirit. Dark spirit, you can't do it anymore. Give up. Jiang Chen shouted at the dark soul. He wanted to disturb the dark soul's mind. There are only 3 days left before the opening of the Death Mountain. I have to get rid of this dark spirit at the last moment. Otherwise, I will be trapped in this mountain forever. Although Jiang Chen had been fighting with the dark spirit for more than 10 days, he didn't forget about the time. He knew that there were only 3 days left before the opening of the Death Mountain. Time was running out. Fortunately, the dark spirit couldn't hold on any longer. Jiang Chen could feel it through the edifying light. It was eroding the dark spirit's mind bit by bit. It was getting deeper and deeper. The dark spirit couldn't hold on any longer. According to this trend, it would take at most 2 days for Jiang Chen to completely subdue the dark spirit. At that time, Jiang Chen's mind would relax and he would immediately advance to the 5th grade combat emperor, reaching a higher level. At that time, he would have the dark spirit as his helper. This trip to the Death Mountain wasn't in vain. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In the last spatial zone of the Death Mountain, basically everyone who could be here had appeared. Today was the last day, the day when the Death Mountain would open again. As long as the passage was opened, they would be able to walk out of this place and return to Xuanyu. Many of their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation because they had obtained great benefits. When they returned, they would have a good time to digest the benefits. Han Yan and the others began to feel anxious. It was the last day, but Jiang Chen still hadn't appeared. Big brother still hasn't come out. The little girl looked very sad. Her eyes couldn't help but look at the spatial zone, hoping that a figure would suddenly appear, but the result was disappointment. For God's sake, what is this kid doing? The Huang dog also began to worry. After all, they didn't know what kind of existence the light beam that took Jiang Chen away was. They also didn't know where the light beam had brought Jiang Chen to. It had been more than 10 days. As long as he didn't leave the Death Mountain, Jiang Chen should have appeared. Their thoughts were all on Jiang Chen. The others' thoughts were on the opening of the Death Mountain. Until now, no one had noticed that almost all the people in Xiaoyao Palace had disappeared. No one had noticed that at the corner of the spatial zone, a black figure appeared like a ghost. This black figure was wearing a black robe and a black hat was covering his head. He had concealed himself very well. The black-robed man raised his head and revealed a sinister sneer at the corner of his mouth. This black-robed man wasn't someone else. He was the number 1 on the sky ranking of Xiaoyao Palace, Zhuo Yifeng. He estimated the time and said faintly, "Time's up." Then, everyone heard an earth-shattering rumble. A powerful wave of qi came from behind. Judging from the qi, it was at least released by a 9th-grade combat emperor. That's right, Zhuo Yifeng had released all of his qi at the last moment, the qi of a peak 9th-grade combat emperor. The powerful wave of qi turned into a golden light beam, exploding in the entire spatial zone. In the next moment, Zhuo Yifeng disappeared, as if he had never appeared. No one had discovered his existence. What's going on? Such a powerful wave of energy. What was that just now? It was like the powerful qi released by a 9th-grade combat emperor. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know what had happened, but after the qi disappeared, the spatial zone returned to its original calmness. However, a few minutes later, Honglong, the entire spatial zone suddenly shook violently. Cracks began to appear in the void above. Waves of bone-chilling qi and death qi drifted out from the cracks. The entire spatial zone began to shake, as if the end of the world was coming. What happened? Is the spatial zone going to be destroyed? How could this be? Everyone's facial expression changed because they could feel the terrifying and dangerous qi. That was the qi of death. All of them were combat emperors. Each of their senses were extremely sharp. The qi of death had instantly made them feel fear. Not good, this is the turbulence of the Death Mountain. That qi just now was released by someone on purpose. That is the qi of a 9th-grade combat emperor. The Death Mountain doesn't allow 8th-grade combat emperors and above to enter, or else it will cause a disaster. Motherfucker, someone wants to kill everyone. Guo Xiaofei was the first one who thought of the key point of the matter and said loudly. For God's sake, who wants to destroy us? The Huang dog had the urge to curse. When we came in, the 5 major powers had personally opened the passage. Under the supervision of the 5 minor saints, it is impossible for a 9th-grade combat emperor to enter. Who was that person just now? Skyhill School's action had instantly turned them into the target of public criticism. The sudden appearance of De Huang Dog had increased their impression of Jiang Chen's camp. The disciples of Skyhill School's face turned ugly, especially the 8th-grade combat emperor who kicked the man. He gritted his teeth while looking at De Huang Dog, but didn't dare to say anything. This dog was already very scary. They were no match for him. Moreover, this dog had the support of Jiang Qin. Moreover, the behavior of the rogue cultivators had made them realize their mistake. If they were to infuriate them now, it wouldn't do them any good. Hong Long. The originally calm and tranquil spatial zone had suddenly turned into an Azura battlefield. No one had expected this to happen. The number of dark souls was increasing. As the number increased, more and more powerful dark souls appeared. Some of the dark souls were strong enough to kill an 8th-grade combat emperor. It was extremely terrifying. Arg-arg blood-curdling screams were heard one after another. The human cultivators fell one by one. The battle hadn't been going on for a long time, but many of them had already died. Facing such a huge army of dark souls, it was useless even if they joined forces. Countless of them were in despair. They couldn't see any possibility of survival anymore. Sure enough, the Death Mountain didn't allow anyone above the 8th-grade combat emperor to enter. Once they appeared, it would cause a disaster. It would be a disaster for everyone, a disaster for the whole of Xuanyu. On the other side, Tyrant and the others were killing the dark souls. They were extremely powerful, but due to the huge number of dark souls, they were starting to feel inferior. Tyrant was the one who killed the most powerful dark souls. His edifying light had shown its true power at this moment. He had edified a total of 10 powerful dark souls and used them to deal with the other dark souls. Once his own dark soul was killed, he would edify the others. Unfortunately, he was only a 4th-grade combat emperor. He couldn't edify any powerful dark souls. Tyrant, your edifying light is very powerful. Also, your Buddhist sect's combat skill is the nemesis of these dark souls. Nan Gong Wendian praised Tyrant. This can't go on. The number of dark souls is increasing. Sooner or later, all of us will be killed. Tyrant saw the situation clearly. At this moment, he had to do something. Otherwise, today would be a real disaster. Tyrant, do you have any good ideas? De Huang Dog asked. All of you, come closer to me. Tyrant shouted. De Huang Dog and the others didn't dare to be negligent. They trusted Tyrant very much. Tyrant was a Buddhist sect's disciple and he could use the edifying light. He was the nemesis of these dark souls. Help me kill the dark souls that are rushing towards us. Tyrant ordered. After that, he waved his hand and a bright blood-red light soared to the sky. Very quickly, the blood-red light turned into golden light. It was the pure Buddha light. Everyone saw a huge stone tablet appearing out of thin air. Ha! Tyrant shouted again. He struck the edifying light into the stone tablet. After that, he took off his kasaya and the Buddha beads on his neck and put them on the stone tablet. Suddenly, with the stone tablet as the center, golden light shot out in all directions. These rays of light formed a huge golden light shield, blocking all the dark souls outside. Everyone, listen to me. Quickly enter the light shield. Tyrant's voice spread out in the form of sound waves. Everyone turned their attention to the light shield. No one dared to be negligent. Everyone flew towards the light shield. The dark souls here were too terrifying. But, there were too many of them. It was impossible to deal with them. Tyrant's light shield had a radius of a few hundred zhang. It was enough to envelop everyone. He used the light shield created by the stone tablet to block the attacks of the dark souls. Chapter 705. Roar! Roar! The dark spirits roared again and again, but the golden light shield made them feel a trace of fear. Nevertheless, they were still ferocious and rushed towards the golden light shield like madmen. Dong dong dong. Countless dark spirits collided with the light shield, producing the sound of iron striking. There were even a lot of sparks when they clashed with the light shield. However, none of them could break through the light shield. On the other hand, the human cultivators who managed to break through the light shield were not hindered at all. Look, that's the defensive barrier created by an eminent monk of Buddhism. It can block the dark spirits. Let's go in quickly. Yeah, I didn't expect that shameless monk to be an eminent monk of Buddhism. The people of Buddhism are really righteous, taking it as their duty to save all living beings in the world. They saved us at the critical moment. They are much better than Tian Shan sect. Let's not talk so much. Let's break through the dark spirits and enter the light shield. Countless human cultivators rushed towards the light shield madly. This was the only chance for them to survive. The light shield of Buddhism gave them a glimmer of hope. Whoosh swoosh swoosh. One by one, the human cultivators broke into the light barrier, which was equivalent to breaking into a safe area. Everyone had a horrified expression on their faces. They looked at the ferocious Yin spirits outside smashing into the light barrier, but they couldn't break it at all. They couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. In the sky, the huge stone tablet was supporting the entire light shield. Even though Tyrant was an eminent monk of Buddhism, with his current means and strength, it was impossible for him to support such a huge light shield to defend against countless dark spirits. The main reason for this was that stone tablet. Tyrant, you are so powerful. You actually blocked all the dark spirits. De Huang Dog stood beside Tyrant and looked at him in a new light. It's the suppression of the stone tablet. I can only activate the power of the stone tablet. Tyrant said honestly. Others might not know about this stone tablet, but Han Yen and Zhuo Ling knew it very well. Back at the magma river, no one could move this stone tablet except for Tyrant. Now, it seemed like this stone tablet was indeed an incomparably powerful treasure that played the biggest role at the critical moment. Thank you for saving our lives, eminent monk. We will never forget it. Someone cupped his fists and said to Tyrant. Their gratitude was definitely not feigned. Everyone present could clearly see the situation. If it wasn't for Tyrant's Buddhist defensive barrier, they would still be fighting the army of Yin spirits and would undoubtedly die. The Buddhist sect is indeed to deliver all living beings from suffering. We have misunderstood you before. I am truly ashamed. That's right, you saved everyone. The whole of Xuanyu is grateful to you. Many people bowed to Tyrant to express their gratitude. It had to be said that Tyrant looked incomparably eminent at this moment. He allowed everyone to enter the light barrier, including the enemies of Tianshan sect, Tan family, and the remaining people from Xiaoyao Palace. Roar roar, dong dong, the Yin spirits outside were still crazily attacking the barrier. Countless Yin spirits wanted to tear the barrier apart, but the barrier formed by the stone steel was too strong. It blocked all the Yin spirits outside. Who is that 9th grade combat emperor? Why do you want to kill us? This is too abominable. They want to put the whole of Xuanyu to death. Many of them were infuriated. If it wasn't for someone releasing the chi of a 9th grade combat emperor at the last moment, the current situation wouldn't have happened. When the gate of the Mountain of Death reopened, everyone would be able to walk out safely. At this time, Han Yan's eyes suddenly fell on the remaining disciples of Xiaoyao Palace. He immediately asked, "Where are the people of Xiaoyao Palace? Why are there so few of them left?" As soon as Han Yan's words came out, everyone's attention shifted to the remaining disciples of Xiaoyao Palace. That's right. There are so many people in Xiaoyao Palace. Why are there only a dozen of them left? Where are the others? Motherfucker, could it be that Xiaoyao Palace is behind this? Is that 9th grade combat emperor sent by Xiaoyao Palace? Does Xiaoyao Palace want to put all of us to death? What is their intention? All the spearheads were pointed at the remaining disciples of Xiaoyao Palace. At the beginning, everyone was busy killing each other, so no one paid attention to them. After Han Yan's reminder, they realized that there were only a dozen of them left in Xiaoyao Palace. This was too strange. If it was during normal times, perhaps people wouldn't suspect anything, but now that the disaster had happened, the people of Xiaoyao Palace were all gone. No matter how they thought about it, something was wrong. Don't slander us. I don't know where the people of Xiaoyao Palace have gone to. If this is the doing of Xiaoyao Palace, why are we still here? Besides, when the Mountain of Death opened, the 5 great masters were watching. Is it possible for a 9th grade combat emperor to come to Xiaoyao Palace? A disciple of Xiaoyao Palace said loudly. In fact, they were feeling even more depressed. They had already noticed that their people were getting fewer and fewer, but they didn't know where they had gone to. Then where did your people go? Someone asked. How do we know? The disciple was infuriated. All right, everyone, stop arguing. Now isn't the time to argue. The number of dark souls is increasing and they are getting stronger. You all better pray that this barrier can last until the opening of the Death Mountain. As for the other matters, we will talk about it later. If there is really something wrong with Xiaoyao Palace, the masters of the other 4 major powers will certainly seek justice. Guo Xiaofei yelled. Roar! Roar! The number of powerful dark souls was increasing. Some of them had already reached the 9th grade combat emperor. They were attacking the barrier crazily. Caw-caw. The terrifying attacks caused the barrier to tremble violently. Some parts of the barrier had already cracked. This scene made everyone tremble in fear, their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. The barrier is about to collapse. If it's broken, everyone will die. Someone yelled loudly. Extremely powerful dark souls had appeared on the outside. Even a 9th grade combat emperor had appeared. Once the light barrier was broken, everyone would die without a doubt. Everyone, listen to me. Let's work together. Use all of your yuan force and hit it on the monument. Now, only the monument can support the barrier. This requires a lot of yuan force. The powerful minor Saint Dark Soul had been edified and became Jiang Chen's slave. As long as Jiang Chen willed it, it would die instantly without any resistance. Ha! Chapter 706. Jiang Chen was very happy. Although the battle with the Dark Soul was very long and dangerous, he still won and gained great benefits. Looking at the demon soul that was crawling on the ground, Jiang Chen once again felt the scariness of the edifying light. If he didn't have the edifying light, he wouldn't be able to deal with this dark soul. Oh right, today seems to be the last day of the Death Mountain's opening. I hope I won't miss the chance to get out of here. It would be a tragedy if I was trapped here for 30 years. Jiang Chen suddenly thought of the most crucial point. It had been a month since he entered the Death Mountain. Today was the day the Death Mountain would open again. If he missed it, he wouldn't be able to get out of here and would be trapped here for 30 years. The exit of the Death Mountain must be in the deepest layer of the spatial zone. Jiang Chen was brought to this death spatial by the light beam. He didn't know where he was now, and he didn't know how to find the direction to the deepest layer of the spatial zone. His eyes fell upon the dark soul. Get up and follow me from now on. Jiang Chen said to the dark soul. Yes, master. The dark spirit sent out a unique message. Jiang Chen couldn't understand this kind of communication method in the past, but now that he had edified the dark spirit and made it his slave, Jiang Chen could understand what the dark spirit wanted to express through this kind of message, just like what the Ice Demon King did in the past. The dark soul stood up from the ground. Its 30-meter-tall body was very eye-catching. Jiang Chen was as weak as a baby in front of the dark soul. However, the ferocious dark soul became an obedient child in front of Jiang Chen. "Bring me to the deepest layer of the spatial zone," Jiang Chen said again. The Death Mountain was going to open soon. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. With the Dark Soul's guidance, he could save a lot of trouble. Yes. The Dark Soul completely obeyed Jiang Chen's order. Immediately, it brought Jiang Chen and disappeared from the Death Spatial. The Minor Saint Dark Soul had developed a strong intelligence. It was very familiar with the environment of the Death Mountain. With it bringing Jiang Chen out of the Death Mountain, there wouldn't be any delay. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the deepest layer of the spatial zone was still in a frenzy. Tens of thousands of Dark Soul army filled every corner of the spatial zone. The powerful Dark Soul raised their sharp claws and attacked the defensive barrier. The powerful barrier that was created by the stone tablet was trembling under the violent attacks. All the cultivators inside the barrier didn't dare to be negligent. They exerted all their strength to inject their essence force into the stone monument to support the barrier. When someone's essence force was depleted, he immediately swallowed a heaven essence pill to replenish it. This was an incomparably crucial moment. No one dared to be careless. They had to hold on until the passage of the Death Mountain opened again. Only then would they have a chance to survive. If the barrier was torn apart before that, everyone would die here. There were a lot of 9th-grade combat emperors. Their attacks were the most powerful. Each of their attacks was like a mountain crashing down, causing the defensive barrier to tremble. It seemed like it would break at any time. Damn it! Why are there so many Yin spirits? These Yin spirits are too strong. I wonder if we can hold them off. Even if we can't hold on, we have to. There's no way we can deal with the current situation. There are too many evil spirits, and their combat strength is tyrannical. In addition, the environment here is extremely advantageous to them. Once the barrier is torn apart, no one will survive. Everyone will die here. There is already a 9th-grade combat Emperor Dark Soul. Do you think there will be a Minor Saint Dark Soul? Shut your crow's mouth. If it really appears later, I'll be the first to tear your mouth apart. As a matter of fact, the current situation had made many of them nervous. They were guessing if there would really be a Minor Saint Dark Soul. If there really was one, they would be finished. Although they weren't minor saints, they knew how scary a minor saint was. That kind of existence wasn't something they could imagine and fight against. When the time comes, the barrier wouldn't be able to withstand it. It would be torn apart in an instant. Everyone would die for sure. The roars, the sounds of collision, the pairs of eyes that were filled with ghost flames, and their ferocious expressions. All of these made people's scalp numb. These dark souls were too scary. Most importantly, there were too many of them. Each of them was extremely brutal. An army of tens of thousands of dark souls was equivalent to tens of thousands of killing machines. No one wouldn't be afraid of them. No one had thought that there would be such an accident at the last moment. The disaster came without any warning. It was too sudden. If it wasn't for Tyrant, most of them would have died. Until now, the only thing they could pray for was that there wouldn't be any minor Saint Dark Soul. As long as there wasn't any, they would be able to hold on until the Death Mountain opened, then they would have the chance to leave this place safely. However, things didn't turn out as they wished. Roar! Not long after the Jinx finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar resounded. Following this roar, all the Yin spirits who were attacking the defensive barrier instantly stopped what they were doing. Each and every one of them had a solemn expression on their faces, as if they were welcoming their king. A large hole was torn in the void above them. A terrifying dark soul that was more than 30 meters in size walked out from the hole. The moment the giant dark soul appeared, all the human cultivators who were hiding in the golden barrier were in despair. This was the king of dark souls, a powerful minor saint. Although it was only a first-grade minor saint, it was enough to kill all of them easily. It's over. We are all going to die here. There really is a minor saint dark soul. Heaven wants us to die. Damn it. This is too damn it. I don't want to die yet. I am a genius. I still have a bright future ahead of me. Why? Why did this happen? The death mountain that only opens once every 30 years has turned into a disaster. We are all going to be buried here. We are all going to die. A few hundred years later, we will become dark souls. No, they will eat our hearts. We won't even have the chance to become a dark soul. How sad. Everyone was in despair. This kind of despair was contagious. The emergence of a minor saint dark soul had rendered them powerless to resist. As long as the golden barrier was torn apart by the minor saint dark soul, the army of dark souls would rush over and devour all of them. Don't panic, everyone. Continue to support the barrier. This is our only hope. Guo Xiaofei shouted loudly. They must not give up until the last moment. Giving up would mean death. If they persisted, there might be a miracle, although he himself didn't believe that there would be a miracle. Dong the giant dark soul moved. It took a step in the void, creating a huge hole in the void. Endless gloomy chi of death spread out from its body, making people feel that they were already dead. At least, they were on the verge of death. Even if they were to make a final struggle, the result would be the same. Nothing could be changed. Dong Dong the dark soul walked forward step by step. The army of dark souls automatically made a path for it. Very soon, the giant dark soul came to the front of the golden barrier. Its eyes were filled with ghastly ghost fire. It slowly raised its sharp claws and slammed on the barrier. Rumble. All the human cultivators were frightened. The dark soul's attack landed on the golden barrier. A monstrous force pressed down on the barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Many places on the barrier started to crack. Many of them were greatly shaken and spurted out blood on the spot. This dark soul was too strong. They were no match for it. Flourishing lotus flower. Tyrant shouted. He chanted the Lotus Sutra and spat out densely packed Sanskrit words, wrapping the stone monument in an attempt to resist the attack of the minor saint dark soul. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two was too great. The destructive power of the barrier couldn't be repaired. Roar the dark soul roared madly. Its attack didn't manage to break the barrier. It seemed to have angered it. It raised its sharp claws again and slammed it down. Ka-cha this time, the energy was even more berserk. Cracks appeared on every part of the defensive barrier, and it swayed. Many cultivators coughed up blood again, suffering serious internal injuries. However, compared to their injuries, the despair in their hearts was the most indescribable. That's right. They were in complete despair. They couldn't see any hope at all. They couldn't even see a trace of miracle. The barrier couldn't withstand the attack anymore. The minor saint dark soul was too terrifying. It only needed one more attack from this big guy to destroy the barrier. When that time came, it would be the time of the calamity. AI. Tyrant put his palms together, shook his head and sighed. A trace of blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. He had tried his best, but it was futile. Even if he could cast the edifying light, it was impossible for him to edify this powerful minor saint dark soul. Despair, true despair. Even Tyrant had given up. Everyone's face was filled with sorrow. They had given up resisting and waited for the end of their lives, waiting for the arrival of death. At this moment, Jiang Qin and the Dark Soul who were teleporting through the layers of spatial zone had gradually finished their battle. Jiang Qin could feel the strong fluctuations of the battle. He could feel the trembling of the deep layer of spatial zone. He could even see the cracks in the void and felt a large amount of Dark Soul's qi. Not good. Dark Soul, hurry up. Jiang Qin knew that something was wrong. He cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique. His soul's perception was extremely sensitive. He knew that something big had happened. Roar in the deep layer of spatial zone, the minor saint Dark Soul raised its palm again and slammed it towards the barrier. Countless eyes that were filled with despair could only watch it happen. Big brother, Ling Er is going to die. The little girl raised her head and looked outside the golden barrier. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see her big brother before she died. Hong Long. Chapter 707. Hong Long. The destructive power of the collision between the two minor saints was unimaginable. Even with the protection of the golden light shield, many cultivators still felt their ears buzzing and chest tightness. It was an indescribable discomfort. Ka-cha! The Dark Soul's attack was blocked by the outsider, but the aftermath of the attack had almost shattered the golden light shield. The number of cracks on the golden light shield had doubled. At this moment, even if the other Dark Souls attacked at the same time, they would be able to break the golden light shield in an instant. Everyone, hurry up and protect the golden light shield. Someone is coming to save us. Tyrant shouted once more. Everyone's spirit was shaken. Although they didn't know who had saved them at this time, they knew that the Dark Spirit's attack had been blocked. Otherwise, their defensive barrier would have been broken. The human cultivators channeled their Yuan force again to support the golden light shield. However, their worries were unnecessary. After the minor saint Dark Soul King appeared, the other Dark Souls didn't move anymore. They didn't dare to move recklessly without the Dark Soul King's order. Roar! Along with a roar, another powerful Dark Soul rushed out from the void under everyone's shocked gaze. This Dark Soul's chi was just as strong as the previous one. In fact, it was even stronger than the previous one. However, when they saw the sudden appearance of this minor saint Dark Soul, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air once again. That's right. That's right. It's over. I thought that our savior has arrived. I didn't expect that another minor saint Dark Soul would appear. We are finished. This isn't right. Why did this Dark Soul block the Dark Soul King just now? Judging from its appearance, it seems to be an enemy of the Dark Soul King. What's going on? I don't know. Let's wait and see. Hopefully, a miracle will happen. At this time, everyone was incomparably nervous. The foreign aid that suddenly appeared was actually a Dark Soul King. This was too puzzling. The two Dark Soul Kings were standing opposite each other, seemingly discussing something. The Dark Soul King that was blocked by the Dark Soul King looked extremely angry. It seemed to be questioning why the Dark Soul King was blocking it and helping these outsiders. However, the Dark Soul that appeared later stood in front of the Dark Soul King and didn't give way to the Dark Soul King. The other Een spirits didn't even dare to move. With the presence of the two Een Spirit Kings, they didn't even dare to speak. Without the Een Spirit King's command, they didn't dare to do anything. For a moment, the scene was strangely silent. The human cultivators in the Golden Shield were breathing heavily. Not to mention them, even Tyrant and the Huang Dog didn't know what was going on. Yin Ling, take him down. Right at this moment, a loud roar rang out from the sky once more. Following that, a white-robed young man whose entire body was glowing appeared like the savior of the world. He stood in the sky with a pair of eyes that were as dazzling as the sun, causing others to not dare to look straight at him. Little Chenzi. Big brother. Jiang Chen's appearance immediately caused a huge commotion, especially Do Huang Dog and Zhuoling He. Each and every one of them was excited. Jiang Chen finally appeared. At this most critical moment, he appeared on the battlefield like a dazzling star. Look, it's Jiang Chen. I don't know where he went, but he appeared at the last moment. That Yin Spirit King seems to be listening to Jiang Chen's command. That's why he's helping us. Oh my God, why would the Yin Spirit King listen to Jiang Chen? How did he do it? Don't talk first. Let's wait and see. Don't let any accidents happen again. Everyone was excited. The appearance of Jiang Chen had given them a glimmer of hope. Although the edifying light was terrifying, it was useless in the face of such a large army of dark souls. It was even more impossible to edify a first-grade minor saint dark-souled king with it. However, Jiang Chen did it. Ha! I knew it. There's nothing that this kid can't do. The Huang Dog laughed. He always creates miracles. Han Yan laughed. The appearance of Jiang Chen had eased their tension. They didn't know that Jiang Chen had become the backbone of everyone. As long as Jiang Chen was there, they wouldn't be afraid even if the sky collapsed. Jiang Chen's appearance was equivalent to a miracle. No matter how strong the enemy was, they would be able to handle it. Jiang Chen is really a good man. He has saved all of us. That's right. Although he is brutal and overbearing, he is a righteous man. He is really admirable. Plus, he has a way to make a minor Saint Yin Spirit King listen to him. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. If we can walk out of here alive today, Jiang Chen will be our savior. In the future, as long as he asks, I will definitely help him. Jiang Chen's action made a lot of people admire him, especially those rogue cultivators and the people from the small and medium-sized powers. Even the people from Xiaoyao Palace, Sky Hill School and Tan family who were enemies with Jiang Chen felt grateful to Jiang Chen. This wasn't the time to talk about personal grudges. In terms of righteousness, Jiang Chen was their savior. Rumble. The two great Yin Spirit Kings were locked in a fierce battle. Jiang Chen had been looking for an opportunity. He knew very well that it was impossible to rely on the Yin Spirit King to kill the other Yin Spirit King. He had to do it himself. Bang! The two great Yin Spirit Kings were entangled with each other again. The other Yin Spirit King was in a state of anger and depression. It kept roaring as it fought. In such a state, it was easy for Jiang Chen to find an opportunity. Here's my chance. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He saw the Yin Spirit King that he had edified grab the shoulder of the other Yin Spirit King. The other Yin Spirit King's back was left for him. How could Jiang Chen let go of such a great opportunity? He immediately executed the spatial shift and appeared behind the Yin Spirit King. A light flickered on his fingertip. The edifying light appeared in Jiang Chen's hand and he threw it out. The latter action had alerted the Dark Soul King. The Dark Soul King quickly turned his head. At the moment when the Dark Soul King turned his head, the edifying light drilled into the Dark Soul King's glabella like a spiritual snake. Roar! The edifying light was the greatest nemesis of evil things. The Yin Spirit King was caught off guard and the edifying light entered its body. It immediately felt that its nerves were going to be pierced. The Yin Spirit King immediately hugged its head with its hands. Just like the Yin Spirit King that was edified by Jiang Qin, it kept hammering its head with its claws, trying to force the edifying light out. Hit it. Jiang Qin commanded the Yin Spirit King once again. Previously, he had used the edifying light and spent more than half a month to edify the Yin Spirit King. However, that was under the situation where there was no one to help him. Now, it was completely different. With the help of the powerful Yin Spirit King, he would be able to make the Yin Spirit King collapse in a few hits and edify it. The Yin Spirit King that was edified was very obedient. It slapped the other Yin Spirit King's head with its sharp claws. Bang! The slap sent the Yin Spirit King flying hundreds of feet away. It was restrained by the edifying light and it didn't even have the chance to fight back. Roar! The Yin Spirit King that was edified roared and charged forward. It slapped the other Yin Spirit King's head crazily. In a few breaths, the Yin Spirit King was on the verge of collapsing. It then completely gave up resisting. Under countless shocked gazes, the ferocious Dark Soul King knelt down in front of Jiang Qin with a thump. His body was trembling. Chapter 708. This scene stunned everyone, including the tens of thousands of dark souls. Inside the golden barrier, everyone had their mouths wide open. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They looked at the Dark Soul King that was kneeling in the void and didn't even dare to raise its head. They felt that everything in this world had been turned upside down. They had no idea how Jiang Qin did it. Such a scene was like a dream. That's right. They were afraid that it would only happen in a dream. As those who had survived in the Death Mountain for a month, no one knew more about the scariness of a dark soul than them. Moreover, it was a first-grade minor saint dark soul. Now, such a powerful existence was kneeling in front of Jiang Qin, devoutly. My God! What am I seeing? That is a minor saint dark soul. How could it kneel in front of Jiang Qin? This is simply unimaginable. How did he do it? Could this Jiang Qin be a high immortal? He actually has the means to subdue a dark soul. He is truly a monstrous genius. It is indeed shocking, but it makes me even more excited. In any case, Jiang Qin has subdued the Dark Soul King. Our lives are safe now. Jiang Qin is our savior. This is an indisputable fact. No one wasn't surprised because the scene was too shocking. Jiang Qin's image in their hearts had instantly become lofty. That's right, it was lofty and superior. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Qin had subdued a minor saint dark soul, the fact that he had saved their lives had established a lofty image in their hearts. This bastard's edifying light is much more powerful than mine. He is truly abnormal. Whatever he cultivates, it always surprises people. Tyrant said with a smile. He had also cultivated the edifying light, but his edifying light could only edify a 9th-grade combat emperor demon soul. Of course, this was because he was only a 4th-grade combat emperor. Even if he was the same as Jiang Qin, a 5th-grade combat emperor, he could only subdue a 1st-grade minor saint dark soul. Moreover, the dark soul could only stand there without moving, allowing him to edify it. Jiang Qin's edifying light could edify 2 1st-grade minor saint dark souls. He was indeed more abnormal than Tyrant. Junior Jiang is truly a rare genius. He is the most heaven-defying genius that I have ever seen. Guo Xiaofei said sincerely. Jiang brother has subdued the dark soul and saved all of our lives. The news of this will be spread across the whole of Xuanyu. At that time, because of Jiang brother, Nebula Sect's reputation will be the highest in Xuanyu. To put it bluntly, what Jiang brother did today has won the hearts of the Nebula Sect in Xuanyu. Old Man Impermanence said. There were too many people here, almost all of Xuanyu. Except for the three major powers that had established a hostile relationship with Jiang Qin, the others would be grateful to Jiang Qin. Plus, Jiang Qin was a disciple of Nebula sect. In this way, the reputation of Nebula sect would rise to the peak. Of course, Big Brother is the most powerful. The little girl said proudly. In her heart, Big Brother was the only one. No one could be compared to him. He was handsome and powerful. Jiang Qin stood in the sky like a ruler. All the dark souls were looking at him. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't know why their king would kneel before this young man. However, with the two kings here, they didn't dare to attack again. Jiang Qin looked at the Dark Soul King who was kneeling on the ground. He felt incomparably carefree. He initially thought that subduing a first-grade minor Saint Dark Soul King was already his biggest harvest in the Death Mountain. He didn't expect that he would subdue another one. The two of you will follow me from now on. I will give you two names, Ada and Aer. Jiang Qin sent out his divine sense to the two Dark Soul Kings. He wanted to make the Nebula sect into the benchmark of Xuanyu. It would be very beneficial for him to rule the whole Xuanyu in the future. Chapter 709. The disciples of Nebula sect felt extremely proud. Jiang Qin had saved all of them. That was equivalent to the Nebula sect saving all of them. Even Tyrant, who used the defensive barrier, was a friend of Jiang Qin. Being a disciple of Nebula sect was something to be proud of. From today onwards, the disciples of Nebula sect would be even more arrogant when they walked on the streets. They would be respected wherever they went. The hidden danger of the Dark Souls has been completely eliminated. Everyone doesn't need to worry anymore. Take your time to recuperate. The passageway of the Death Mountain will open again soon. Jiang Qin said loudly to everyone. The scene immediately quieted down. Many of them had suffered serious injuries and needed time to recuperate. However, most of them had obtained a lot of spiritual herbs and pills in the Death Mountain. Plus, their injuries weren't very serious, so it was easier for them to recuperate. Little Chenzi, where did that light bring you? Why did it take you so long to come back? Nangong Wendian asked curiously. I don't know where that place is. The light brought me to a death spatial. There, I met a minor Saint Dark Soul King. I have been fighting with the Dark Soul King for the past few days. Today, I succeeded in edifying it. Jiang Qin said. He didn't have anything to hide from his brother. How did you do it, brat? Tyrant widened his eyes while looking at Jiang Qin as if he was looking at a ghost. He couldn't figure out how Jiang Qin could use the edifying light to kill a minor Saint Dark Soul King. Moreover, edifying Ada was obviously different from edifying Aer. Edifying Aer was very easy because of Ada's help, but if it was a one-on-one fight, there was no chance for him to succeed. Jiang Qin pointed at his own head and said, use this. Abnormal. Tyrant was speechless. No matter how hard he tried, he absolutely believed that Jiang Qin was the only one who could do such a feat. Even if he had 18 heads, he wouldn't be able to think of a way to deal with the Dark Soul King. Those two minor Saint Dark Soul Kings have obeyed you. Why did you let them go? Guo Xiaofei asked in confusion. Are you stupid? Do you think little Chenzi would really let the Dark Soul King go? The Huang dog glared at Guo Xiaofei. Others might not know about Jiang Qin, but he knew very well about the two minor Saint Dark Soul Kings. How powerful were their combat strength and trump cards? With Jiang Qin's temper, would he let them go? The reason why he said those words just now was to hide his trump card. Jiang Qin smiled. He looked around and checked everyone's grade. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Even the little girl was a 5th grade combat emperor. Looks like everyone has obtained great benefits. Not bad. Jiang Chen nodded and shifted his gaze to Tyrant. Tyrant, what happened here? Why are there so many dark souls? For God's sake, this place was originally calm and peaceful. We were only waiting for the Death Mountain to open again. I didn't expect that a 9th grade combat emperor would appear at the last moment. He unleashed his qi and caused a turbulence in the Death Mountain, resulting in the emergence of a dark soul army. The Huang dog spoke first. A 9th grade combat emperor. How could there be a 9th grade combat emperor here? This person obviously wants to kill everyone and create chaos in Xuanyu. Jiang Chen frowned. Little Chenzi, I suspect that this matter is related to Xiaoyao Palace. Look, there are so many people from the 4 major powers, but there are only a dozen people from Xiaoyao Palace. Where are the others? Han Yan said. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to the group of Xiaoyao Palace and noticed something unusual. The Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He had known about the relationship between the Northern and Southern dynasties and Xiaoyao Palace. The Northern and Southern dynasties were the people of the emperor who wanted to rule the whole of Xuanyu. If there was anyone who wanted to create chaos in Xuanyu, it would be the Northern and Southern dynasties. The Northern and Southern dynasties had a relationship with Xiaoyao Palace. Before the 9th grade combat emperor appeared in the Death Mountain, most of the people in Xiaoyao Palace had disappeared. What? The Northern and Southern dynasties aren't dead? Han Yan was shocked. That's right. Not only is he not dead, he is now a 6th grade combat emperor. I have fought with him in the herb garden. I used the broken pot but it still couldn't kill him. Jiang Chen said. What a lucky bastard. This bastard won't be able to live peacefully no matter where he goes. However, what is the relationship between this man and Xiaoyao Palace? Also, where did those people who disappeared from Xiaoyao Palace go? There is only one exit in the Death Mountain. Are they going to stay here for 30 years? Han Yan frowned. Don't forget about the Burning Sky Valley in the Eastern Continent. The current Xiaoyao Palace is playing the role of the Burning Sky Pavilion. The Northern and Southern dynasties want to borrow the hands of Xiaoyao Palace to complete their emperor's path. As for those people in Xiaoyao Palace, they must have a way to get out. Others can't do it, but the Northern and Southern dynasties can. Otherwise, how do you think that 9th grade combat emperor could enter this place? Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with a cold light. This Nan Bei Chao was an immortal physique. He had always put himself in a high and mighty position, treating everyone as ants. Now, he was going to bury everyone here for the sake of his path to becoming a monarch. This was a ruthless move. Who are these people from the Northern and Southern dynasties? Guo Xiaofei asked. This person is the reincarnation of an immortal soul. That year, the greatest saint slashed the heavens with his sword and opened the gate of the immortal world. An immortal soul fell from the sky. The Northern and Southern dynasties were formed by that immortal soul. He is a very powerful being. Jiang Chen said. He couldn't help but smile when he thought of this. From this aspect, he had a great relationship with the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Chen's sword had created a formidable enemy for himself. This was his destiny. Freedom King isn't an idiot. If he does this, it will be hard to explain to the 4 major powers, right? Guo Xiaofei said. Explain. If all of us were to die here, who would know what happened here? Who would know that a 9th grade combat emperor had entered this place? Freedom King wouldn't need to explain at all. Those people from Xiaoyao Palace would only need to say that they had found a new way out. Plus, there must be people from other major powers who had followed Xiaoyao Palace out. They could be their witnesses. All of this was planned. Jiang Qin sneered. He was very smart. They didn't even bother to look at them because they were all combat soul and combat kings who came out from the first and second level of the Death Mountain. What they paid attention to were the combat emperors in the third level. Chapter 7:10. A month's time was up. The passageway was opened once again. Thousands of human cultivators flew out from the passageway. It could be seen that many of them had a happy smile on their faces. It was obvious that they had obtained great benefits in the Death Mountain. Of course, there were also many who looked unlucky. Many of them were severely injured. Some of them even had their arms broken. It was obvious that they didn't obtain any benefits in the Death Mountain and were injured. It wasn't easy for them to come out alive. Even so, the number of people who came out was less than 10% of the people who entered the Death Mountain. From this, it could be seen that even though the beginning of the Death Mountain was the safest time, there were still great risks. After the outer and inner disciples of the 5 major powers saw their elders, they immediately stood in 5 different groups. Very good. Congratulations on coming out of the Death Mountain. This old man has also seen many people who have obtained great benefits. All the outer and inner disciples of the Nebula sect, listen up. Return to the Nebula sect immediately and cultivate well. Elder Feng Yun and the other 3 elders shouted at the disciples of the Nebula sect. At the same time, the elders of the other major powers also ordered their disciples to retreat. Naturally, they didn't dare to neglect the order of the Great Elder. They immediately returned to the headquarters. A large number of rogue cultivators and those from the minor powers also left one after another. However, there were still some who stayed behind. They wanted to witness the glory of those combat emperors who entered the Death Mountain. As for those who didn't leave, the elders of the major powers didn't say anything. It was their freedom to stay here. The passageways of the previous 2 spatial zones have already been opened. Why hasn't anyone come out from the 3rd spatial zone yet? A great elder of the Xiaoyao Palace said. As for the scheme of the Freedom King and the northern and southern dynasties, no one knew about it. Even the great elder of the Xiaoyao Palace didn't know about it. He was still waiting for the disciples of the Xiaoyao Palace to come out. Yeah, it should have been opened by now. The elders of the other major powers were a little anxious. At that moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out and a passageway appeared. However, this passageway was clearly not as big as the previous 2 passageways. The number of people coming out also did not seem to be very high. As the people who walked out got closer and closer, the elders were able to see them clearly. What surprised them was that most of the people who walked out were from Xiaoyao Palace. There were very few people from the other forces. Aside from Xiaoyao Palace, the other 4 forces only had 5 or 6 people from each of them. Including the loose cultivators and the people from the small and medium-sized forces, there were less than 100 people in total. When the people from Xiaoyao Palace saw their elder, they immediately flew over. The people from the other 4 factions also walked over to their elder. What's going on? Why were there so few people? And they're all from Xiaoyao Palace. Hua Gui was the first to object and immediately asked. Have the others not come out yet? Could it be that the passage we came out of isn't the final passage of the Death Mountain? A disciple of Nebula sect looked at the empty area and didn't know what was going on. Motherfucker, what's going on? Why are only the people from Xiaoyao Palace coming out? Where are the others? The elder of Moyin cult was furious. He didn't know what was going on inside. However, the people who came out, including those from Xiaoyao Palace, were also confused. They were told that the passage was the one that the Death Mountain was going to open. But in the end, they realized that there were only a few of them. Chapter 711. Following the opening of the third spatial passageway, powerful silhouettes flew out from it. Many of them began to laugh loudly the moment they walked out of the passageway. I have come out alive. The air outside is so fucking good. Many people were extremely excited. If they hadn't experienced that life and death situation, they wouldn't have known how good it was to be alive. Even if it was just to breathe the air outside and see the scenery outside, it would be a wonderful thing. Look, they are all out. The opening of the third spatial passageway is a little late. Hua Gui smiled. Seeing that the passageway was opened again, they felt relieved, but the faces of the elders of the other three major powers were unsightly, especially Yan Chongming. The leaders of the three major powers had all died in the hands of Jiang Qin. This was an ironic matter. To Yan Chongming, he had lost his grandson. Whenever he thought of the name Jiang Qin, he would grit his teeth. His eyes were fixed on the people who came out of the spatial passageway. As long as he saw Jiang Qin, he would immediately pounce on him and kill him to avenge his grandson. After the people of the five major powers came out, they saw the elders of the other major powers. They quickly rushed to their respective camps and stood behind the elders. Master. When Zuoling saw Hua Gai, she quickly went up to her and threw herself into Hua Gai's arms. Although she had only known Hua Gai for a short time, the relationship between them was already very deep. Hua Gai even regarded Zuoling as her own daughter. She liked this disciple very much. Good disciple, you have reached the 5th grade combat emperor in a month's time. You really didn't disgrace master. Hua Gui pinched Zuoling Er's doll-like face and said proudly. A 12-year-old 5th grade combat emperor was an achievement that was rarely seen in the whole Saint Origin world, let alone in the whole of Xuanyu. Even the geniuses of the ancient families in the pure land of the divine continent couldn't compare to her. Hong. A wave of tyrannical qi suddenly rose up. The moment Guo Xiaofei walked out of the Death Mountain, he couldn't wait to advance his grade. He broke through to the 9th grade combat emperor on the spot. His qi had undergone an earth-shattering change. Guo Xiaofei let out a long roar towards the sky, feeling incomparably carefree. 3 out of the 5 leaders who entered the Death Mountain had died. Although Mo Sang had gained some benefits, it was still lacking compared to Guo Xiaofei. Guo Xiaofei had broken through to the 9th grade combat emperor after he came out from the Death Mountain. It could be said that he was the biggest winner in this trip. Look, Brother Guo has advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor. This is great. Our Nebula sect is the most powerful one. He is the only one who has reached the 9th grade combat emperor after coming out of the Death Mountain. Congratulations, Senior Brother Guo, congratulations. The disciples of the Nebula sect burst into laughter. Naturally, they were very happy because the Nebula sect was the biggest winner in the Death Mountain. Greetings, elders. Guo Xiaofei came to Hua Gui and Feng Yun and greeted them. Even though he had advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor, he didn't dare to neglect the 3 elders. The 8 great elders had an important position in the Nebula sect. Even the number 1 on the sky ranking wouldn't dare to neglect them. Good, Xiaofei. You are not bad. You have brought honor to the Nebula sect. 3rd Brother Feng Yun praised. Elder has flattered me. The one who has brought honor to the Nebula sect is Brother Jiang Qin. Even my life was saved by Brother Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for Brother Jiang, I would have died in the Death Mountain. Guo Xiaofei didn't dare to claim credit for himself. This time, Jiang Chen was the biggest contributor. He had saved the entire Xuanyu. Good. This Jiang Chen is really outstanding. He has brought honor to the Nebula sect. Where is he? Hua Gui couldn't help but feel happy when she heard the name of Jiang Chen. Master, Big Brother is at the back. He will come out soon. The little girl said. At the mention of her big brother, she was in a good mood. The people who came out later also found their own camps. Those small and medium powers and rogue cultivators didn't leave. They still needed to thank Jiang Chen. Where is Jiang Chen? I want an explanation from him. Yan Zhangming shouted. What explanation do you want from me? Just as Yan Zhangming's voice faded, a clear and bright voice was heard from the end of the tunnel. A few figures appeared at the same time. The first one was a young man in white. If he wasn't Jiang Chen, who else could he be? There were 3 people and a dog beside him. They were Han Yan, Nangong Wentian, and Tyrant. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The moment Jiang Chen appeared, the elders of Xiaoyao Palace, Tan Family and Sky Hill School turned into 9 rays of light and rushed to Jiang Chen's side, blocking their path. How dare you? Do you think our Nebula sect doesn't exist? Hua Gui was enraged. With her fiery temper, how could she let outsiders bully her own disciples? It was impossible. Let's see who dares to touch our young master of Moyin cult. The 3 elders of Moyin cult flew over as well. The situation was clear now. Although Moyin cult was not on good terms with the other 4 major forces, the situation was going to change today. The relationship between Moyin cult and Nebula sect would definitely improve because of Han Yan and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is the savior of the entire Xuanyu. Without Jiang Chen, none of the 3 major forces would be able to come out alive. Is this how you treat your savior? Han Yan said loudly. Young master, what did you say? The elders of Moyin cult were stunned. The others were stunned as well. They didn't know what Han Yan meant. Humph. On the last day of the Death Mountain's opening, a 9th-grade combat emperor suddenly appeared and unleashed his qi, causing the mountain to tremble. Countless Dark Soul armies emerged and there was even a minor Saint Dark Soul King among them. Everyone was going to die in there. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen and this great master, everyone would have died. Han Yan said. Bullshit. This is utter nonsense. If there was a minor Saint Dark Soul King, how could Jiang Chen resist it? The elders of Xiaoyao Palace didn't believe it. Is that so? If you don't believe me, ask the disciples of your 3 major forces and everyone else here. Han Yan said. Upon hearing this, the elders turned their heads and looked at their disciples. Some of them lowered their heads and didn't say anything, while some of them nodded. That's right. Young Master Jiang has saved all of us. You can't hurt our savior. Chapter 7:12. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Because of Jiang Chen, the 5 major powers were divided into 2 groups. One side was filled with murderous intent while the other side wasn't willing to give in. To the 3 major powers, Jiang Chen was too big of a threat. He had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Moreover, Jiang Chen had killed their leaders. This was undoubtedly a slap to the faces of the 3 major powers. Not only that, the death of the leaders of the 3 major powers had caused the morale of their subordinates to drop. Many of them didn't get any benefits in the Death Mountain. That's right. Everyone, we can't let this go. Let's attack together and eliminate this little scourge today. Yan Zhangming said. All right, let's attack together. Kill whoever dares to stop us. The elders of the Tan family immediately agreed. They had seen the threat of Jiang Qin. Since they had already confirmed that they were enemies, there was nothing more to say. Such a big scourge must be killed in the cradle as soon as possible. If he was allowed to grow, he would become a great threat in the future. Fighting. I like it the most. The great elder of the Moine cult unleashed his chi. Although they didn't have the advantage in numbers, the people of the devil cult had never retreated before. If they were to run away because of 3 more people, it would be too shameful. Wouldn't that be smearing the reputation of the Moine cult? Hong Hong. For a moment, the 15 ninth grade combat emperors unleashed their chi. Of course, Hua Gui and Feng Yun wouldn't retreat. A genius like Jiang Qin couldn't be found even once in 10,000 years. If anything happened to him, the Nebula sect would skin them alive when they returned. As for the elders of the Moine cult, it was even simpler. Han Yan was their young master. He was standing beside Jiang Qin without any hesitation. Even if they didn't do it for Jiang Qin, they had to protect their young master. They had to stand on the same side as the Nebula sect. Stop. At this moment, Jiang Qin shouted. His expression didn't change. He walked past Hua Gui and the others and stood in front of Yan Zhongming. You want to kill me? Jiang Qin revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't put Yan Zhongming in his eyes at all. Jiang Qin was now a 5th grade combat emperor. Even without the 2 Dark Soul Kings, he could fight against a 9th grade combat emperor. With his current ability, if he wanted to leave, even if the 9 ninth grade combat emperors joined hands, they wouldn't be able to stop him. However, he didn't leave now. He still had things to do. Jiang Qin, be careful. Hua Gu hurriedly pulled Jiang Qin's arm. Elder Hua, it's all right. Jiang Qin smiled at Hua Gai. When Hua Gai saw the confidence in Jiang Qin's eyes, she removed her hand. She didn't know why, but she seemed to see the omnipotence in Jiang Qin's eyes. As long as Jiang Qin wanted to do something, there was nothing he couldn't do. He really didn't put Yan Zhongming in his eyes. Brat, you killed my grandson. Today, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces to avenge Yan Hui. Yan Zhongming gritted his teeth. His big hand was about to grab Jiang Qin. Facing Yan Zhongming's attack, Jiang Qin's expression didn't change at all. Jia Jia, this old man is finished. The Huang dog revealed a trace of sinister smile. Others might not know, but he was very clear about Jiang Qin's trump card. As long as Jiang Qin wanted to, he had 10,000 ways to kill Yan Zhongming. When Yan Zhongming's palm was about to reach Jiang Qin's big hand suddenly stretched out. When Jiang Qin's palm and Yan Zhongming's palm collided, Jiang Qin's palm suddenly turned into a sharp claw. It was a huge skeletal hand, grabbing Yan Zhongming's hand firmly. Ka-cha! The skeletal hand suddenly exerted its strength. With a ka-cha sound, Yan Zhongming's entire palm was torn off. Two terrifying sharp claws appeared at the same time, shrouding the 2 elders of the Tan family. Those were the 2 sharp claws of Audiobook. The 2 elders didn't even have the chance to escape. They were instantly controlled by Audiobook. The sharp claws turned into 2 indestructible cages, trapping both of them. He still had a score to settle with the Tan family. Today was the perfect opportunity. Open. Chapter 713. The 2 ninth grade combat emperors of the Tan family were completely controlled by Jiang Qin. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break the cage of the sharp claws. Instead, because of the strength of the claws, their bones were making cracking sounds and their faces were showing signs of pain. Jiang Chen pulled the two great elders of the Tan family towards him. This scene stunned everyone. Even Hua Gui, Elder Feng, and the elders of the Moyin cult couldn't keep their calm. They didn't know what Jiang Chen was going to do. He had already killed the great elder of the Sky Hill School. If he were to kill the elders of the Tan family in front of so many people, the consequences would be severe. What shocked them even more was the strength of Jiang Chen. With their eyesight, they could already see that the sharp claws weren't the true strength of Jiang Chen. It was the strength of an external force. That was at least the strength of a first-grade minor saint. However, it didn't matter whether it was the external force or not, it was still Jiang Chen's means. A 5th-grade combat emperor could casually kill a 9th-grade combat emperor. How could they not be shocked? Even with Hua Guyi's arrogance, she had to admit that she wouldn't be able to escape from the cage of the sharp claws. She would be killed by Jiang Chen in an instant. Jiang Chen, how dare you? What are you trying to do? The remaining elder of the Tan family was infuriated. He pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and shouted. This man was insane. He had already controlled 2 of the elders of the Tan family. Jiang Chen hadn't even settled the score of Tan Jibai's death. Now, he wanted to deal with their elders. This was unacceptable. He didn't put the Tan family in his eyes at all. Jiang Chen, you dare to deal with us. You are courting death. Jiang Chen, you better let us go now. Otherwise, you can't imagine the consequences. The 2 elders who were controlled by Jiang Chen said while gritting their teeth. They were people of virtue and prestige. Even in the whole of Xuanyu, they would be respected wherever they went. No one had ever dared to deal with them like this. Jiang Chen had imprisoned them in front of so many people. This was a humiliation to them. How could they bear it? Shut up. If you 2 say another word, I will kill you immediately. Jiang Chen said Lang Lang. His gaze was like an ice-cold pond, penetrating straight into one's soul. The 2 elders didn't dare to say anything else. They had already witnessed how brutal Jiang Chen was. He even killed Yan Chongming without hesitation. This was a lunatic. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. The elders of Xiaoyao Palace and Tianshan sect stopped. They didn't know why Jiang Chen would suddenly attack the people of the Tan family. Under the control of Jiang Chen, the 2 elders of the Tan family couldn't move at all. They had become fish on the chopping block, allowing Jiang Chen to slaughter them as he wished. They had never thought that Jiang Chen was just a puny combat emperor kid. They could easily kill him to avenge their genius disciple. Now, not only did they fail to avenge their disciple, their lives were also in the hands of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the other elder of the Tan family, Ling Ling, and said, I will give you half an hour. Go back and bring Tan Jihao and Tan Lang here. Use their lives to exchange for the lives of these 2 old men. The first thing that Jiang Chen did when he came out from the Death Mountain was to save Tan Lang and Tan Jihao. He was thinking about how to do it. Barging into the Tan family was the stupidest idea. Even if he had the help of Ada in there, it was impossible for him to barge into the Tan family. As one of the 5 major forces in Xuanyu, the overall strength of the Tan family wasn't any weaker than the Nebula sect. If he were to barge into the Tan family with his current strength, not only would he not be able to rescue the people, he would also be killed. What? Tan Jihao. The elder was surprised. He didn't expect that the reason why Jiang Chen captured the 2 elders was because of a young master of the Tan family. Of course, he knew about Tan Jihao. He was also a rare genius among the younger generation of the Tan family. He had reached the combat emperor realm at such a young age. Later on, he was locked up because he trespassed into the ancestral shrine. That's right. If there's even the slightest problem with the two of them, I'll settle this score with these two old fellows. Remember, you only have half an hour. My patience is limited. You'd better not challenge me. Jiang Qin said coldly. He believed that as long as the other party wasn't an idiot, he would agree to his request. After all, compared to these two ninth-grade combat emperors, the lives of Tan Jihao and Tan Lang weren't precious at all. To a ninth-grade combat emperor, half an hour's time wasn't enough for him to return to the Tan family and bring them back. All right, don't hurt them. I will return to the Tan family and bring Tan Jihao and Tan Lang here. The elder didn't dare to delay. He disappeared in an instant. He believed that Jiang Qin wasn't joking with him. He wasn't a person who was used to joking. He had witnessed Jiang Qin's cruelty. If he said that he had the guts to kill the two elders of the Tan family, no one would doubt it. Many of the disciples of the Tan family stood there, not daring to say a word. When they thought of Tan Jihao, many of them had humiliated him before. In their eyes, Tan Jihao was already a cripple, completely abandoned by the family. They didn't expect that Tan Jihao had a relationship with Jiang Qin. The Huang dog, who are Tan Jihao and Tan Lang? Han Yan asked in a low voice. They are the friends that little Chenzi made in the past. Tan Jihao doesn't have much of a relationship with him. The key is Tan Lang. When we were in Liang province, our relationship with Tan Lang wasn't bad. After that, Jiang Qin personally sent Tan Lang to the Tan family to cultivate. Who would have thought that he would encounter a disaster? The Huang dog explained. Upon hearing this, Han Yan and Nangong Wendian nodded. Jiang Qin had always been a person who valued friendship. Although he was extremely cruel to his enemies, he was absolutely merciful to his friends. Han Yan and Nangong Wendian knew this very well. That time, in order to save Han Yan's life, Jiang Qin didn't hesitate to enter Inferno Hell to fight the Earth Devil Beast. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, Nangong Wendian wouldn't be able to stand here in one piece. Hua Gai and Elder Feng couldn't help but nod secretly. Although this Jiang Qin was extremely daring, he was also very courageous and valued friendship. To the Nebula sect, this was a good thing. The people who came out from the Death Mountain didn't leave. The trip to the Death Mountain had just ended, but there was already such a big show to watch. Everyone wanted to see how the situation would develop. Today's matter couldn't be left unsettled. Perhaps, the higher-ups of the 5 major powers would be drawn out. The elders below the Minor Saint realm could no longer control Jiang Qin. More than 10 minutes later, the elder who left the Tan family village flew back again. Behind him, there were 2 figures in a sorry state. The 2 of them were covered in blood and their faces were extremely pale. They were Tan Jihao and Tan Lang. Tan Jihao was already a combat emperor while Tan Lang was a powerful combat king. Even with their abilities, they still needed the help of outsiders to fly in the sky. This showed how serious their injuries were. Jiang Qin, I brought them here. Let them go first. The elder opened his mouth and said. At this moment, Tan Jihao and Tan Lang saw Jiang Qin. Both of them were overjoyed. But shortly after, Tan Lang's eyes turned red and he almost cried. Thinking back to what he had gone through in the Tan family, it was even more suffocating and painful than when he was imprisoned in the cold prison of the Shura temple. He thought that he had lost all hope. He didn't expect that he would be able to see the light of day again. Brother Jiang. Both of their voices were extremely weak. Hong. A surge of monstrous anger suddenly burst out from Jiang Qin's body. With his eyesight, he could already see that Tan Jihao and Tan Lang's meridians were all broken. They had become completely disabled. If it wasn't for the fact that they still had their Qi Si and Yuan force supporting them, they would have been completely disabled. Even so, their yuan force couldn't circulate through their meridians, which made them no different from disabled people. It would be extremely difficult for them to restore their meridians. Great. The way the Tan family handles things is really ruthless. Let the world see that Tan Jihao is a member of your Tan family. Even if he had made a mistake, you can't just cripple him. Jiang Chen was extremely furious. He hated this heartless family to the extreme. With Tan Jihao and Tan Lang's current condition, if they were to continue to stay in the Tan family and be bullied by others, they would probably die in less than a year. Damn it. The Tan family is too ruthless. They even treat their own people like this. De Huang Dog was also infuriated. Not only him, many people couldn't help but feel angry when they saw Tan Jihao's miserable condition. In the eyes of many people, the Tan family was the holy land of Xuanyu. Many of them felt extremely proud to be able to enter the Tan family for cultivation. The situation in front of them instantly made many people hate this family. A family that even treated their own people like this was too chilling. Jiang Chen, I have brought them here. They have trespassed into the ancestral temple of the family. This is the punishment they deserve. Release them quickly. The elder said as if it was the kindness of the Tan family to spare the lives of Tan Jihao and Tan Lang. The punishment they deserve. Alright, I will kill you first and let you know what punishment is. Jiang Chen was infuriated. A murderous aura overflowed from his body. Along with the murderous aura, another terrifying sharp claw rushed out. The speed of the claw was extremely fast. Before the elder could react, the claw had already enveloped him. It was Air who attacked. Pu Qi, the terrifying dark soul sharp claw, pierced through the elder's body in an instant. Wah! The elder spurted out a mouthful of blood. He lowered his head to look at the sharp claw that pierced through his body. He could feel the huge threat of death. His facial expression turned extremely ugly. He couldn't believe that Jiang Chen dared to kill him. He couldn't believe that he was going to die today. He was a 9th grade combat emperor with a respectable status. He had never thought that he would die today. You dare to kill me? The elder's eyes were filled with disbelief. This is your so-called punishment? He didn't want to have anything to do with the Qin family. Forget my ass. If not, I must vent my anger. Tan Lang couldn't take it anymore. He wasn't Tan Jihao, nor was he a member of the Qin family. He didn't have any feelings for the Qin family. Since he was tortured after entering the Qin family, how could he let it go? Tan Lang looked at the camp of the disciples of the Qin family. With his eyesight, it was a piece of cake for him to find his enemies. It's the 3 of them. Tan Lang pointed at the 3 of them. These 3 disciples looked very young and their cultivation grade wasn't high. The highest among them was a 3rd grade combat emperor while the other 2 were 2nd grade combat emperors. When they saw that they were pointed out by Tan Lang, their faces turned extremely ugly. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this moment, they felt death. That's right, it was death. Even the elder was killed by Jiang Chen, let alone them. The 3 of them had the urge to spurt out blood. They had never thought that such a scene would happen. They had bullied Tan Jihao and Tan Lang in the past. They didn't put them in their eyes at all. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't have thought that these 2 were related to Jiang Chen, the evil star. Moreover, they had just left the Death Mountain and they had already started a fight. They didn't even have the chance to escape. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He raised his hand and grabbed the air. A terrifying blood-colored barrier appeared above the heads of the three of them. With a forceful pull, the three of them lost control of their bodies and were pulled in front of Tan Lang by Jiang Qin. As for the other disciples of the Tan family, each of them was trembling with fear. They didn't dare to resist. "Jiang Qin, what are you doing?" The leader of the group said in a trembling voice. "What am I doing? Ask him what he wants to do." Jiang Qin said Lang. He would let Tan Lang deal with the three of them. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will let you taste the feeling of being a cripple. Little Chinzi, help me cripple them," Tan Lang said while gritting his teeth. Sometimes, making a person feel worse than death was worse than letting him die. Don't cripple us. How, we know we are wrong. Please plead for mercy. Don't cripple us. Yeah, how. Considering that we are brothers, please let us go." The three of them were terrified. At this time, they could only ask Tan Lang for help and hope that Tan Lang would be merciful. Tan Lang smiled bitterly and closed his eyes. Now, it was Tan Lang's matter. It had nothing to do with him. "All right, I will cripple them." Jiang Chen's palm trembled. Three tyrannical forces suddenly blasted out and hit the sea of qi of the three people. With a cracking sound, the three of them spurted out blood. Their sea of qi was crippled by Jiang Qin directly. A person's sea of qi was the most crucial place. It was the place where the spirit power was stored. Once the sea of qi was destroyed, one would be done for. The three of them were in a worse state than Tan Lang and Tan Jihao. Tan Jihao and Tan Jihao only had their meridians broken, but their sea of qi was still there. They could still store their spirit power. In this world, there were many ways to restore the meridians, but it was difficult even for a great sage to restore the sea of qi. With Jiang Chen's means, it was not too difficult for him to restore Tan Lang and Tan Jihao. If the two of them had their sea of qi destroyed, Jiang Qin would probably fly into a rage on the spot. I'm crippled. I've become a cripple. How hateful. My sea of qi has been destroyed. My origin power is rapidly disappearing. From now on, I can no longer cultivate. How could this be? I still have a bright future. I reached the War Emperor realm at such a young age. It's over. It's all over. The three of them were grief-stricken. Their hearts were filled with hatred and regret. They hated Jiang Qin for his ruthlessness, but they regretted the fact that they shouldn't have attacked Tan Lang and Tan Jihao. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up like this. How dare you? How dare you kill the people of my Qin family? You are simply insane. At this moment, a wave of anger rose from afar. In a blink of an eye, a middle-aged man in an emperor robe appeared with boundless saint power. He arrived in the sky in a blink of an eye. This man was full of qi. Between his eyebrows was a domineering aura. He was the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Jintian. He was a powerful fourth-grade minor saint, a famous and peerless figure in Xuanyu. He was a true overlord. When the disciples of the Qin family saw Qin Jintian, they immediately found their backbone. Patriarch, kill this brat. This bastard killed the great elder, Ji Bai, and crippled our disciple. An elder who was controlled by Jiang Qin shouted when he saw Qin Jintian. In his point of view, the appearance of Qin Jintian meant that he could be saved. Jiang Qin wouldn't dare to kill him in front of Qin Jintian because he didn't have the ability to do so. Brat, let them go. I will let you die a quick death. Qin Jintian's eyes were like torches as he stared at Jiang Qin. That kind of qi and eyes that could subdue thousands of cultivators was enough to subdue most of them, but it didn't affect Jiang Qin at all. Jiang Chen was the greatest saint in the world. How could he be subdued by the chi of a minor saint? Jiang Chen, don't worry. I have already informed the patriarch secretly. He will be here soon. Hua Gui transmitted her voice to Jiang Chen. The situation in front of her was out of control. She guessed that the patriarch of the Tan family would be here. That was why she had secretly informed Nebula Kid. As soon as Hua Gui's voice faded, another powerful silhouette appeared. Qin Tian, do you think that the people of my Nebula sect are people that you can kill whenever you want? A middle-aged man in a blue robe appeared. He had sharp eyebrows and fierce eyes. He looked very domineering. He was the patriarch of the Nebula sect, Nebula Kid. The elders and disciples of the Nebula sect heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Nebula Kid. With Nebula Kid here, it wouldn't be easy for Qin Tian to kill Jiang Chen. Nebula Kid, your disciple has killed so many people of my Tan family. He has even controlled 2 of our elders. Aren't you going to give me an explanation for this? Qin Tian looked at Nebula Kid with a threatening chi. Jiang Chen, let them go. Nebula Kid looked at Jiang Chen. Get lost. Jiang Chen loosened his claws and released the 2 elders of the Tan family. He knew why Nebula Kid wanted him to release the 2 elders. It was meaningless to kill the 2 elders as it would only drive Qin Tian crazy, which would be disadvantageous to the current situation. You think it's over after you let them go? We still need to settle the previous debt. Nebula Kid, don't tell me you want to become the enemy of the Tan family just for a disciple. Qin Tian threatened Nebula Kid. Qin Tian, don't threaten me. I, Nebula Kid, will be the first one to stop anyone who dares to touch Jiang Chen. Nebula Kid was equally domineering. As the patriarch of a sect, it would be too shameful to hand over his disciple. Fortunately, the Moyin cult is on the same side as the Nebula sect. Otherwise, I really don't know how to deal with the situation today. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Normally, it would be extremely difficult to even see one of the 5 great leaders. Now, all of them had appeared at once. This was undoubtedly very rare. Jiang Chen killed Li Long of Xiaoyao Palace and killed an elder of Xiaoyao Palace. Today, I will settle this score. Freedom King expressed his attitude in an extremely domineering manner. Arrogant and ignorant boy, how dare you kill the great elder of Sky Mountain sect? Who gave you the courage? Even if you are smashed into pieces today, it won't be able to make up for your sins and mistakes. The master of Sky Mountain sect, Sky Hill Daoist, spoke sternly. It was obvious that even though they had just arrived, they already knew what had happened here. As a major sect of Xuanyu, as a great figure, a young man didn't put them in his eyes at all. This was really infuriating. If they didn't kill Jiang Chen, their reputation would be completely ruined. How could they continue to dominate in Xuanyu in the future? Ha! A bunch of old bastards actually want to deal with a yellow-haired boy personally. I feel ashamed for all of you. Bah! Wu Emo laughed heartily. His words made Freedom King and the other 2 feel embarrassed. Although Wu Emo's words were unpleasant to hear, they were the truth. With their status and cultivation, it was indeed shameless of them to personally deal with a combat emperor of the younger generation. Han Yan's body swayed and appeared in front of Wu Emo. He held his fists at Wu Emo and said, "Father. Yan, not bad. You are already an 8th grade combat emperor. The bloodline of Gu Tianma is really scary." Wu Emo patted Han Yan's shoulder. He was very satisfied with this son of his. The possessor of the Gu Tianma physique would become a peerless devil when he grew up. Before this trip to the Death Mountain, the Moyin cult didn't have any advantage compared to the other sections. They cultivated the devil art, which was different from ordinary cultivators. There were very few treasures in the Death Mountain that could attract the attention of the cult. Even so, Han Yan had become an 8th-grade combat emperor in a month's time. Wu Emo naturally had to praise him. Wu Emo, I advise the Moyin cult not to get involved in this mess. This is a matter between us and the Nebula sect. Freedom King said loudly. He purposely emphasized the words we, emphasizing that he was on the same side as the Skyhill sect and the Tan family. He wanted to use this to eliminate the grudge between the two major powers against Xiaoyao Palace. Bah! Shameless. 3 against 1 and you still call yourself a righteous sect? Even our cult wouldn't do such a thing. In my opinion, the 3 major powers should be called the Shameless Gang from now on. As for me, I am born to meddle in other people's business. If I don't like it, I will meddle in other people's business. Today, I will protect Jiang Qin. I would like to see if the 3 of you from the Shameless Gang can kill Jiang Qin in front of me. Wu Emo's devil chi soared to the sky. This was the true style of the evil cult, but it made people feel refreshed. Jiang Qin saw everything, but the expression on his face didn't have the slightest change. After today's disturbance, the division of the situation in Xuanyu was basically very clear. The Nebula sect and the Moyin cult would be on good terms and might even be on the same side. The Skyhill sect and the Tan family might also be on the same side due to the relationship of benefits. However, they would definitely not be on the same side as Xiaoyao Palace. The incident in the Death Mountain had already made Xiaoyao Palace the target of public criticism. However, Freedom King and the Northern and Southern dynasties wouldn't care too much about it. Even if Xiaoyao Palace became isolated, they wouldn't be afraid because the other 4 major powers weren't united. Therefore, they weren't afraid, and it wouldn't even affect their plans. Therefore, the ones that they truly needed to deal with were still the Northern and Southern dynasties and Freedom King. This was what Jiang Qin had always thought. Freedom King, Tian Shan Daoist, it seems like today's matter can't be settled peacefully. Since that's the case, we might as well fight. Chen Jin Tian said loudly. His body was filled with murderous intent. I think it's a good idea. If we don't get rid of that brat today, our 3 major powers will lose all their face. Freedom King was the first to agree. Tian Shan Daoist also kept nodding his head. They weren't fools. They could see the potential of Jiang Qin. If such a person was allowed to grow, he would become a great threat to them sooner or later. Moreover, Jiang Qin's growth was too fast. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Nebula Kid's arm trembled. The Nebula sword appeared in his hand. This sword had the support of the Heavenly Saint sword. Its power was boundless. Although it was only a minor saint weapon, it was still a peak existence among minor saint weapons. An ordinary minor saint weapon simply couldn't be compared with it. I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. Wu Emo casually shook his neck. His joints produced a caw-caw sound. He was a truly ferocious man. Even though he was fighting 3 enemies at the same time, there wasn't a hint of fear on his face. Stop! You can't kill Jiang Qin. At this moment, a loud shout came from the crowd. The one who spoke was an old man. He was the master of one of the minor powers in Xuanyu. His cultivation grade wasn't weak, he was already a 4th-grade combat emperor. He was just a puny 4th-grade combat emperor. If it was a normal day, he wouldn't dare to shout at the 5 overlords of Xuanyu. He didn't even dare to speak, but at this moment, this old man had mustered up his courage. Jiang Chen is our savior. We have just left the Death Mountain and you want to kill our savior. We won't allow it. The old man shouted. Who do you think you are? Do I need your permission to kill someone? Freedom King Lang Lang looked at the old man and said angrily. No, Jiang Chen has saved the entire Xuanyu. You can't kill him. That's right. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, the core disciples and elders of your three major powers wouldn't have been able to come out. All of them would have died in there. Jiang Chen is their savior. You are repaying kindness with ingratitude. Your leader was killed by Jiang Chen because they wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Don't tell me that Jiang Chen is going to stand there and let them kill him. Now that Jiang Chen has saved all of you, you want to kill him. What kind of logic is this? Even if you are one of the major powers in Xuanyu, you can't be so unreasonable. You can't kill Jiang Chen. If you want to kill Jiang Chen, kill us first. Yes, kill us first. We are willing to die for Jiang Chen. For a moment, the crowd was agitated. There were thousands of combat emperors in Xuanyu. Some of them were from the minor powers and some were rogue cultivators. Each of them was shouting loudly. All of them stood in front of Jiang Chen. Chapter 7:16. Such a huge commotion was beyond everyone's expectation. Let alone the five overlords, even Jiang Chen felt that it was inconceivable. He didn't expect that Xuanyu and the others would come to his aid. Little Chenzi, it seems like saving everyone is worth it. Han Yen smiled. That's right. The three overlords are determined to deal with Junior Jiang. They are 3 4th-grade minor saints. Even if the master and master of the Moine cult join hands, they won't be able to stop the 3 of them. They only need 2 of them to stop the master, and the remaining one will be able to kill Junior Jiang. At this moment, it doesn't matter who they are, but these people are the best. The 3 overlords might not put 1 or 2 of them in their eyes, but they wouldn't dare to look down on all of them. Guo Xiaofei said with a smile. The people on the scene almost represented the whole of Xuanyu. They came from all over Xuanyu. They represented the vast number of small and medium-sized powers and rogue cultivators. Any one of them was weak compared to the 5 major powers, but when they joined hands, they represented more than just the surface strength. If the 5 major powers were to be regarded as the high and mighty emperors, then these people represented the people of Xuanyu. The emperor was the boat and the people were the water. The water could carry the boat, but it could also capsize the boat. Most of the disciples of the 5 major powers came from all over Xuanyu. They had inextricable relationships with many small and medium-sized powers and families. Even if the 3 major powers were given 100 times more guts, they wouldn't dare to kill them. Once they lost the support of the people, no matter how big the power was, it wouldn't be far from destruction, especially for Xiaoyao Palace. Freedom King didn't even dare to say a word when encountering such a situation. After all, he and the northern and southern dynasties wanted to bury everyone in the Death Mountain in order to create chaos in Xuanyu, but they failed. This had caused many people to hold a grudge against Xiaoyao Palace. Freedom King would avoid them if he could. He was only targeting Jiang Chen. Hua Gui and Elder Feng Yun didn't expect such a situation, but they were relieved in their hearts. Just like what Guo Xiaofei said, the strength of these people wasn't great, but it represented a great significance. In this situation, only they could make the 3 major powers retreat. Hua Gui looked at Jiang Chen and gave Jiang Chen an admiring look. She secretly praised Jiang Chen for saving this person. Not only did he obtain great benefits for himself, but he also allowed the Nebula sect to win the support of the people in Xuanyu. From now on, the reputation of Jiang Qin and the Nebula sect in Xuanyu would reach its peak. This kind of support was what the five major powers wanted to achieve, but it was so easily obtained by the Nebula sect. Bastard, you ants, are you courting death? Chen Jintian was furious. I didn't expect that we are just ants in the eyes of the Qin family. It seems that I was blind. Tomorrow, I will summon the descendants of the Qin family back. An old man said loudly. They were now wholeheartedly helping Jiang Qin. It could be said that they were risking their lives. People would always be hot-headed, especially when countless people were hot-headed at the same time. In their hearts, they only knew that if it wasn't for Jiang Qin, they would already be dead. How could they still be standing here? Since their lives were saved, they might as well go all out. Hearing this, Chen Jintian's expression changed slightly. Not only him, even Tianshan Daoist and Xiaoyao Palace had a premonition of the seriousness of the matter. The five major powers had always been high up in the hearts of the people in Xuanyu. They were full of respect. Many families sent their descendants to the five major powers to cultivate, and they were proud of it. Many disciples of the five major powers were part of this group. The old man's words woke them up. Although the other party was only one person, he represented a large number of people. Once they lost the support of the people, even if they were a major power, they would not be far from destruction. Xiaoyao King, Tianshan Daoist, Chen Jintian, it seems that even if we don't make a move, you won't be able to kill Jiang Qin today. He is now the hero of the whole of Xuanyu. If you kill him, you will become the enemy of the whole of Xuanyu. Wu Emo laughed out loud. Looking at the three people's embarrassed expressions, he felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Nebula Kid, who was standing at the side, also revealed a smile on his face. He had already decided to fight with all his strength, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. He didn't believe that the other party would dare to kill so many people in front of him, unless they were out of their minds. Tianshan Daoist glanced at the people and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, we, the Tianshan sect and the Tan family are not unreasonable people. Jiang Qin killed our people. You all saw it with your own eyes. Now, we want to seek revenge from him. Isn't that right? The people of your Tianshan sect were saved by Jiang Qin. Why don't you return the favor? Why do you want to kill Jiang Qin?" Someone shouted loudly. That's a different matter. At that time, Jiang Qin wanted to save his own life. Chen Jintian said. That's enough. There's no need to argue endlessly about this matter. It's understandable that you all want to kill Jiang Qin for revenge, but the three of you want to do it yourself. Isn't that too shameless? Jiang Qin is only a 5th-grade combat emperor now, and he's still a young man. If you all want to take revenge, let your young core disciples seek revenge from Jiang Qin. I won't stop you all. Wu Emo said. That's right. Since he's a young man, let him settle this. Don't tell me that the three major powers don't have any geniuses. Nebula Kid said. If that's the case, we won't say anything. The elder in the crowd said. This was a battle between the five major powers. They couldn't interfere in it. Jiang Qin had saved their lives, so they helped Jiang Qin to block the attack from the three major powers. This could be considered as repaying Jiang Qin's favor. This is a joke. I don't know how that brat can borrow the power of a minor saint. Even a 9th-grade combat emperor isn't his opponent. Isn't asking the young generation of our sect to deal with him the same as courting death? This isn't fair. A 9th-grade combat emperor elder said. Just now, Jiang Qin had killed Yan Chongming and the elder of the Tan family. The 9th-grade combat emperor didn't even have the slightest resistance. It was obvious that he had used an external force. That was at least a minor saint's power. It definitely wasn't Jiang Chen's own power. No matter how strong a 5th-grade combat emperor was, it was impossible for a 9th-grade combat emperor to not have the slightest resistance. When Jiang Chen was in the Death Mountain, he had subdued 2 minor Saint Dark Soul Kings. The ones who attacked just now were most likely those 2 Dark Soul Kings. A disciple of the Tan family said. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Borrowing the power of evil wasn't a righteous method after all. Plus, if Jiang Chen had this kind of external force, a genius like Xuanyu wouldn't stand a chance against him. That's right. The one who attacked just now wasn't my own power. It was the Dark Soul King that I had subdued. Since you all want to take revenge, I will release the Dark Soul King. Jiang Chen said. His divine sense moved. The 2 Dark Soul Kings, Ada and Air, appeared on his left and right side at the same time. Looking at the 2 powerful Dark Soul Kings, everyone couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. This Dark Soul King was too terrifying. As for Hua Gui and the others who had never seen the Dark Soul King before, their faces turned ugly when they felt the terrifying qi from the Dark Soul King. At the same time, they were shocked by Jiang Chen's means. A 5th-grade combat emperor was able to subdue a 1st-grade minor Saint Dark Soul King. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. It was hard to imagine how Jiang Chen did it. Ada and Air returned to the Death Mountain immediately. You are not allowed to come out from there again. Jiang Chen shouted at Ada and Air. Ada and Air immediately responded to Jiang Chen, turned around and rushed into the Death Mountain, disappearing in a blink. For God's sake, little brat, those were 2 killing machines. How could you let them go? The Huang dog scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. What do you know? I just hid them. As long as I summon them, they will return to my side at any time. Jiang Chen glared at the Huang dog. Ada and Air were his 2 trump cards. He wasn't willing to let go of them. He allowed Ada and Air to fuse with the qi outside the Death Mountain. They were dead objects, not even the 3 overlords could sense them. They would think that Ada and Air had returned to the Death Mountain. After letting Ada and Air go, Jiang Chen turned to Jin Tian and the others. His qi fluctuated and he said loudly, I have let the Dark Soul King go. If any of the core disciples of the 3 great sects wants to seek revenge from me, I, Jiang Chen, will be waiting for you. How is it? Jiang Chen has already let go of the external force. He is only a 5th-grade combat emperor now. Could it be that the 3 of you can't even find a genius who can't deal with a 5th-grade combat emperor? Nebula Kid said. In today's situation, if they could avoid a fight, they wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. After today, it would be hard for the 3 major powers to unite again. As for the battle between the young geniuses, Nebula Kid wasn't worried at all. With Jiang Chen's means, all the geniuses in Xuanyu would become his stepping stone as long as they were his enemies. Alright, let's call it a day. Jiang Chen, I will let you live for a few more days. Freedom King said. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to retreat. They weren't afraid of Nebula Kid and Wu Emo, but they were afraid of the people of Xuanyu. They had no choice but to stop temporarily. If they wanted to kill Jiang Chen, they could only do it in the future. Freedom King brought the people of Xiaoyao Palace and left. Jin Tian and Sky Hill Daoist let out a cold humph and left with their own people. The biggest chaos in the history of Xuanyu had been settled just like that. Even Jiang Chen didn't expect this. However, the chaos in Xuanyu had just begun. Chapter 717. Jiang Chen, you have saved the people of Xuanyu and made a great contribution to our nebula sect. When you return, come and find me immediately. Nebula Kid praised Jiang Chen and disappeared. He wanted to say that the sect would reward Jiang Chen greatly, but he didn't say it after some thought. To a greatest saint, Nebula sect couldn't offer any treasure that could attract Jiang Chen's attention. Nebula Kid was very clear that the reason why Jiang Chen joined Nebula sect was because of his Nebula sword. Wu Emo came to Jiang Chen. Nephew Jiang Chen, I admire your domineering style. If you have time, come to the Moine cult with Ah Yen. Don't worry, master. There will be many opportunities in the future. Jiang Chen smiled. Wu Emo laughed and left. The rest of the rogue cultivators also said goodbye to Jiang Chen and left one by one. After all, this was the outer area of the Death Mountain. No one was willing to stay here for too long. Moreover, many of them had obtained great benefits from their trip to the Death Mountain. They were waiting to go back and digest the benefits. Anyway, the matter here had been settled. Jiang Chen's life wouldn't be in danger for the time being. As for what would happen next, it would be the battle between the 5 major powers. They could only wait and see. Soon, everyone had left. Even Hua Gui and Elder Feng had left. Only Jiang Chen and a few others were left. Jiang Chen turned to Tyrant and asked, Tyrant, when are you going back to the Western Domain? Jiang Chen knew that Great Master Ran Feng had given Tyrant a clear mission, which was to return to the Western Domain after Tyrant had advanced to the Combat Emperor realm to obtain the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. If it wasn't for the trip to the Death Mountain, Tyrant would have returned to the Western Domain a month ago. Now that he was a 4th-grade Combat Emperor and had learned the Edifying Light, he would be able to give Great Master Ran Feng a surprise when he returned. I've already wasted a lot of time. I'm going to return to the Western regions right now. Let's say our goodbyes here. Once I receive the Patriarch's legacy, I'll be back soon. After Tyrant finished speaking, he clasped his palms together and waved goodbye to the crowd. Then, he soared into the sky and left. Everyone looked at Tyrant's disappearing back. They could imagine how powerful this outstanding disciple of Buddhism would be after he received the inheritance of the old ancestor. Even Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to estimate it. Little Chenzi, Mose, and I have to return to the Moine cult immediately. I want to tell my adoptive father about Xiaoyao Palace and the northern and southern dynasties, so that he can be prepared. Han Yen said solemnly. All right, you have obtained quite a lot of benefits from the Death Mountain this time. You will need some time to digest them. After you return, make good use of the Moine cult's resources to train. There are still big things to do in the future. Jiang Chen patted Han Yan's shoulder. Brother Jiang, farewell. Brother Jiang, we will meet again. Mose and Old Man Impermanence cupped their fists at Jiang Chen, then left with Han Yan, heading towards the direction of the Moine cult. At this moment, Jiang Chen sent out his divine sense. After a few breaths of time, 2 tyrannical figures rushed out from the Death Mountain. They were Ada and Air. When they arrived in front of Jiang Chen stored them into his interspatial ring. Nangong Wendian and the Huang Dog couldn't help but laugh. I knew that you have some tricks up your sleeves. You won't be willing to give up on such a powerful person. Nangong Wendian said with a smile. Big brother is so cunning. Zhuo Ling giggled. She really admired her big brother's cunning. Guo Xiaofei couldn't help but laugh as well. It was really uncomfortable to play tricks with Jiang Chen. Even the 3 great figures of the Freedom King were fooled by Jiang Chen this time. After summoning Ada and Air, Jiang Chen came to the side of Tan Lang and Tan Ji Hao. The 2 of them stood there silently. Perhaps from the moment they were crippled, there was only darkness in their world. They didn't dare to speak because they were crippled. Even though they were friends with Jiang Chen, they couldn't raise their heads when they stood there. It was a strong sense of inferiority. "Ah Lang, ah Hao, your injuries aren't incurable," Jiang Qin said directly. He knew very well that no words of comfort would work on the two of them. This was the most honest sentence. As expected, when they heard Jiang Qin said that it was possible to cure them, their eyes lit up instantly. They looked at Jiang Qin with eyes full of expectation, especially Tan Lang. In his heart, Jiang Qin had always been an omnipotent being. Since Jiang Qin said it could be cured, then it must be cured. "Brother Jiang, is what you said true?" Tan Ji Hao was a little excited. "Of course. Although it's a little difficult, it can be cured. After all, it's only your meridians that were crippled, not your sea of qi. It's like a big tree. Even if all the meridians are withered, as long as the roots are still there, there's a chance that the withered tree can be revived," Jiang Qin said. He didn't say it to comfort them. It was the truth. For the greatest saint in the world, basically nothing was too difficult. "Great. As long as we can recover, we won't be crippled anymore." Tan Lang was incomparably excited. "All right, follow me back to the Nebula sect first. I'll think of a way to cure you." "Ah Nan, you have just left the Death Mountain. Why don't you follow me back to the Nebula sect? Let's fight side by side against the northern and southern dynasties." Jiang Chen looked at Nangong Wendian. "Of course." Nangong Wendian grinned. There was nothing more refreshing than fighting side by side with his brothers. Nangong Wendian had been cooped up in the Death Mountain for too long. Along the way, he kept looking around and sighing. The outside world is really great. When Jiang Chen and the others returned to the Nebula sect, the disciples of the Nebula sect showed respect and admiration when they saw Jiang Chen. Obviously, they already knew what happened in the Death Mountain. The disciples of the Nebula sect couldn't help but feel their blood boiling when they saw Jiang Chen. Who didn't want to be famous in the world? Who didn't want to be proud? Who didn't want to be Jiang Chen? "Brother Gua, I'll leave the two of them to you. Find a place for them to rest. I'll go find the sect master first." Jiang Chen handed Tan Ji Hao and Tan Lang to Gua Xiaofei. Then, he disappeared in a flash, heading towards the place where Nebula Kid was. In the main hall, Nebula Kid was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting for Jiang Chen's return. A light flashed and Jiang Chen appeared. Nebula Kid's face immediately revealed a smile. "Jiang Chen, you have done a great deed for the Nebula sect this time. Now, the hearts of everyone in Xuanyu are on your side. Such a deed can be recorded in the history of the Nebula sect. This is all thanks to the help of Freedom King and the northern and southern dynasties." Jiang Chen smiled. "What do you mean?" Nebula Kid didn't understand. "Sect Master, I think you have heard about it. At the last moment when the passageway of the Death Mountain was opened, a 9th-grade combat emperor sneaked in. He unleashed all of his qi and caused a turbulence in the Death Mountain. A large army of dark souls appeared, wanting to bury everyone in the mountain, creating the greatest chaos in Xuanyu." Jiang Chen said. "You mean this matter was done by King Xiaoyao?" Although Nebula Kid had his own guess, he didn't have any evidence. "That's right. In this world, only the northern and southern dynasties could sneak into the Death Mountain without anyone noticing, and only he could send a 9th-grade combat emperor in without anyone noticing. Today, the northern and southern dynasties are in the Xiaoyao Palace. The white tiger beside me had injured you before. This man is ambitious, he wants to rule the whole of Xuanyu. This conspiracy is only the first step of ruling Xuanyu, but I have destroyed it. However, Xuanyu will be in chaos sooner or later. So, the Nebula sect must be fully prepared to deal with the chaos in Xuanyu. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Nebula Kid's face darkened. He had seen the northern and southern dynasties with his own eyes. Perhaps the northern and southern dynasties weren't a threat to him, but the White Tiger was. He believed Jiang Chen's words without a doubt. The purpose of the northern and southern dynasties joining hands with Freedom King was to eliminate the other three major powers in Xuanyu. It seems like Xuanyu is going to be in chaos, but it won't be easy to increase the overall strength of the Nebula sect in a short period of time. Nebula Kid frowned. I've brought back a large number of combat soldiers from the Death Mountain. Also, I've brought back the martial depository that was left behind by the super sect. There are a lot of saint-grade cultivation methods and combat skills. These things will be of great help to the Nebula sect. I've already passed those cultivation methods and combat skills to Guo Xiaofei. As for how to use them, it's up to Master to decide. Jiang Chen said. What? Saint-grade cultivation methods and combat skills. Nebula Kid's eyes sparkled. Saint-grade cultivation methods and combat skills. Even the Nebula sect didn't have such resources. There were a lot of peak 9th grade combat emperors in the Nebula sect. It wasn't an easy task for people like Hua Gui and the 7 Feng Yun brothers to step into the minor saint realm, but if they had the chance to obtain a saint-grade cultivation method and combat skill, they might be able to comprehend it and break through. That's right. Also, I can see that your cultivation grade has reached the peak of 4th grade minor saint, only a step away from the 5th grade minor saint. I'll give you a hand and wish you a breakthrough. Jiang Chen flipped his palm. A pill that was emitting a dazzling golden light appeared in his palm. The pill was wriggling, and there were lightning sparks flashing inside it. It looked extremely mystical, as if it was going to come alive at any time. This is the 9 solar less Ron pill that I've concocted myself. It won't take long for you to break through to the 5th grade minor saint after taking it. Jiang Chen's palm trembled. The 9 solar less Ron pill flew to Nebula Kid. Nebula Kid caught it and felt the surging energy wave from the less Ron pill. He couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 718. The legendary 9 Sun Less Rond Pill. One pill can make a person reborn. I have never thought that it really exists. Nebula Kid looked at the pill in his hand and felt that it was worth 1,000 gold. As a 4th grade minor saint, even if he wasn't an alchemist, he had heard about the 9 Sun Less Rond pill. This kind of pill only existed in the legends because no matter how great an alchemist was, he wouldn't be able to concoct it. However, the pill in front of him, whether it was the purity or the quality, it was a 100% high-grade pill. It was like a perfect piece of art. The value of this pill was unimaginable. However, when this pill was taken out from Jiang Chen's hand, Nebula Kid felt somewhat calm even though he was shocked. He was afraid that the only person who could concoct the 9 Sun Less Ron pill in this world was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I, Nebula Kid, will remember your kindness. Nebula Kid clasped his fists at Jiang Chen. He didn't act pretentiously and kept the 9 Sun Less Ron pill. To a minor saint, every advancement was incomparably difficult. Ordinary pills wouldn't have much effect. At this level, one couldn't rely on pills to advance. However, the 9 Sun Less Rond pill was different. A 9 Sun Less Rond pill was enough to stimulate Nebula Kid's potential and baptize his body again. This was extremely rare. It doesn't matter. Xuanyu will be in chaos sooner or later. As long as I am here, Nebula sect will definitely rule the entire Xuanyu and become the overlord of Xuanyu. You should focus on your cultivation. I still have other things to do. Jiang Chen said and turned to leave. Oh right, the Dan King of Dan Yuan City has a daughter. It seems that he is going to select a husband for his daughter next month. With your ability, why don't you go and have a look? If you can get the support of Dan King, it will be very beneficial to our Nebula sect. Plus, you can marry the beauty. It's the best of both worlds. Nebula sect suddenly thought of this and said with a smile. Dan Yuan City. Jiang Qin was stunned. He had no impression of this Dan Yuan City, let alone any Dan King. It seemed like this was a force that had only appeared in the recent 100 years. Yes, Dan Yuan City is not under the jurisdiction of any of the 8 big domains, but Dan King himself has a great influence in the Divine Continent. Many tycoons of big domains are willing to make friends with him, because this person's alchemy skill is unparalleled in the world. He can concoct many strange pills. He is a real genius. Later, he was given the title of Dan King. This time, Dan King is going to choose a husband for his beloved daughter. I'm afraid all the genius disciples of big forces of big domains will go there. Nebula Kid said. I'm not interested in choosing a husband. Sect leader, you should focus on your cultivation. Jiang Chen smiled and turned to leave. He already had Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu. These 2 peerless beauties were enough for him to enjoy. He was not interested in Dan King's daughter at all. As for making friends with Dan King, Jiang Chen was even less interested. Compared to the Dan god Jiang Qin, a mere Dan King was really not worthy of Jiang Chen's attention. No matter how powerful a Dan King was, it was impossible for him to concoct the 9 suns less Rond pill. Jiang Qin turned around and left. From the beginning to the end, he did not show any courtesy to Nebula Kid. However, Nebula Kid was not angry at all. If Jiang Chen saw him and bowed to him, he would feel strange. Nebula Kid was very clear about the relationship between him and Jiang Chen. The person standing in front of him was the greatest saint, not a core disciple of the Nebula sect. As for Jiang Chen's disinterest in Dan King's daughter, Nebula Kid didn't say anything. First of all, Jiang Chen was wholeheartedly focused on martial arts and cultivation. He wouldn't care about love affairs. Secondly, a Dan god who could concoct the 9 suns less Rond pill would never put a mere Dan King in his eyes. After Jiang Chen left Nebula Kid's palace, he immediately went to find Tan Ji Hao and Tan Lang. Guo Xiaofei treated them well. He arranged a courtyard for them to cultivate in peace. Little Chenzi, it's not easy to regenerate broken meridians. Do you have any method to cure them? Big Yellow asked with great interest. Even Guo Xiaofei, who was at the side, was intrigued. One should know that Tan Lang and Tan Ji Hao's injuries weren't ordinary injuries. Even if the sect master personally treated them, he wouldn't be able to heal them completely. Tan Ji Hao and Tan Lang were very nervous. Their future and fate were now in the hands of Jiang Qin. Tan Lang firmly believed that in this world, besides Jiang Qin, there was no one else who could save them. Here are 2 mysterious yellow pills. Both of you take them first. This pill can consolidate your foundation and nourish your broken meridians. Jiang Qin took out 2 mysterious yellow pills. These 2 pills were concocted by him on the way back from Nebula Kid's place. Junior Jiang, although the mysterious yellow pill is precious and effective, it can't help them recover their broken meridians. Guo Xiaofei asked. Of course, the mysterious yellow pill can't heal their broken meridians. In this world, there is no pill that can heal broken meridians. So, they still have to wait. Jiang Qin said. Upon hearing this, Tan Lang and Tan Ji Hao's face was once again filled with disappointment. It seemed like even Jiang Qin couldn't make them recover immediately. However, their injuries were different from ordinary injuries. They were almost crippled. It wouldn't be easy for them to recover completely. Wait for what? The Huang dog said. Wait for me to find a way to regenerate their broken meridians. Jiang Chen smiled and said, regenerating broken meridians is like a withered tree coming back to life in the spring. Only then can it grow again. There are 5 elements in the world, which is the foundation of this world. The 5 elements have spirits. Earth is the foundation, which can consolidate one's foundation and nourish one's spirit. The one that can heal injuries is the spirit of wood. The spirit of wood has an extremely strong recovery ability. I am currently practicing the 5 elements combat dragon seal, which can absorb the spirits of the 5 elements into my body. I have already absorbed the spirit of water, fire, and earth. As long as I can find the spirit of wood and absorb it, I can use the strong recovery ability of the spirit of wood together with the best pills to help them recover their meridians. This was the only way Jiang Chen could think of to treat their injuries. As long as he could find the spirit of wood and absorb it, he would be able to help them. But the spirit of wood is so precious and rare. Where can I find it? Guo Xiaofei frowned. That will depend on my luck. The spirit of wood is extremely beneficial to my cultivation. Therefore, even without the 2 of them, I will try my best to find the spirit of wood. Before I find the spirit of wood, the 2 of you can rest here and stabilize your foundation. Jiang Chen patted the shoulders of Tan Jihao and Tan Lang. If he could not find the spirit of wood, there was nothing he could do for the time being. Having hope is better than having no hope at all. Anyway, if it wasn't for Brother Jiang this time, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have the chance to come out alive. When the spirit of wood is found, it will heal us, Tan Jihao said with a smile. Tan Jihao said with a smile. Including the time in the Azura Palace, Jiang Chen had saved his life twice. As for Tan Lang, the earliest connection between him and Jiang Chen was in the southern continent, and Jiang Chen had saved his life thrice. They would never be able to repay such kindness for the rest of their lives. Of course, Jiang Chen had no intention of asking them to repay such kindness. Well, you have to maintain a good attitude. Believe me, the spirit of wood will be found by me sooner or later. Jiang Chen comforted them. Big brother, big brother. At this time, Zhuo Linger's voice came from afar. The little girl came to Jiang Chen excitedly with a gilded invitation letter in her hand. What made you so happy, little girl? Jiang Chen patted Zhuo Linger's head. Jiang Chen liked this weird girl very much. This is for you, big brother. Your invitation letter is from Danyuan City. Zhuo Linger passed the invitation letter to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took it and saw the name of Jiang Chen and Danyuan City printed on it. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why would Danyuan City send me an invitation letter? I don't seem to be familiar with this Danyuan City at all. Oh right, I heard that the Dan King of Danyuan City is going to select a husband for his daughter next month. I guess he must have sent an invitation letter to Brother Jiang because of this matter. However, the Dan King's selection of a husband is such a big event. Countless young geniuses will rush over there. The Dan King will not personally send an invitation letter. Brother Jiang, you are indeed given special treatment. Guo Xiaofei teased. Kaka, the Dan King's daughter must have taken a fancy to you. De Huang Dog laughed. Get lost. I don't even know who the Dan King is, not to mention his daughter. Jiang Chen glared at De Huang Dog. He was also very puzzled about the invitation letter from Danyuan City. Big brother, what is it? Won't you know after you open it? Zhuo Linger said. Jiang Chen's palm trembled. The invitation letter in his hand instantly exploded, transforming into a message that appeared in his mind. This kind of invitation letter was similar to a communication talisman. It was transmitted in the form of divine sense. In this way, there was no need to fear that it would be intercepted by others. Little man, you once promised me that you will defeat all the men in the world for me. Now, the opportunity has come. Defeat all the geniuses in the world and marry me. I will wait for you. If you don't come, I will find someone else to marry. This was the content of the invitation letter. It appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Furthermore, it was someone's voice transmission. Jiang Chen could hear the voice clearly. Sister Ning. Jiang Chen staggered and almost fell to the ground. That familiar voice, that familiar tone. If it wasn't Wu Ningzhu, who else could it be? Jiang Chen had always been inquiring about the news of Wu Ningzhu, but to no avail. He never thought that Wu Ningzhu would take the initiative to find him today. Big brother, what's wrong? Could it be that someone is threatening you? Zhuolinger blinked her big eyes and looked at Jiang Chen curiously. Seeing that Jiang Chen's expression was a little abnormal, Nangong Wendian couldn't help but say, "Little Chenzi, who dares to threaten you? Even if it's the Dan King, I will still beat him up. Get lost. Even if I give you 8 guts, you still won't dare to touch her." How many days is left until the day of the Dan King's daughter's husband selection? Chapter 719. Guo Xiaofei was startled at first, then he smiled. He never thought that Jiang Qin would be interested in the Dan King's daughter. He immediately said, "There are still about 20 days left. Dan Yuan City is very far away, and it is not under the jurisdiction of any big city. However, with junior brother Zhang's speed, you should be able to reach there in no time." Why? Is junior brother Jiang going to participate in the selection? Little Chenzi, I never thought that you're such a playboy. You already have little Yu and sister Ning, 2 peerless beauties, but you're still not satisfied. You want to participate in the selection. Aren't you afraid that little Yu and sister Ning will tear you apart in the future? Nangong Wendian teased. Well, which successful man doesn't have a few peerless beauties by his side? That's understandable. The Huang dog chuckled and looked at Jiang Qin with a "I support you" attitude. Get lost. Do you think I want to participate in the selection? But I must go this time, because the Dan King's daughter is none other than Sister Ning. Jiang Qin shrugged. Although he was a little speechless, he finally had news about Wu Ningzhu. Moreover, he knew that Wu Ningzhu was living a good life, which made Jiang Chen's mood very good. What? Nangong Wendian and Big Yellow cried out in shock at the same time. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. This was something they hadn't even dreamed about. Wu Ningzhu was the daughter of the city lord, Wu Tianyang, so when did she become the daughter of Dan King? We came from the eastern continent together, but we were separated when we arrived at the divine continent. Yu and Yan have been found, but there's no news about Sister Ning. I never thought that she would become the Dan King's daughter. It seems like she's in the same situation as Yan, being adopted by a big shot. Her life is much better than ours. Jiang Qin smiled. Are you serious? Could it be that the invitation letter was given to you by Wu Ningzhu? Nangong Wentian's eyes widened. He finally understood why Jiang Qin said he wouldn't dare to touch him even if he was given 100 guts. Now, it seems that even if he was given 1,000 guts, it wouldn't be enough. That's right. Sister Ning's husband selection is obviously targeting me. She wants me to defeat all the geniuses in the world and marry her. If I don't go, she will marry someone else. Jiang Qin shook his head and smiled. This was definitely Wu Ningzhu's style. Good, you have character. I like it. The Huang dog hurriedly praised. Get lost. What's the use of liking it? Jiang Qin glared at the Huang dog. Big brother, are you going to Dan Yuan City? Bring Ling her along. Zhuolinger pulled Jiang Chen's sleeves and began to act like a spoiled child. No, your big brother is going to get married. Why are you, a little girl, following him? Just stay here and cultivate. The Huang dog said. Ling, I really can't bring you along this time. I will bring you the next time. Be obedient. Jiang Chen patted Zhuo Ling's head. If he was going to Danyuan City to select a husband, it wouldn't be a problem to bring Zhuo Ling along. He could just treat it as a sightseeing tour, but it wasn't possible now. Jiang Chen had too many enemies now. The three major powers of Xuanyu City wanted to take his life. There was also the more terrifying Dark Shadow who was like a dark spirit. He didn't know when he would appear and give him a fatal blow. Zhuo Ling was only a 5th-grade combat emperor. To put it bluntly, she would only be a burden if she followed Jiang Qin. Zhuo Ling pouted her lips, but she wasn't an idiot. She knew that Jiang Qin had too many enemies now. If she followed him, not only would she not be of any help, she would also be a burden. Then big brother, be careful. Although Zhuo Ling was a little disappointed, she was still worried about Jiang Qin. Don't worry. The one who can kill your big brother hasn't been born yet. Jiang Qin chuckled. He wasn't boasting. Junior Jiang, when are you going to depart? Guo Xiaofei asked. Depart now. Jiang Chen had always been swift and decisive. Once he had decided on something, he would do it immediately. Moreover, Wu Ningzhu was waiting for him in Danyuan City. She was his woman, no one could touch her. I will go with you. Don't worry, I am not here to help you in selecting a husband. I can't compete with you. Guo Xiaofei said. He now admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. More importantly, when he was by Jiang Chen's side, he didn't lack passion and hot-bloodedness. That kind of feeling made him very fascinated. Alright, let's go together. Coincidentally, I still don't know where Danyuan City is. Senior Guo can guide me. After Jiang Qin finished his words, he rose into the sky and flew towards the exit of Nebula Sect. Nangong Wendian, the Huang Dog and Guo Xiaofei quickly followed him. The few of them disappeared in a blink of an eye. The distance between Xuanyu City and Danyuan City was very far. Even with Jiang Chen's speed, they would need at least 3 days to reach their destination. However, 3 days wasn't a big deal. There were still 20 days before the start of the selection. To Jiang Chen, it was enough. There was no doubt that the group of these 4 was very strong. There was no need to mention about Jiang Qin. Although he was a 5th-grade combat emperor, he could easily kill an ordinary 8th-grade combat emperor. It was enough for him to deal with a powerful 9th-grade combat emperor. The Huang Dog's dragon horse bloodline was extremely terrifying. He also had a terrifying innate ability. Although he was only a 7th-grade demon emperor, he could easily challenge an ordinary 9th-grade combat emperor. Nangong Wendian cultivated the boundless 10,000 elephant art, which could awaken the chi of the desolate ancient elephant. It was extremely terrifying. What was even more terrifying was his current physique. This guy had consumed too many divine herbs. His physique was like a real treasure. Although he was only an 8th-grade combat emperor, it was still very easy for him to deal with an ordinary 9th-grade combat emperor. Needless to say, Guo Xiaofei was a 9th-grade combat emperor. After cultivating the boundless sword art, his strength became even scarier. It was very hard for him to find an opponent at the same level as him. If he was to compete for the sky ranking in the Nebula Sect, he would definitely be able to get the first rank. Brother Jiang, Dan King has a very high reputation in the Divine Continent. Many of the major powers in the 8 domains want to befriend him. This is a great opportunity for his beloved daughter to choose her husband. Many of them won't miss this opportunity. They will definitely send their most outstanding geniuses here. At that time, all of them will be ninth-grade combat emperors. This will be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, Guo Xiaofei said. Jiang Qin nodded. He was very clear about this point. An outstanding alchemist indeed had a very strong influence. There wasn't a major power that didn't want to befriend such a person. There were countless geniuses in the 8 domains of the divine continent. They were the geniuses among the geniuses. They couldn't be compared to an ordinary 9th-grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen was only a 5th-grade combat emperor. Although he could deal with an ordinary 9th-grade combat emperor, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to deal with a powerful genius. It seems like I have to find a way to improve my strength. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. He had promised to defeat all the geniuses for Wuningzhu. Naturally, he couldn't rely on Ada and Air's strength because that would be looked down upon by Wuningzhu. If he could improve his strength to the 6th-grade combat emperor in a short period of time, everything would be fine. A 6th-grade combat emperor like Jiang Chen, with the help of the dragon transformation art, was enough to kill anyone below the minor saint grade. Of course, it wouldn't be possible for the geniuses of the northern and southern dynasties, but in the entire world, there was only one northern and southern dynasties. A day later, Jiang Chen and the others were flying above a desolate mountain range. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar was heard. A golden lion that was more than 30 meters in size suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others, completely blocking their path. This lion looked extremely ferocious. Its whole body was filled with murderous intent. The surface of its body was covered with golden flames. What was more terrifying was that this lion was actually a powerful 9th-grade demon emperor. The moment the lion appeared, it had locked the chi of Jiang Chen and the others. It was as if it was waiting for Jiang Chen and the others. 9th-grade demon emperor, so powerful. Guo Xiaofei's facial expression changed slightly, but a strong battle intent was released from his body. Although a 9th-grade demon emperor was terrifying, Guo Xiaofei didn't put it in his eyes. Be careful, this lion is very strange. Look at the mountain range below, it has become so desolate. Why would a 9th-grade demon emperor stay in such a barren place? The Huang dog had sharp eyes. He could see the strangeness of the lion at first glance. This lion is here for us. Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. I was worried that I didn't have a way to advance my grade. This lion is here to help me. It had been a long time since Jiang Chen used this method of refining the demon's soul to advance his grade. His foundation was strong and solid. Using the demon's soul to advance his grade wouldn't affect him at all. However, he had consumed too much of his energy. A 9th-grade demon emperor wasn't enough for him to advance to the 6th-grade combat emperor. But no matter what, if he refined this lion, Jiang Chen's combat strength would advance to another level, reaching the peak of the 5th-grade combat emperor. Roar! The lion roared madly. It dragged its majestic body and charged at Jiang Chen and the others. This lion was incomparably ferocious. The area of 100 miles in the sky was covered by its demonic qi. It seemed like it was going to devour Jiang Chen and the others. De Huang, Nan, Brother Guo, it's time to test your combat strength. Kill this lion together. Jiang Chen said. But before his voice faded away, the 3 of them had already rushed forward impatiently. Big Yellow wasn't afraid of the lion at all, he was a battle maniac. Nangong Wendian and Guo Xiaofei had cultivated a saint combat skill, so they couldn't wait to test their combat strength. Big Yellow, you're right. When just as De Huang Dog and the others rushed forward, the void trembled again. A cold sword light suddenly emerged from the void, piercing towards Jiang Chen's head. Fast, it was too fast, like a lightning strike. However, no matter how fast the sword was, it couldn't escape from Jiang Chen's senses. He let out a cold humph. He had already prepared himself for this. The sudden appearance of the lion wasn't a coincidence. How could he not notice it? Chapter 720. Swoosh. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. His footsteps were mysterious. He used the spatial shift in the 9 phantom wolves, leaving behind an afterimage. His body had already shifted to one side. That ice-cold assassination sword pierced through Jiang Chen's afterimage, but it didn't pose any threat to Jiang Chen. King Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In the instant he flashed out, the Heavenly Saint sword had already appeared in his hand, and he thrust it toward the void. Jiang Chen's speed was very fast, but so was the reaction of the man who was hiding in the dark. The long sword collided with the Heavenly Saint sword, producing a large amount of sparks and tearing a huge crack in the void. Under the terrifying collision of energy, a black shadow rushed out from the void, standing opposite of Jiang Chen. This person had a tall and big build. His face was covered with a black cloth. His eyes were like a poisonous snake, giving people goosebumps. His whole body was filled with a strong murderous aura. That kind of murderous aura had already merged into his bones. He didn't need to deliberately release it to make people feel the bone-chilling cold. Sooner or later, I will annihilate your dark shadow. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and said. He really hated the people of the Dark Shadow. They had challenged his patience time and time again. This assassin organization was like a dogskin plaster, sticking to you and not letting go. This was the 3rd time a powerful 9th-grade combat emperor assassin had appeared. They were hiding in the dark and could take your life without a sound. This was Jiang Chen. If it was someone else, they would have already died under the assassin's sword. This time, the assassin was obviously more terrifying than the previous 2 times. In order to carry out his assassination, this black-clothed man had even asked the male lion to block his path to distract his attention. Then, he would carry out the assassination himself. With such cooperation, anyone would fall into their trap. Unfortunately, the target of the assassin was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you are truly powerful. A mere 5th-grade combat emperor is able to evade my assassination. You are the first one to do so. No wonder you could defeat our dark shadow twice in a row. However, I'm afraid that this time will be your death date. The assassin raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it at Jiang Chen. Although the assassination had failed, it didn't affect the assassin's confidence. He absolutely didn't believe that a mere 5th-grade combat emperor could stop him. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to stay in the dark shadow anymore. You can't kill me. Instead, you'll be killed by me just like the other 2. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. He turned into a ray of light and thrust the Heavenly Saint sword at the assassin. This assassin was a 9th-grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen could use his opponent's power to test his combat strength. He could choose to fight with all his might. On the other side, under the combined attacks of Nangong Wendian and the other 2 fellows, even the ferocious male lion was at a disadvantage. It seemed like it would soon be defeated and killed by the combined attacks of the 3 fellows. Clang. Jiang Chen's sword and the assassin's sword collided for more than a dozen times. They were equally matched. The assassin's sword was very fast, but Jiang Chen's sword was faster. A 9th-grade combat emperor against a 5th-grade combat emperor, yet there was no clear winner. This kind of battle made the assassin extremely sullen. Why is a mere 5th-grade combat emperor so difficult to deal with? The assassin was extremely depressed. He finally knew why the organization wanted him to deal with a 5th-grade combat emperor. This 5th-grade combat emperor couldn't be treated as a 5th-grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen had the great soul derivation technique. No matter how powerful the assassin's assassination technique was, it wouldn't be able to hurt him. Both of them exchanged blows for hundreds of rounds, but they were still evenly matched. On the other side, the male lion couldn't resist anymore. It began to wail in pain. The Huang dog's sharp teeth had torn a piece of flesh off the lion's body. Nangong Wendian and Guo Fei had also left a few wounds on the lion's body. Ultimate assassination technique. Finally, the assassin couldn't stand it any longer. This situation was completely out of his expectation. Immediately, he no longer hid his strength. He unleashed the ultimate assassination technique that he was so proud of. His entire body merged with the sword in his hand. Together with the sword, he turned into a beam of light and dashed towards Jiang Chen. Swoosh! Humph! Jiang Chen humphed. The heavenly saint sword rippled out and slashed countless times. Every slash turned into a dazzling sword light, shrouding the assassin. Clang clang clang, the sword light enveloped the entire void. No matter how hard the assassin tried, he couldn't break through the defense and hurt Jiang Chen. This terrifying ultimate assassination technique had ended in failure. Go! The assassin saw that there was no hope of killing Jiang Chen. He immediately roared at the male lion and turned around, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, the male lion was completely surrounded, it couldn't even escape. It's too late to leave now, Aude, Jiang Chen shouted. Aude flew out from the spatial ring. Powerful Yin Qi and Death Qi instantly filled the sky. Aude let out a roar and clawed forward with his sharp claws. The void was completely locked. The assassin's body was enveloped by Aude, making it impossible for him to run away. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. What? What kind of monster is this? The assassin's facial expression changed dramatically. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would have such a skill. This powerful skeleton was at least a minor saint. He couldn't fight against it. Oh whoa! At this time, the male lion let out a wail. It was completely killed. Jiang Chen swung the heavenly saint sword, chopping off the lion's head. A dazzling demon soul shot out from the head. Jiang Chen picked it up with his sword. After killing the male lion, Jiang Chen looked at the assassin who was trapped by Aude Lang said, "Tell me, where is the nearest stronghold of the Dark Shadow?" Jiang Chen was really angry this time. He must teach the Dark Shadow a lesson. He must let the Dark Shadow know how stupid it was to deal with him. He had dealt with this organization in his previous life. He knew that the Dark Shadow had a lot of strongholds. He was prepared to destroy one of the strongholds of the Dark Shadow to teach them a painful lesson. Jiang Chen, I have fallen into your hands today. Do whatever you want to me. I won't say anything. The assassin was extremely stubborn. I know that the assassins of the Dark Shadow aren't afraid of death, but I don't know if you are afraid of living a life worse than death. I might as well tell you this. The one standing in front of you is a powerful dark soul. Its whole body is filled with death qi. You can choose not to tell me. I will let it break your chest open and let the death qi drill into your heart and internal organs. Then, it will open your head and let the death qi rush into your sea of consciousness. You will suffer the most painful torture in the world. I promise you that you won't die. I have a lot of time. Let's see how long you can last. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile. At this moment, his smile was like a devil king, making people tremble in fear. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, the assassin's forehead was full of sweat. This dark soul was too scary. Jiang Chen didn't seem to be joking. Jiang Chen, the will of the assassin of the dark shadow is not something you can imagine. The assassin was still stubborn. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.